Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Although Control System Soul Masters were often praised as the strongest in the continent's Soul Master circles, Mu Yang believed that the real powerhouse was the strong attack type. For example, the three great beings of this age, Sky Invincible Qian Dalu, Land Invincible Tang Shen, and Ocean Invincible Poseidon, were all strong attack Soul Masters. In contrast, aside from Bibi Dong, who was considered a Control Soul Master but actually leaned more towards strong attack, there wasn't another well-known Control System Soul Master on the continent with a soul power level exceeding 95. Besides, with the Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng Soul in hand, Mu Yang preferred strong attack over control. Mu Yang, playing with fire as a child? True power of a mage. Kama Chapter 46, Ice Flame Saint Shadow not bad. Zhao Yang, the power of this cold fire is definitely no weaker than the flames conjured by an ordinary third ring fire soul elder. Huo Lai gave a very honest evaluation after testing the ice blue flames conjured by Mu Yang. Mu Yang's current soul power level was only that of a newly initiated second ring Great Soul Master, far from the third ring soul elder. Moreover, his mutated fire shadow soul had not yet received any soul rings. Once the first and second soul rings were added, the strength of the soul would increase, and the ice blue flames he conjured would become even more powerful. In addition, this ice blue fire had a very strong attachment property compared to most flames. Once it made contact, unless the flammable object was completely burned or a higher level of soul power extinguished it, it was difficult to get rid of it. Compared to before the mutation, Mu Yang's fire shadow soul had undergone a qualitative improvement. The level of a third ring fire soul elder? Mu Yang raised his eyebrows and then closed his eyes, concentrating to sense it more carefully. Huo Lai was puzzled upon seeing this but was about to speak when he suddenly saw a burst of ice blue soul power light radiating from Mu Yang's body. Immediately after, an ice blue light ring expanded rapidly from Mu Yang, instantly covering an area of more than 10 meters. Domain power? Looking at the ice blue domain that enveloped Mu Yang, Huo Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he himself did not possess a domain power, Huo Lai had certainly heard of domains and had even witnessed one firsthand. Over 20 years ago, before he became the president of the Blazing Academy, he had led the Blazing team to the Soul Master competition finals in Soul Master City and had seen the angel domain released by the then Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji. Compared to Qian Xunji's angel domain, the ice blue domain released by Mu Yang was indeed much weaker, but there was no doubt that this was a domain power. The effects of the immortal grade medicinal herbs were indeed terrifying to such an extent. Not only did they enhance his cultivation talent and allow his soul to evolve, but they also awakened his soul's domain talent. However, Huo Lai misunderstood the reason. While the immortal grade medicinal herbs were indeed powerful, Mu Yang's mutation was primarily due to the high compatibility between his soul and the two immortal grade medicinal herbs. For example, in the original story, Tang San's blue silver grass and clear sky hammer souls had low compatibility with these two herbs, so although he consumed the same herbs, his benefits were far less than Mu Yang's. Apart from his enhanced cultivation potential, Tang San still had the same two souls and did not awaken any domain power, while the effects of the ice immunity and fire immunity properties provided him greater benefits than Mu Yang. Zhao Yang, what does your domain do? Suppressing his excitement, Huo Lai eagerly asked. Another ice blue flame gathered in Mu Yang's palm. After carefully experiencing it, he said, the power of the ice blue flame has increased significantly, and its controllability has improved a lot. As he spoke, the ice blue flame in his palm transformed into a small ice blue humanoid figure, which then changed into various small animals. Perhaps due to his insufficient strength and the domain not fully awakening, Mu Yang felt that the effects of his domain were still very limited. Apart from enhancing his control over the ice blue flames, it could only provide a certain fire amplification effect. However, this amplification effect was no small matter, increasing by as much as 50%. The effect was simple and crude, but for Mu Yang, who had planned his mutated fire shadow soul as a cannon, this effect was just perfect. An attack-buffed fire shadow soul was undoubtedly more romantic for him. An attack amplification? That's good, your mutated fire shadow soul is suited for a strong offense path. Moreover, according to research by the Academy scholars, even if a soul master with a low soul power level awakens a domain, they can hardly unleash the true power of the domain. For example, the Six-Winged Angel Soul Clan, who inherited the Six-Winged Angel Soul from the Spirit Hall, could awaken the Angel Domain after their souls were released. But before advancing to the 7th Ring Soul Saint, although the Six-Winged Angel Soul Masters could challenge higher-ranked enemies using their strong souls and angelic domains, they could only fight at most 1 ring higher. However, once a Six-Winged Angel Soul Master advanced to the 7th ring and became a Soul Saint, their angel domain would fully awaken. Even at the beginning of the 7th ring, their strength could rival that of a high-ranking Soul Douluo. Some exceptional individuals could even battle 2 levels above their rank, matching the strength of a 9th ring titled Douluo. Worried that the domain effect wasn't strong enough? Hueco wasn't at all concerned about that. After all, Mu Yang was only a 2nd ring Great Soul Master for now, so his soul power was still low, and the domain power was naturally weak. Moreover, as long as the martial soul itself was strong enough, the awakened domain would definitely not be weak. Additionally, while titled Douluo were rare across the continent, soul masters with domain powers were even rarer. Just having a domain was already a great asset, so there was no reason to complain about its weakness. Zhao Yang, your mutated fire shadow soul is definitely one of the most powerful beast souls on the continent. You should start thinking about a name for it. Hueco smiled as he spoke. Ice attribute flames, let's call it Ice Flame. After thinking for a while, Mu Yang decided to name his mutated fire shadow soul Ice Flame Saint Shadow. As for the domain of the Ice Flame Saint Shadow? Of course, it would be the Ice Flame domain. The domain technique that enhances control over the Ice Flame and amplifies its effects was named Ice Flame Amplification. Ice Flame Saint Shadow? Sounds good to me. After thinking it over, Hueco nodded and said, "Alright, let's head back." At this moment, Hueco was eager to return to the Blazing Academy. There was no way around it. The transformation Mu Yang underwent after consuming the immortal grade herbs was massive, and the number of immortal grade herbs he had gathered this time was enough for each member of his family to have one. Perhaps soon, he would become the revered titled Douluo of the continent? Even years later, having 5 titled Douluo in the Blazing Academy wouldn't be an unrealistic dream. After all, both Muzo and Huo, as well as Huo, had innate soul power levels of 7, making them rare geniuses on the continent. With the help of immortal grade medicinal herbs and the profound extreme flame meditation method, it seemed reasonable to expect that becoming an 9-ring titled Douluo wouldn't be a problem. Well, the headmaster of the Blazing Academy thought that the merger with the Sky, Water and God Wind Academies to reorganize the Elemental Academy could start being planned soon. Chapter 47, I, Mu Yang, swear to the heavens, I will never lie at dusk. After leaving the Sunset Forest, Mu Yang and Huo returned to Blaze Fire Academy. Once they arrived at the academy, Huo immediately called Muzo, Huo, and Huo to the underground quiet chamber. Zhao Yang, why has your hair turned blue? Curiously looking at Mu Yang's ice blue hair, Huo couldn't help but ask. Got a little opportunity, and my martial soul mutated. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Mu Yang said with a grin. Martial soul mutated? Filtering out Mu Yang's self-satisfied tone, Huo's expression turned odd. Like her, Mu Yang's red hair came from the fire-attributed fire shadow soul. However, no matter how a fire shadow soul evolved, it shouldn't change so drastically that even the hair color turned blue, right? To her knowledge, aside from genetic factors, only soul masters with water or ice attribute martial souls would have blue hair. Could it be that the originally fire-attributed fire shadow soul mutated and evolved into a water or ice-attributed soul? Water shadow? Ice shadow? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That wouldn't align with any established soul evolution rules. Zhao Yang, quickly release your fire shadow soul and let us see. On the side, Muza said. Ice Flame Saint Shadow, possess. Nodding slightly, Mu Yang shouted lowly and released his Ice Flame Saint Shadow soul. In an instant, with an eruption of ice blue soul power light, an ice blue humanoid figure suddenly appeared behind Mu Yang. The moment the Ice Flame Saint Shadow soul emerged, a biting cold spread through the air, and the temperature in the spacious underground quiet chamber dropped sharply. Heavens, it really has turned into an ice-attributed soul? Feeling the icy chill radiating from the Ice Flame Saint Shadow soul, Huo's eyes widened in disbelief, her small mouth agape. Although the soul's attribute and color had changed, the form and shape of the Ice Flame Saint Shadow soul were nearly identical to the Fire Shadow soul. Anyone could see that there was an inseparable connection between the two. Little brother, from now on, your big brother is counting on you. At this moment, Huo grabbed Mu Yang's arm, joking but with a face full of seriousness. Exactly. Little brother, you must take good care of your sister in the future. Coming to her senses, Hueco unceremoniously pulled Mu Yang by the neck and started fiddling with his head. Don't mess up my hair. Mu Yang swatted Hueco's hand away in annoyance. What's the big deal? You're my little brother, am I not allowed to hold on to your thigh? Hueco pretended to look stern. Mu Yang waved his hand and said, holding on to my thigh is fine, but you'll have to wait another 20 years. However, 20 years? That wouldn't be necessary. By then, it would be too late anyway. After all, following the trajectory of the original story, 20 years later, the rulers of the Soul Master world would no longer be titled Luo but gods who transcended the mortal realm. But what? Hueco pressed him for an answer. Our family will soon produce a big shot. As he spoke, Mu Yang gave Hueco a mischievous wink. In this age where gods hadn't yet emerged, a 9-ring titled Luo could certainly be considered a major powerhouse. Stop fooling around, kid. Hueco rolled his eyes. Hee with a laugh, Mu Yang retrieved 3 labeled jade boxes from his soul tool storage bracelet and handed them to Hueco, Muzu, and Hueco. Earth Dragon Golden Melon, an earth-attributed immortal herb suitable for earth-type or dragon-type soul masters. 8-petal immortal orchid, one of the immortal herbs, gentle and refined in its properties, capable of strengthening one's foundation and clearing impurities. It is suitable for all soul masters. Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, a pure yang immortal herb, suitable for fire-attributed soul masters. Mu Yang handed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon to Hueco, the 8-petal immortal orchid to Muzu, and the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower to Hueco. Among the 3, the 8-petal immortal orchid wasn't particularly suitable for Muzu, but there was no other fire attribute immortal herb available at the moment. Additionally, the younger soul master was when consuming an immortal herb, the greater the effect. So between his aunt Muzu and his older cousin Hueco, Mu Yang chose to give the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower to Hueco. Of course, the 8-petal immortal orchid was still an excellent herb, at least enough to give Muzu the potential to reach titled Luo. Wait, Zhao Yang, don't I get one? Seeing that his father, mother, and sister each received a gift while he was left empty-handed, Huo couldn't help but look aggrieved. Although he didn't know what these immortal herbs were, being excluded when everyone else got one made him feel somewhat unnecessary. Haha, don't worry, big brother, I've got you covered. It's just that the herbs I have on hand aren't particularly suitable for you. However, I know of a place where there's an herb perfect for you. If Uncle can retrieve it for you later, you can take that one. If not, I'll find another solution. Immortal herbs are best consumed only once. Taking more than one could cause conflicting medicinal effects, which would be harmful instead of beneficial. We're brothers, so of course, I want to give you the very best. Patting Huo's shoulder, Mu Yang said with a smile. Hearing this, Huo was skeptical. We're family, you better not be lying to me. I, Mu Yang, swear to the heavens, I will never lie to Huo. Otherwise, let my eldest cousin remain single for another 20 years. Mu Yang raised his hand, his face serious as he swore an oath. His eldest cousin was 14 now. If another 20 years passed, 34 wouldn't be too late, would it? PFFT on the side, Huo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao Yang, your big brother here is a level 29 Great Soul Master, and I should still be stronger than you, a level 22 Great Soul Master. I suggest you think carefully before speaking. Clenching his fists, Huo glared at Mu Yang, his face dark. He had never been good with words and always got nervous speaking to girls. Now, Mu Yang cursed him so viciously. How could he find a girlfriend after this? Ahem, well, big brother, how about you guard us? We're about to take these immortal herbs. Mu Yang quickly changed the subject. It wasn't the time to mess around, he had serious business to handle. Huo. After that, Mu Yang explained the methods for taking the immortal herbs to Huo, Muzu, and Huo. Then, he walked to a corner of the quiet chamber, sat down, and took out the full moon-wearing autumn dew. Holding the full moon-wearing autumn dew before him, he tilted it slightly, letting a few drops of transparent liquid from the center of its leaves drip into his mouth. As soon as the drops completely left the plant, the entire full moon-wearing autumn dew withered away and turned to dust, scattering in his hand. Immediately, Mu Yang activated the lunar refining technique and began refining the spiritual energy produced by the dew. At the same time, except for Huo who felt left out and frustrated, Huo, Muzu, and Huo began consuming their respective immortal herbs according to Mu Yang's instructions. Chapter 48, Full Moon Wearing Autumn Dew. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had flown by. With the effects of the immortal herbs kicking in, changes began to appear on the bodies of everyone except Mu Yang, who had consumed the full moon wearing autumn dew. Huo, who had taken the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, was now enveloped in a thick yellow light. His entire body emitted a soul power aura that felt exceptionally heavy, yet hidden within this heaviness was a faint explosive energy, like a volcano about to erupt. Compared to Huolai, Muzu, who also possessed a fire-attributed martial soul, seemed far calmer. She simply sat quietly, refining the medicinal energy of the immortal herb. However, a special fragrance exclusive to the 8-petal immortal orchid emanated from her body, and a faint white mist emerged from her skin, gently rippling around her. Her already graceful figure and beautiful face gained an added air of transcendence and nobility under the mist's ethereal glow. Not far from Muzu, Huo, who was refining the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, was surrounded by a crimson light. Though the only visible changes were this layer of red light and the transition of her hair color from dark red to golden red, Huo's fire shadow martial soul had already manifested behind her. At this moment, Huo's fire shadow martial soul, which had originally appeared orange-red and somewhat illusory, was now ablaze with searing golden-red flames, resembling a figure bathed in flames. The golden-red flames rose a full 10 feet high, almost brushing against the ceiling of the meditation chamber. Fortunately, the materials used to build the meditation chamber were not ordinary. Given that the academy was composed of fire attribute soul masters, all the buildings in Blazing Academy were constructed with heat-resistant materials, especially areas like the Soul Combat Training Grounds and the residences of high-ranking academy officials, which utilized high-grade fireproof materials. This precaution ensured the buildings wouldn't accidentally burn down when fire soul masters lost control of their abilities. The heat resistance of the materials was exceptional, and coupled with the fact that Huo's current soul power level wasn't high, the flame's intensity remained limited, so the ceiling wasn't burned through. Nevertheless, the meditation chamber's temperature was scorching, resembling a blazing furnace. On the other side, after 3 hours of refining, Mu Ying's progress with the full moon wearing autumn dew was also nearing its final stages. In his sea of consciousness, the previously illusory crescent moon had solidified by more than half, transforming into a waning crescent moon, which only appeared at the end of the lunar cycle. According to the levels of the lunar refining technique, Mu Ying's current mental state had reached the late stage of the second realm half-moon. His spiritual power was now on par with that of most five-ring soul kings. If Mu Ying possessed any spiritual power techniques, his spiritual strength alone would already qualify him as a five-ring spirit-type soul master. A long time passed before Mu Ying completely refined the mental energy from the full moon wearing autumn dew. Slowly, he regained consciousness and opened his eyes. At the instant Mu Ying opened his eyes, the entire meditation chamber seemed to flash brilliantly. Huo Shuang, sitting nearby, saw this clearly. For that moment, Mu Ying's pupils had turned golden, erupting with dazzling golden light. The golden light shone into his eyes, causing Huo Shuang to feel blinded, as if staring directly at the blazing sun in the sky. Damn, it's blinding. Rubbing his eyes, which almost went blind, Huo Shuang couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Too bad, I couldn't reach the peak of the second realm. The golden light in his eyes dissipated. After carefully sensing his spiritual power, Mu Ying sighed in disappointment. Just like cultivating soul power, spiritual power cultivation despite having the profound technique of lunar refining technique was still a gradual process. It was a path of persistence and hard work. Unless blessed by a great opportunity, there was no such thing as an overnight breakthrough. This time, consuming the full moon wearing autumn dew hadn't allowed him to perfect the half-moon stage of the second realm. As far as Mu Ying estimated, it wouldn't happen anytime soon. However, though it was slightly disappointing, Mu Ying was still very satisfied. After all, compared to his spiritual power before taking the full moon wearing autumn dew, his improvement had already surpassed the equivalent of 20 soul power levels. Such a massive leap in power could only occur with spiritual energy, as soul power no matter how potent an immortal herb could never achieve such a dramatic increase. Moreover, besides his massive improvement in spiritual power, the full moon wearing autumn dew had also helped him acquire the ability of fiery eyes, golden sight. Well, his version of fiery eyes, golden sight was nothing like its namesake. It lacked offensive strength and essentially functioned as X-ray vision. Of course, as a self-proclaimed gentleman, Mu Ying would never use this ability for dishonorable purposes. Younger brother, what did you just take? It nearly blinded me. At this moment, Huo Shuang walked over with a face full of grievance and teased Mu Ying softly. It's an immortal herb that enhances spiritual power. Mu Ying explained. TSK, judging by the commotion just now, your spiritual power must have improved greatly. Does that mean you can attach a 10,000-year fourth soul ring now? Hearing this, Huo Shuang's breathing became noticeably heavier. A 10,000-year fourth soul ring wasn't just a way to show off, it was a symbol of a soul master's strength. The physical and spiritual strength needed to bear such a soul ring far exceeded that of ordinary soul masters. While the advantage seemed small initially, over time, it would snowball, amplifying into a significant qualitative change. Moreover, this transformation not only granted invincible combat strength among peers but also significantly improved a soul master's potential. For instance, given equal conditions, an 89th level soul Douluo with the optimal soul ring configuration would have a far greater chance of advancing to titled Douluo compared to one without optimal rings. Looking at all the titled Douluo across the continent, none of the ones who surpassed level 95 lacked optimal soul ring configurations. In contrast, those who didn't achieve the ideal configuration were considered weaker titled Douluo. Not only was their combat strength at the bottom tier, but even their soul power level would stagnate in mediocrity. Still, becoming a 9-ring titled Douluo despite subpar soul rings was itself proof of exceptional talent. Let's keep it low-key. Mu Yang smiled and waved his hand. A 10,000-year 4th soul ring? Isn't that just standard practice for a transmigrator in Douluo? It's basic, nothing flashy. Huo Shuang. Low-key? If you really had a 10,000-year 4th soul ring, I'd like to see how you'd keep low-key. Chapter 49, The Shadow of Phoenix Fire, Part 1, Huo Shuang's thoughts were unknown to Mu Yang. However, Mu Yang had indeed considered whether his 3rd soul ring, which had a higher age limit than other soul masters' 4th soul rings, and his 10,000-year 4th soul ring would draw too much attention. Should he give up his advantages to attach a standard 3rd and 4th soul ring? If he had a cheat that allowed him to increase the age of his soul rings later on, Mu Yang would undoubtedly choose to stay low-key for now. After all, his life was precious, and surviving came first. But the problem was, he didn't have such an unreasonable cheat. For the sake of his own strength and potential, he wouldn't give up this advantage. Otherwise, once he cultivated 9 rings and became a titled Douluo, without the constant accumulation and expansion of his advantages in the early stages, how would he have the qualifications to attach ferocious beast soul rings or divine bestowed soul rings with unimaginable ages to his ice flame saint shadow martial soul? Of course, Mu Yang's refusal to relinquish this advantage stemmed from his confidence. This confidence came not only from the fact that the secret of whale glue would eventually be leaked, leading to many genius soul masters with over-limit soul rings appearing on the continent, making him less conspicuous. More importantly, he was about to gain a significant backer. By then, a mere 10,000-year 4th soul ring would be nothing. I've consumed whale glue to enhance my physique, true, and refined a head soul bone to improve my spiritual power, false. Why wouldn't I be able to attach a 10,000-year 4th soul ring? Though head soul bones were rare and precious, with a titled Douluo as a backer, weaker individuals wouldn't dare to covet it. As for stronger individuals, without confirmation that it was a high-age head soul bone, it wouldn't catch their attention. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour passed. At this moment, the golden red flames burning on the fire shadow martial soul behind Huo suddenly surged before gradually calming down. When the golden red flames fully receded, the originally orange-red fire shadow martial soul had transformed into a golden red hue. At the same time, a phoenix pattern appeared between the brows of the golden red humanoid shadow. This feels so good. Sensing her unprecedentedly excellent state, Huo opened her eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Sis, stop sighing. I think you should go take a bath first. Glancing at the dried black stains on Huo's skin exposed outside her clothes, Mu Yang softly reminded her. The coxcomb phoenix sunflower had a certain degree of rebirth effect. Although Huo's talent wasn't bad, she still fell within the scope of its transformative effect. Earlier, when Huo was refining the medicinal power of the immortal herb, it stimulated her body to exude many impurities, similar to the purification process frequently described in novels. Huo, initially puzzled, suddenly noticed the black stains on her once fair arms and legs. She screamed, covered her face, and quickly ran away. So loud, she could be quieter. Glancing at Huo and Muzu, who were still refining the medicinal power of their herbs, Mu Yang softly complained while watching Huo's hurried departure. Advanced soul masters refined energy faster than lower-level ones. Logically, Huo and Muzu should have finished before Huo. However, this wasn't the case. It wasn't because the theory was wrong but because the medicinal power of immortal herbs was enormous. Huo had only absorbed a small portion, with most of the power hidden in her body. On the other hand, Huo, an 8-ring soul Douluo, and Muzu, a 7-ring soul sage, could absorb most, if not all, of the medicinal power from a single immortal herb. This resulted in a longer refining process. Brother, it looks like Uncle and Aunt won't finish anytime soon. Let's head upstairs to wait. Sensing the steady growth of the pair's soul power, Mu Yang suggested to Huo Shuang. Alright. Huo Shuang nodded. An hour later, in the living room, Huo reappeared before the two after changing into a fresh outfit. Just for a bath, and it took an hour. Women really are troublesome. Seeing how long it had taken Huo to return, Huo Shuang muttered under his breath. A soul master's hearing far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even though Huo Shuang's voice was low, Huo Wu still heard him. "What did you just say?" Huo Wu, who had been smiling and clearly in a great mood, immediately turned to glare at Huo Shuang. Her expression screamed death stare. Seeing this, Huo Shuang quickly straightened his face and said, "I was saying that my little sister has become even more beautiful." Though he usually struggled to say even half a sentence to girls, Huo Wu was an exception. This was his own younger sister, whom he had spoiled since childhood. Over the years, he had complimented her countless times. Besides, this wasn't flattery. After consuming the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Huo Wu's figure and skin indeed looked better than before. Humphrey, I'll let it slide for now. Zhao Yang, summon your ice flame saint shadow martial soul and let me take a look. Huo Wu snorted coldly before turning to Mu Yang. Hearing this, Mu Yang was puzzled but still released his ice flame saint shadow martial soul. With a surge of soul power, an icy blue light flickered, and a humanoid shadow radiating chilling frost appeared behind Mu Yang. At the same time, Huo Wu also summoned her martial soul, closed her eyes, and focused on sensing. Haha, I knew it. My feeling wasn't wrong, my fire shadow martial soul has indeed evolved. After a while, Huo Wu opened her eyes and said excitedly. Before consuming the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Mu Yang had demonstrated his ice flame saint shadow martial soul in front of her. Although Huo Wu hadn't released her own martial soul at the time, she faintly felt her fire shadow martial soul was somewhat suppressed. On the Douluo continent, when two martial souls of the same attribute or martial souls with certain connections faced each other, a high-grade martial soul could suppress a lower-grade martial soul if there was a significant difference in quality. A suppressed lower-grade martial soul couldn't exert its full power. The greater the gap, the stronger the suppression. For example, a soul master with a common hammer martial soul would stand no chance against a soul master with a clear sky hammer, even if their soul power levels were the same. Previously, Huo Wu's fire shadow martial soul had been suppressed by Mu Yang's ice flame saint shadow martial soul. This indicated that her top-tier martial soul was inferior to his, with a significant gap in quality. But now things were different. After consuming the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, although Huo Wu didn't know the extent of her martial soul's evolution, the absence of suppression when facing Mu Yang's martial soul showed her fire shadow had greatly improved, perhaps even enough to suppress its original form. Chapter 50, The Shadow of Phoenix Fire, Part 2, Don't you know this yourself? Retracting his ice flame saint shadow martial soul, Mu Yang couldn't help but respond speechlessly. He thought Huo Wu was going to do something serious, but it turned out to be just this. TCH, this is your own martial soul. Whether it has evolved or not, don't you have a clue? It's just that my martial soul doesn't look that different from before. Huo Wu replied with an awkward laugh. After its evolution, her martial soul had only changed from orange red to gold red, with a phoenix mark appearing on the brow of the fiery human-shaped figure. Because the changes seemed minor, Huo Wu wasn't confident in her assessment. As expected, a study slacker. Mu Yang inwardly criticized. Whether a martial soul has evolved isn't solely determined by its appearance. Although most of the time, an evolved martial soul shows significant visual changes, this isn't always the case. There have been instances on the continent where martial souls improved in quality without obvious outward changes. Take Zhuzuking from the original story, for instance. Before consuming the immortal herb Daffodil Jade Fleabone, her martial soul was the Netherworld Spirit Cat. Even after taking the herb, it remained the Netherworld Spirit Cat. Based purely on its appearance, there was little difference before and after. The changes were even subtler than those brought by attaching a spirit ring. But without question, with the help of the immortal herb, Zhuzuking's martial soul had evolved into a top-tier agility-based beast soul. Before the evolution, the Netherworld Spirit Cat wasn't bad but fell short of being top-tier, only an excellent one just below it. Moreover, assessing the evolution of Huo Wu's fire shadow martial soul by comparing it to his ice flame saint shadow martial soul was fundamentally flawed. Her fire shadow martial soul had shifted from orange red to gold red. That alone was proof of evolution. Zhao Wu, try condensing some flames. I feel like your firepower has improved significantly. Huo Shuang suggested from the side. From his perception, after the fire shadow martial soul's evolution, the heat it radiated had significantly intensified and carried a faintly noble aura. Nodding slightly, Huo Wu summoned her soul power. A gold red flame burst to life in her palm. Sis, why does your fire feel so noble? Is it some knockoff version of Phoenix Flame? Mu Yang glanced at the flame in her palm, then at the phoenix mark on the brow of the fiery human figure behind her, unable to resist commenting. On the Douluo continent, fire elements often conveyed unique impressions beyond just explosiveness. For example, angel flame exuded sanctity, while dragon flame radiated dominance. However, fire that felt noble was exclusively associated with phoenix flames. Given the Phoenix mark now present on the evolved Fire Shadow martial soul, it was likely that her new gold red flame was Phoenix Flame, elevated from the original martial soul's fire through the coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower's power. However, Phoenix Flame was supposed to only belong to the Fire Phoenix martial soul. Seeing it appear with Hueco's martial soul gave Mu Yang a strange sense of incongruity. Phoenix Flame is Phoenix Flame. What knockoff are you talking about? Hueco glared at Mu Yang. Kids who don't know how to talk shouldn't speak. Knockoff? You're the knockoff. Ahem, alright, you two, listen up. I'm about to announce something important. Clearing her throat, Hueco raised her voice with a serious tone. Alright, sis, go ahead. We're listening. Mu Yang nodded enthusiastically, motioning for her to continue her act. I've decided. From now on, my martial soul will be called the Phoenix Fire Shadow. It signifies a Fire Shadow martial soul capable of releasing Phoenix flames. With that, Hueco lifted her chin, looking proud and smug. Mu Yang, haha, what a wonderful name. Huo Shuang, exactly, Zhao Yang's right. Hey, can you two be a little less perfunctory? Huo's face turned awkward. She quickly planted her hands on her hips and pointed a finger at the two of them. Perfunctory? Sis, you've got to understand. Your little brother is still young and hasn't learned how to flatter people yet. Zhao Wu, you know your brother is not good with words. Cut me some slack. Alright. This is how it's going to be, huh? If this ant doesn't show her power, are you taking me for a sick cat? Humphrey, just you wait. After I attach my third spirit ring in a few days, you can come at me together. I'll let you have one hand. Faced with their terrible attitudes, Huo's expression darkened as she issued a warning. Huo, I'm taking both of you down. A sick cat. So you admit you're a tigress? Mu Yang thought silently to himself. Of course, he didn't dare voice such a comment, it might damage their sibling bond. Zhao Wu, did you just say you'll attach your third spirit ring in a few days? Weren't you only at level 28 recently? Huo Shuang's expression shifted as he quickly asked. As someone who had just reached level 29, hearing that his younger sister who was a year younger was already about to surpass him was shocking. Nodding, Huo replied, it's because of the coxcomb sunflower. Not only did it evolve my martial soul, but my spirit power also increased significantly. In fact, I feel like my spirit power hasn't just risen by 2 levels. It should be more. It's just capped at level 30 because I haven't attached the third spirit ring yet. The massive boost to her spirit power, coupled with her martial soul's evolution, was why Huo's bath and wardrobe change had taken an entire hour. She'd spent most of the time admiring herself. Zhao Yang, didn't you also consume an immortal herb? Why hasn't your spirit power skyrocketed? Huo Shuang looked at Mu Yang, puzzled. The immortal herb I consumed is rather unique and doesn't directly boost spirit power. Mu Yang explained, waving a hand dismissively. After a pause, he turned to Huo and added, sis, once you become a soul elder, your level should be at least 35. Referring to Ma Hongjun from the original story, the coxcomb sunflower was known to bring at least 5 levels of spirit power improvement. With her current physical strength, Huo should have no problem handling a third spirit ring of over 5,000 years. Combining the spirit power gain from the new ring with the herb's effects, a level 35 soul elder was a conservative estimate. Level 36 or even 37 wouldn't be surprising. Hearing this, Huo's eyes lit up, but she still hesitated. Really? Fake. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Chapter 51, Staying Up Late Cultivating. Zhao Yang, it's getting late. You just came back from soul hunting today. How about you rest for now? Glancing at the soul guide clock on the wall in the living room, Huo Shuang noticed it was already the early hours of the morning. He addressed Mu Yang with concern. Yes, Zhao Yang, you should rest first. You've only just recovered from your illness, so don't overexert yourself and fall sick again. Huo chimed in, nodding in agreement. In Huo's eyes, her younger cousin Mu Yang's frail condition had only recently improved. It was best not to exhaust himself and risk a relapse. Alright then. Realizing that uncle and aunt wouldn't be able to fully absorb the medicinal effects of the immortal herbs anytime soon, Mu Yang nodded. After freshening up, he returned to his bedroom. Go straight to sleep? Impossible. As a dedicated hard worker, how could he go to bed so early? Mu Yang, stay up late cultivating immortality, boundless power. In Mu Yang's view, although he didn't have a standard cheat, he still had 3 smaller ones. The first was his knowledge of the original blot. The second was his twin martial souls. The third was his innate ability, deduction. Between these 3, it was his deduction ability that was likely the most important. Without it, he wouldn't have been able to develop the foundational meditation technique that allowed him to cultivate without awakening his martial soul. Without that meditation technique, he wouldn't have attained innate full soul power. And without innate full soul power, he likely wouldn't have awakened his twin martial souls. Of course, the relationship between innate full soul power and twin martial souls needs to be reversed. It's not that innate full soul power enables the awakening of twin martial souls, but rather that having twin martial souls results in extremely high innate soul power. Naturally, exceptions like himself and Tang-san, who started cultivating before their martial soul awakenings, are special cases and can't be considered the norm. If his talent had been lacking, merely knowing the plot wouldn't have changed much. At best, he wouldn't have lived as carefree or with as much promise for the future as he does now. As the cornerstone of his abilities, Mu Yang naturally wanted to maximize the use of his deduction talent. When conditions allowed, he would simulate twice daily, morning and night, without interruption. After developing the Sun Body refining technique, Mu Yang began working on a secret attack technique suitable for his Fire Shadow martial soul. Before reaching the rank of titled Douluo, Mu Yang had no plans to attach soul rings to his Ice Fire Saint Shadow martial soul. Unless he could hunt down a 100,000-year-old soul beast and successfully attach its ring, or if the beast willingly offered itself in sacrifice, Mu Yang preferred to save the slots. This would allow him to rapidly increase his soul power to rank 99 Ultimate Douluo by attaching high-age soul rings after becoming a titled Douluo. As for his food-type ginseng martial soul, it lacked combat capabilities. And as someone with twin martial souls, Mu Yang had no interest in attaching the soul rings of a mirror beast to create duplicates of other martial souls or soul skills. Counterfeits are ultimately counterfeits, inferior to the originals. Moreover, he didn't lack a combat martial soul. Once his Ice Fire Saint Shadow martial soul was perfected, such techniques would become obsolete. Instead of pursuing imitation martial souls or soul skills, he would focus on mastering secret techniques. After all, profound secret techniques neither take up soul ring slots nor become obsolete. They remain useful throughout one's life and could benefit not only himself but also people like Hueco. However, plans rarely keep up with changes. Before he could finalize the secret technique, his martial soul evolved, resulting in a change in attributes from pure fire to ice fire fusion. Fortunately, his previous efforts weren't wasted. From the outset, Mu Yang had chosen to develop techniques without specific elemental attributes. The secret technique would naturally adopt the attributes of the user's soul power. For someone without elemental differentiation, it would remain neutral and universally applicable. This wasn't foresight on Mu Yang's part but rather a deliberate choice based on personal considerations. For instance, a certain young lady's martial soul was ice attribute. If he developed a fire-based attack technique, wouldn't that make it unusable for her? Moreover, according to Mu Yang's earlier plans, after Huo Lai and Huo Shuang consumed the Golden Earth Dragon Gourd and Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, their martial soul attributes might no longer be purely fire-based. Thus, he aimed to develop universally applicable techniques rather than fire-specific ones. That said, the current task wasn't about this technique. The development of an attack technique could wait. First, he needed to address the most pressing matter. What pressing matter? His meditation technique was no longer compatible after the evolution of his martial soul. His Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng martial soul now had dual ice and fire attributes, and his Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul had an Ice Fire Fusion attribute. Meanwhile, the Extreme Flame meditation technique was purely fire-based and no longer suited his cultivation. The priority was to simulate a meditation method that matched his Ice Flame Sacred Shadow martial soul and could also work with his Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng martial soul's Ice Fire Fusion attributes. Even though he hadn't developed it yet, Mu Yang had already decided on its name, Ice Flame Meditation Technique. Additionally, after discovering that the Extreme Flame meditation technique no longer suited him, Mu Yang realized a previously overlooked flaw. Specifically, after cultivating the Extreme Flame meditation technique, his internal soul power became purely fire attribute. Fire attribute soul power, however, wasn't ideal for producing the two ginseng varieties his martial soul could generate. Although he hadn't verified this conclusively, Mu Yang estimated that ginseng made with fire attribute soul power likely performed worse than those made with neutral soul power. With the Ice Flame meditation technique, however, his cultivated soul power would gain an Ice Fire Fusion attribute, an advanced version of his Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng martial soul's dual attributes. The ginseng created using this power would likely be even stronger. For instance, in the same way that life attribute power is an advanced version of wood attribute power, using life attribute soul power to execute a wood-type soul skill would yield significantly better results than using standard wood attribute soul power. Huh? The efficiency improved so much? As soon as Mu Yang activated his simulation ability to work on the Ice Flame meditation technique, he was surprised by the results. Halfway back to Blazing Academy from the Sunset Forest, he had already attempted to simulate the Ice Flame meditation technique. The difference in efficiency now compared to before was like the difference between a bicycle and a supercar. This wasn't unexpected, though. Back then, his spiritual power level had barely surpassed rank 30. But after consuming the full moon autumn dew, his spiritual power level skyrocketed by over 20 ranks. Since his deduction ability's speed was directly tied to his spiritual power, the efficiency naturally experienced a qualitative leap. Chapter 52, Magma Tyrant Dragon. Time gradually passed, and the familiar fatigue of the soul returned. Unable to continue, Mu Yang had to stop today's deductions. Afterward, instead of going straight to bed, Mu Yang gathered his energy, took out paper and pen, and began recording Lunar Refining Technique and Solar Refining Body. When it came to his family, Mu Yang was not stingy. Although the two techniques were profound, Mu Yang did not see them as strictly secret. They were not to be shared with outsiders, but blood relatives were not bound by this rule. Mu Yang was well aware that, in Douluo continent, what determined a soul master's success was not solely techniques but innate talent. Profound techniques could only serve as enhancements. Take the original story as an example, Tang San's establishment of the Tang sect. Back when the Buddha of Tang clan held on tightly to its techniques, they were kept strictly confidential. Yet, after the Tang sect was established, techniques like Mysterious Heaven Technique and Purple Demon Eye were passed down. Even with divine inheritance and a vast collection of secret techniques, the Tang sect eventually declined as time passed. This shows that the soul master profession is heavily reliant on talent. External conditions and secret techniques are secondary. With enough talent, even starting behind could lead to surpassing any second-generation prodigy in the future. That said, Mu Yang deliberately omitted the 5th realm of Lunar Refining Spirit and only recorded the 1st to 4th realms. Why? Because Mu Yang was concerned that if the technique were stolen and mastered, a soul master with spirit power breaking past the level 100 barrier might emerge in the soul master world. After all, absolute confidentiality of secret techniques is nearly impossible. In Douluo continent, spiritual soul masters who possess mind control skills could extract secrets from others. Anyone under their influence could reveal all their knowledge without resistance. For example, if a mind-controlling spiritual titled Douluo, whose spiritual power surpasses Tang Hao's, were to target him, the Great Sumeru Hammer would no longer be exclusive to the Clear Sky clan. By omitting the 5th realm, Lunar Refining Spirit could at most refine spiritual power to the pseudo-divine level. As for Solar Refining Body, its upper limit depended on the user's spirit power level. If a cultivator's spirit power level failed to reach level 100 and their comprehension didn't allow them to innovate upon the technique, the cultivation limit would remain below level 100. For a titled Douluo unable to reach level 100, Mu Yang would consider them worthy of attention for now. However, once he ascended to a god's position, they would be no more than ants and unworthy of concern. Perhaps this was also Tang Sen's reasoning when passing down the Tang sect's techniques. The next morning, in his bedroom, Mu Yang woke up feeling refreshed and resumed his deductions of the ice flame meditation technique. However, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from downstairs, spreading across the entire blazing academy. Breakthrough. Sensing this aura that far exceeded that of an ordinary 8-ring-souled Douluo, Mu Yang's face lit up with joy. He stopped his deductions, got out of bed, and quickly headed downstairs. Upon arriving, he saw Huo Shuang and Huo Wu, both of whom had stayed up all night but still looked energetic and excited. Half an hour later, Huo Lai emerged from the underground chamber, smiling as he entered the living room. "Dad, did you really break through?" Huo Wu ran up with excitement, her face full of joy. "Thanks to the immortal herb." Huo Lai nodded with a smile. "Yay!" Huo Wu jumped up in excitement. After all, her father had reached level 90, becoming a quasi-titled Douluo. With just 1/9 soul ring, he would officially join the ranks of the titled elites. As a dutiful daughter, her joy was indescribable. Who wouldn't want their father to be a powerful titled Douluo? "Congratulations, uncle, aunt's husband, on achieving titled Douluo status." Huo Shuang and Mu Yang stepped forward to congratulate him. "Haha, not officially yet. It's still too early for that." Huo Lai laughed and waved his hand. Though he spoke humbly, it was evident he had already thought of his future title. "Uncle, has your martial soul evolved?" Mu Yang asked Huo Lai. Although he hadn't seen Huo Lai's martial soul, Mu Yang sensed a change. Huo Lai no longer exuded pure fiery explosiveness. Instead, he carried a deep, layered presence, akin to a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. What's more, Huo Lai's hair, originally golden brown like Huo Shuang's, had turned black with streaks of red, resembling cooling magma. "Martial soul, possess." Hearing this, Huo Lai smiled and released his martial soul with a low shout. Instantly, black and red flames surged around him. Huo Lai's body bulked up, his skin was covered in a layer of hot, black-red scales, his hands turned into dragon claws, and 2 horns grew from his head. Behind him, a massive shadow of a ferocious dragon appeared, its scales black and red interwoven, with 2 horns, 4 claws, and wings. Faced with Huo Lai's martial soul possession, Mu Ying and Huo Wu remained unaffected due to Huo Lai's lack of targeted intent. However, Huo Shuang's reaction was different. Upon seeing the newly evolved black and red dragon martial soul, Huo Shuang, with his one-horned fiery tyrant dragon martial soul, trembled all over. His legs weakened, and he dared not summon even a shred of resistance. Clearly, even though Huo Lai hadn't released his martial soul's suppression, Huo Shuang still suffered from it. Due to the vast power gap, this usually subtle suppression became magnified exponentially. Is it dual fire and earth attributes? Or a fusion of fire and earth into magma? After carefully observing the black and red dragon shadow, Mu Ying asked Fire Lai. It's fire and earth dual attributes, but I named it Magma Tyrant Dragon. Truthfully, Huo Lai felt both excited and slightly disappointed. By consuming the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, Huo Lai, who was already close to level 89, directly broke through to level 90, becoming a quasi-titled Douluo. His martial soul also evolved into a stronger Magma Tyrant Dragon. There was no doubt that this evolved martial soul, derived from the top-tier beast martial soul one-horned fire tyrant dragon, was now one of the continent's strongest. It might even rival the strongest beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. While the evolution was a blessing, its fire and earth dual attributes perfectly matched the magma mimicry training grounds of Blazing Academy. It also came with a downside. The addition of earth attributes meant Huo Lai could no longer cultivate pure fire techniques like extreme flame meditation. The dream of achieving extreme fire now seemed unattainable. Chapter 53, Truly Extraordinary. Mu Ying was unaware of Huo Lai's slight frustration. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, because Mu Ying had already devised a plan in advance. The extreme flame meditation method was something he had derived himself using his innate talent, combined with ordinary meditation methods. It was not granted by some unknown deity, as Huo Lai imagined. Since he was able to deduce the fire attribute extreme flame meditation method, and was now working on the ice-fire fusion ice-flame meditation method, it was only natural that he could later deduce the fire-earth fusion magma meditation method. However, the magma meditation method would have to wait until he completed the ice-flame meditation method. Fortunately, having previously deduced the extreme flame meditation method, switching attributes was now simpler. Coupled with the significant enhancement of his spiritual power, the time required for deduction would be much shorter than before. Whether it was the ongoing ice flame meditation method or the future magma meditation method, neither would take long to be finalized. This was akin to a martial arts grandmaster creating a first-class martial technique, which might require 10 years of effort. But when creating a second technique later, due to the experience gained, it would certainly take far less time. Moreover, while Huo Lai's evolved martial soul was named Magma Tyrant Dragon, it merely possessed fire and earth dual attributes. It wasn't the fused magma attribute. The difference between the two was like comparing two soul masters with excellent coordination to a pair capable of triggering a martial soul fusion skill. Under otherwise equal conditions, the latter would far surpass the former. Of course, the gap between fire-earth dual attribute soul power and magma attribute soul power might not be as significant as the difference between ordinary soul masters and those capable of martial soul fusion. After all, the magma attribute wasn't an exceptionally high-tier attribute. Still, if Huo Lai, with his dual attribute martial soul, were to cultivate the magma meditation method, perhaps his magma tyrant dragon martial soul could truly evolve into a magma attribute magma tyrant dragon. Uncle, Sister Huo Wu has reached level 30, but you can take her to hunt for a soul ring after some time. As he spoke, Mu Ying retrieved 2 pieces of paper from his soul guidance storage bracelet, containing abridged versions of the lunar spirit refinement and solar body refinement, and handed them to Huo Lai. Oh? Seeing this familiar gesture, Huo Lai's eyes lit up immediately as he accepted the pages from Mu Yang. Lunar spirit refinement and solar body refinement? At first glance at the names, Huo Lai had a general idea of their content. After skimming through them briefly, his suspicions were confirmed. These were indeed mental power cultivation and body refinement techniques. As expected, anything bestowed by a deity was truly extraordinary. Musa woke up much later than Huo Lai, not until near noon, after fully refining the medicinal power of the 8-petal immortal orchid. However, unlike Mu Ying and Huo Wu, who refined their herbs partially, Musa completely refined the medicinal power in one go. Consequently, she no longer had residual medicinal power in her body to assist with future soul power cultivation. After refining the medicinal power of the 8-petal immortal orchid, Musa's soul power level increased from 77th level soul saint to 80th level quasi-soul Douluo. It was evident that she still had a substantial reserve of accumulated soul power that had not manifested due to the absence of her 8th soul ring. When a fully mature immortal herb was given to a 77th level soul saint, the increase in soul power would certainly not be limited to just 3 levels. But compared to Hueco, Muse's changes after consuming the immortal herb were less dramatic. Although the strength of her fire shadow martial soul improved slightly, there wasn't any significant transformation. Was a fully mature 8-petal immortal orchid inferior to an immature earth dragon golden melon? The real reason wasn't that. It was that the effectiveness of consuming an immortal herb depended on its compatibility with the martial soul. Undoubtedly, the compatibility between the 8-petal immortal orchid and the fire shadow martial soul couldn't compare to that of the earth dragon golden melon and the one-horned fire tyrant dragon. In Mu Ying's view, whether an immortal herb was fully mature wasn't the most crucial factor. What mattered most was its compatibility with the martial soul. Consuming an immature herb that had high compatibility with one's martial soul would often yield better results than consuming a mature herb with low compatibility. After all, while immortal herbs were precious, their effects were limited and not excessively overpowering. This principle could be seen in the original story, where Zhuzuking consumed an immortal herb but only received a black level 5 test during the Sea God trials. Although the Sea God trial rankings couldn't fully represent a soul master's innate talent and potential, they were generally accurate. Black level 5 tests, while rare on Sea God Island, weren't unprecedented. For Zhuzuking to receive a black level 5 test suggested that in Poseidon's eyes, excluding special cases like Zhao Wu and those who directly received the Sea God's trial, such as Ting San, or Ning Rongarong's top tier 7 tests, the rest of the Shrek 7 monsters, despite consuming immortal herbs, were merely average. The fact that the Shrek 7 eventually ascended to godhood wasn't due to the immortal herbs. Except for Ting San and Oscar, the rest were essentially connected insiders who gained opportunities through backdoor channels. Hueco advanced to 90th level quasi-titled Douluo, Muse to 80th level quasi-soul Douluo, and Hueco to 30th level quasi-soul elder. The three of them should ideally head out to hunt for soul rings as soon as possible. At the very least, Hueco would normally take Hueco to the Sunset Forest first. However, due to obtaining the solar body refinement, all plans to hunt for soul rings were put on hold. For Hueco, his body's ability to bear soul rings was no longer a concern. At his level, the age of his 9th soul ring was not limited by his physical strength. Generally speaking, once a soul master reached level 90, as long as they weren't physically weak, they could withstand the addition of a 100,000 year 9th soul ring. But leaving aside the question of whether they could defeat a 100,000 year soul beast, merely finding one was no simple task. In this regard, Bibi Dong, whose second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, was yet to be fully equipped with 9 rings, would undoubtedly sympathize. Muse's situation was similar to Hueco's. With her level 80 soul power, she could handle nearly all 8 soul rings below 100,000 years. This meant that while their soul power levels were 10 levels apart, their goals were the same. They both aimed for soul rings close to 90,000 years. Neither rushed to hunt for soul rings because the Starred Forest was the only suitable hunting ground for their 8th and 9th rings. However, the Starred Forest was treacherous, with many high-level soul beasts. Over the years, countless soul masters had met there and there. The solar body refinement greatly enhanced physical strength. Mastering it would undoubtedly provide them with better self-preservation abilities, so they decided to postpone their soul ring hunt. As for Hueco, cultivating the solar body refinement would further enhance her physical fitness, allowing her to attach a higher age 3rd soul ring. She also planned to wait until her physical condition was fully optimized before advancing. Chapter 54, The Ice Flame Meditation Method. Half a month later, in the evening, inside the bedroom. Thanks to the massive increase in spiritual power brought about by consuming the delicate Silk Immortal, combined with the fact that it was merely a matter of altering the elemental attributes of an existing meditation method, Mu Ying had finally deduced the Ice Flame Meditation Method. In the world of Dalu, ultimate attributes were a unique phenomenon. Even the same elemental type could have different variations of ultimate attributes. For example, with ice elemental power, there existed not only the ultimate ice attribute but also a variant of it known as ultimate ice snow. The two might appear similar but were distinct in certain ways. The best-known examples of this distinction were 2 of the 10 great beasts in later generations, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, Ice Emperor, who wielded ultimate ice, and the Snow Empress who controlled ultimate ice snow. Similarly, for the light element, there was ultimate light as well as a variant known as ultimate holy light. A pure-blooded bright holy dragon possessed ultimate light, while the variant, ultimate holy light, was likely characteristic of the 6-winged angel martial soul. Even if not at lower levels, at the demigod stage, both Kion Dalu and the god-ascended Kion Renksu would undoubtedly wield ultimate holy light. Moreover, ultimate attributes were not limited to singular elemental powers. Fusion of elements could also result in ultimate attributes, and even non-elemental powers had their own ultimate variations, such as ultimate strength, ultimate speed, and more. The Ice Flame Meditation Method, An ice-fire fusion attribute meditation technique, absorbed both ice and fire elemental energies from the surroundings to transform them into a unique ice flame attribute soul power. Similar to the extreme flame meditation method, continuous cultivation of the ice flame meditation method would allow the attributes of Mu Yang's martial souls to evolve toward ultimate ice flame. However, before achieving ultimate ice flame, the ice fire immortal Jade Ginseng martial soul needed to evolve from its dual attribute state into a fusion attribute state, thus becoming a true ice flame martial soul. Regardless, whether it was the ice flame Saint Shadow advancing toward ultimate ice flame or the two-stage evolution of the ice fire immortal Jade Ginseng, Mu Yang didn't need to worry. He simply needed to focus on cultivating the ice flame meditation method. Over time, these evolutions would naturally come to fruition. While Mu Yang was busy deducing the ice flame meditation method over the past few days, Hueco and the others weren't idle either. Due to their relatively low soul power levels, both Hueco and Huo had mastered the basics of solar body refinement. 2 days ago, both had reached the level thresholds corresponding to their soul power ranks. Huo, already close to breaking through to the 30th rank soul elder, was further motivated by being surpassed by his younger sister. Yesterday, he finally advanced to the 30th rank. By now, the two had already been taken by Huo to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. Of course, after obtaining her soul ring and advancing, Huo's soul power rank would inevitably be left far behind by Huo once again. Only after Huo achieved the 9-ring titled Dalu level and obtained the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng from Behi of the Speed Plan for Huo would he have any chance of catching up to his sister. During this time, another significant breakthrough occurred within the academy. Following Muzu, the nearly 60-year-old Vice Dean Kai Changyan, whose soul power had been stuck at the bottleneck of the 79th rank Soul Saint level, broke through to become an 80th rank quasi-soul Dalu. Kai Changyan's breakthrough wasn't due to Huo teaching him the extreme flame meditation method but rather thanks to Mu Yang giving Huo a 9 treasure purples oisia. Huo then passed the herb to Kai Changyan. While a 9 treasure purples oisia wasn't an immortal herb, it still possessed transformative effects and helped Kai Changyan break through his bottleneck to reach the 80th rank. 3 days later, Huo and Huo returned from their soul ring hunt. As expected, after adding a 7,000-year-old third soul ring, Huo's soul power rose to 32nd rank soul elder. However, Huo's advancement surpassed Mu Yang's predictions. After attaching her nearly 7,000-year-old third soul ring, her soul power immediately increased to the 36th rank soul elder. Excluding the 2 levels brought by the third soul ring itself, the Rooster-Crest Phoenix Sunflower had given her an additional 6 levels of soul power. If not for the high quality of their soul power cultivated through the extreme flame meditation method, which required greater accumulation to advance, the 7,000-year third soul ring might have increased their soul power by 3 levels instead of 2. A week later, Blazing Fire Academy welcomed 2 guests: Shui Yanyu, the Dean of Sky Water Academy, and Feng Zhen, the Dean of Divine Wind Academy. Given the dangers of the Starred Forest and their target being 3 90,000-year soul beasts, Huo was cautious and decided to invite these 2 formidable allies for support. Although a 90,000-year soul beast was far weaker than a 100,000-year one, its strength was still formidable, comparable to an ordinary titled Dalu in one-on-one combat. However, soul masters rarely fought fair. If the one-on-one battle wasn't feasible, a group fight was always an option. The hunting team consisted of 190th rank quasi-titled Dalu, Huo, 2 soul Daluos with soul power exceeding the 85th rank, Shui Yanyu and Feng Zhen, and 2 80th rank quasi-soul Daluos, Muzu and Kai Changyan. This lineup was more than capable of taking down a 90,000-year soul beast. After successfully hunting the first 90,000-year soul beast, one of the 3 leading figures would likely advance, altering the team composition. If fortune favored them, the lineup for future hunts would include 1 titled Dalu, 2 soul Daluos, and 2 quasi-soul Daluos. Even in the worst-case scenario, the team would still consist of 1 quasi-titled Dalu, 3 soul Daluos, and 1 quasi-soul Daluo. Although Huo could have sought assistance from Jugubo, the Heavened Empire, or the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan, all of whom would have been willing to help, he chose not to. The primary reason was that hunting 90,000-year soul beasts wasn't particularly dangerous, and showing strength to Sky Water Academy and Divine Wind Academy served a purpose. By demonstrating Blazing Fire Academy's growing power, Huo aimed to foster a sense of alliance among the 3 academies. When the time came to propose uniting the elemental academies, this groundwork would help achieve the goal naturally. Chapter 55, Tyrant Dragon Dalu. A month later, Huo, Muzu, and Kai Changyan returned to the academy. As expected, the 3 who returned from the soul hunting mission had advanced, one becoming a 9-ring titled Dalu and the other 2 reaching 8-ring soul Dalu. Kai Chenyan had advanced with an over 80,000-year-old blazing sparrow soul ring. Although his breakthrough seemed unremarkable, his soul power level reached rank 81, making him an official soul Douluo. However, possessing an 80,000-year 8th soul ring placed him above most soul Douluo in the Soul Master world, at least in terms of the age of his soul ring. It was rumored that a certain titled Douluo's 9th soul ring wasn't even 80,000 years old. Jugubo, why are you all looking at me? Compared to Kai Chenyan, Muse's breakthrough as an 8-ring soul Douluo was far more impressive. She had obtained a soul ring from a blazing flame tiger that was over 90,000 years old. Coupled with the latent soul power she had gained from fully refining the 8-petal immortal orchid but had not yet manifested, her soul power soared to rank 85 as soon as she advanced. With her enhanced talent and potential from consuming immortal herbs, as well as the solid foundation of a rank 85 soul Douluo, it was foreseeable that Muse would advance to 9-ring titled Douluo in just a few years. The one whose breakthrough soul power level stood out most, however, was not just Muse. Hueco, after attaching a soul ring from a 90,000-year crimson flame wyvern, also saw his soul power rise significantly. Instead of merely reaching rank 91 as a titled Douluo, his level had surged to rank 92. This wasn't just because of the massive energy contained within the 90,000-year soul ring. Like Muse, Hueco had previously refined the medicinal power of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, leaving part of his soul power unmanifested due to lacking a 9th soul ring at the time. With this latent soul power finally emerging, along with the addition of his 9th soul ring, Hueco had immediately ascended to rank 92 as a titled Douluo. From that moment onward, after nearly 2 centuries, Blazing Fire Academy once again had a 9-ring titled Douluo overseeing it. This elevated the academy to the strongest among the 5 great elemental academies in terms of faculty strength. Of course, it was only the strongest among the elemental academies, not among the entire continent's advanced Soul Master academies. After all, Spirit Hall Academy, belonging to Spirit Hall, boasted unparalleled faculty strength across the continent. While Spirit Hall Academy's top officials were only 8-ring soul Douluo on the surface, weaker than Hueco as a 9-ring titled Douluo, the Academy's principal held an honorary title as the current Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. This was akin to Emperor Zuyi serving as the honorary principal of Heaven Imperial Academy. Compared to other advanced Soul Master academies whose principals were often at the 7-ring or 8-ring level, Hueco's strength as a titled Douluo was undoubtedly impressive. However, compared to Bibi Dong, it was no match. Unless one considered the years prior, when Bibi Dong had just ascended as the Supreme Pontiff and had yet to become a titled Douluo. In the living room, after offering congratulations to his uncle-in-law and aunt, Mu Ying asked, "Uncle-in-law, do you plan to continue using Blazing Fire as your title?" Just as Spirit Hall's Angel family had the Angel Douluo title, and the Clear Sky clan had the Clear Sky Douluo title, tradition dictated that the strongest individual in Blazing Fire Academy, usually its principal, would inherit the title of Blazing Fire Douluo upon becoming a titled Douluo. However, Hueco's case was different. In the Academy's history, every previous Blazing Fire Douluo had possessed purely fire attribute martial souls. Hueco's previous martial soul, the Flame Tyrant Dragon, was purely fire attribute. However, after evolving into the Magma Tyrant Dragon, it now possessed both fire and earth attributes. Using Blazing Fire as his title seemed somewhat inappropriate. "My title shall be Tyrant Dragon." Hueco straightened his back and declared proudly. "Tyrant Dragon." Mu Ying's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Hueco. Tyrant Dragon Luo sounded like the epitome of a brute. Fortunately, Hueco was a man. If he had been a woman, people might have whispered about Mother Tyrant Dragon behind his back. "What about a title banquet?" Mu Ying asked again. A title banquet was a tradition among the Soul Masters of the Douluo continent. Most who achieved the rank of titled Douluo would host one, inviting representatives from various factions to attend. The purpose of such banquets was twofold. Firstly, to celebrate the achievement, as becoming a titled Douluo was a momentous occasion. Secondly, to announce one's strength to the continent, deterring would-be enemies while also staking a claim in regional power dynamics. On the Douluo continent, where strength reigned supreme, the strong were entitled to enjoy greater benefits than the weak. Hueco shook his head and said, "No need for that. Blazing Fire Academy is different from other forces. We don't need to flaunt our strength to secure benefits. Besides, whether or not this principle is a titled Douluo has little effect on the Academy's enrollment. As one of the elemental academies, Blazing Fire Academy already had a stellar reputation within the Heaven Empire. Its exclusivity in admitting only fire attribute soul masters gave it more appeal to fire attribute talents than even Heaven Imperial Academy. In this context, whether the Academy had a titled Douluo in its ranks didn't make much difference. No banquet. Mu Ying was a bit disappointed. No banquet meant no invitations to other factions. Without those invitations, Skywater Academy, which had participated in the soul hunting expedition, likely wouldn't send representatives. Without representatives, the sisters definitely wouldn't. Ahem. How could Mu Ying, at his young age, be swayed by mere beauty? This was entirely unbecoming. Mu Ying, women will only slow down my swordsmanship. Wait. I don't practice swordsmanship. Never mind, then. Uncle-in-law, this is for you. Suppressing his disappointment, Mu Ying took out the magma meditation method he had recently deduced and handed it to Huo. Having gained experience deducing the ice flame meditation method, Mu Ying's speed in developing special meditation methods had improved significantly. Within just a week, the magma meditation method, a fire-earth fusion attribute meditation technique, was complete. Magma meditation method? Huo's eyes lit up as he took it. This was like receiving a pillow when feeling sleepy. His martial soul had just evolved into the magma tyrant dragon, shifting from a pure fire attribute to a fire-earth dual attribute. Huo had thought he would have to continue cultivating the now less suited extreme flame meditation method or revert to a basic one. He hadn't expected a fire-earth fusion technique to appear so soon. This nephew of mine is so thoughtful. Praise be to the great divine. I must train diligently to help this nephew acquire 100,000 year 7th or 8th soul ring someday. Looking at his exceptionally filial nephew, Huo resolved silently in his heart. Chapter 56, You're quite skilled at this. Smack suddenly, Huo Shuang slapped his forehead hard. At this moment, Huo Shuang remembered something important and hurriedly asked Mu Ying, Zhao Yang, now that my father has advanced to titled Luo, that crystal blood dragon ginseng you mentioned in a dangerous place, shouldn't we be able to retrieve it now? If Huo Shuang had never witnessed the effects of immortal-grade herbs, he wouldn't have thought much about such things. But after seeing their miraculous effects and with Mu Ying having promised him a share, Huo Shuang had been itching with anticipation recently. Ask yourself, which soul master wouldn't want their martial soul to undergo a transformation, their talent and potential to evolve, and their soul power to skyrocket? Especially when his younger sister had surpassed him by 5 ranks. Although Huo Shuang hadn't been slacking during this past month of cultivation, his soul power remained at rank 32, still a 3-ring soul elder. Meanwhile, after advancing to 3 rings and starting at rank 36, Huo, already on the cusp of another breakthrough, had climbed to rank 37 during this time. As for the claim that the crystal blood dragon ginseng was in a dangerous place, it was just a story. Young people don't need to know too much, they just need to sit tight and wait to eat their immortal herb. Hearing this, Mu Ying turned to look at Huo. The crystal blood dragon ginseng was in Beihe's possession. Asking Mu Ying wouldn't help, it all depended on Huo. What's your hurry, kid? Here. Huo chuckled and scolded Huo Shuang before taking a jade box from his storage soul tool and handing it over. Huo Shuang eagerly opened the jade box to check its contents. Immediately, a refreshing fragrance wafted from within. Inside the box lay a blood-red ginseng over a foot long. The surface of the ginseng featured distinct protrusions, which formed a unique pattern resembling a 5-clawed dragon soaring through the skies. You've retrieved it so quickly? After confirming it was indeed the crystal blood dragon ginseng, Mu Ying couldn't help but ask Huo in surprise. Initially, Mu Ying had planned to trade an unused see and kill Huo immortal herb for it. But now that the crystal blood dragon ginseng was in hand, the see and kill Huo immortal herb could be saved. Huo nodded. It's not that far from the starred forest, so I went after the soul hunting trip. Times were different now. With the Clear Sky sect secluded and the Speed clan losing their major backing, their entire clan had only one 8-ring souled Luo Beihe. Furthermore, Beihe wasn't even skilled in combat and wasn't qualified to argue with a titled Luo. After displaying his 9 soul rings and some friendly persuasion, Huo spent 1 million gold soul coins to buy the crystal blood dragon ginseng from Beihe. 1 million gold soul coins for an immortal herb, even if only semi-mature, was a massive bargain. As for whether Beihe would harbor resentment toward him, Huo didn't care. Without their major backing, the weaklings of the Speed clan were fortunate that this Luo didn't resort to outright robbery. Opting for a fair trade was already a huge favor. Half a day later, after consuming the crystal blood dragon ginseng, Huo Shuang underwent a magnificent transformation. Not only did his soul power jump to rank 36, but his previously golden-brown short hair also turned into a crystalline red hue. Unsurprisingly, the compatibility between the crystal blood dragon ginseng and Huo Shuang's unicorn fire tyrant dragon martial soul was high, causing the martial soul to evolve. Visually, the evolved martial soul named the Crimson Crystal Dragon by Huo Shuang had 2 sharp dragon horns atop its head, crimson flames enveloping its body, and scarlet crystal scales covering its 4-legged, winged dragon form. Overall, apart from differences in attributes and coloration, it bore some resemblance to Huo's magma tyrant dragon. Additionally, its martial soul quality was nearly on par. There's no need to deduce a new meditation method for him. Observing the single attribute fire martial soul of Huo Shuang's Crimson Crystal Dragon, Mu Yang thought to himself. Since the martial soul's attribute hadn't changed, Huo Shuang could continue cultivating the extreme flame meditation method, just like Huo Wu and Muzu. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. At Skywater Academy's spacious training ground, Shui Binger, her Ice Phoenix martial soul activated, was practicing her first soul skill, Ice Seal. Her first soul ring glowed intermittently as she refined her control over the skill. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, followed by a cheerful voice. "Sister, Zhao Mu Yang sent you another letter." Stopping her practice, Shui Binger turned to see Shui Yewer holding up a letter and running toward her. "Yewer, you didn't secretly open it, did you?" Taking the letter, Shui Binger didn't open it immediately. Instead, she questioned Shui Yewer suspiciously. It wasn't that Shui Binger was overly cautious, but someone had a history of doing just that. Of course not. Absolutely not. Shui Yewer shook her head vigorously, her face a picture of seriousness. But seeing her sister's over-the-top reaction, Shui Binger instantly knew Shui Yewer had peaked. Helplessly, she tapped her younger sister on the forehead and said, "How many times have I told you not to read my letters in the future? Oh, come on, sister. We're family, aren't we?" Realizing she'd been caught, Shui Yewer quickly clung to Shui Binger's arm and began acting cute. Made a mistake? Easy fix. Just change the subject and pour on the charm. Her good sister would forgive her. Will you still do it in the future? Shui Yewer shook her head like a rattle drum. No, I promise. You said that last time. Then why even ask? Shui Yewer mumbled under her breath. Although her voice was soft, Shui Binger, now a rank 33 Soul Elder, heard it clearly. Rolling her eyes, Shui Binger asked, "What's gotten you so curious about the letters Mu Yang writes me? Sister's dating someone. Shouldn't I, as her younger sister, properly vet him?" Shui Yewer replied righteously. "What? I'm not dating anyone. Don't spout nonsense, you brat." Shui Binger's eyes widened at Shui Yewer's words, and then her cheeks reddened as she responded in embarrassed anger. "I'm not spouting nonsense. Zhao Mu Yang writes to you regularly, and you always reply. This time, he even invited you to watch the Soul Master tournament together. And you're saying you're not dating?" Thinking of the letter's content, Shui Yewer felt even more justified. "It's just watching the tournament together. What does that prove?" Shui Binger retorted without hesitation. "Watching the tournament together? Sister, you're a girl. Shouldn't you think twice about this? It's not what you think. The Soul Master tournament is a grand event in our world. Watching it together is normal. Besides, I treat Zhao Mu Yang as a little brother." Realizing she'd said too much, Shui Binger hurried to explain. Shui Yewer's eyes lit up with understanding. "I see. First, you treat him like a brother, and when he grows up, you'll eat him all at once. Sister, I didn't expect you to be so skilled at this." Shui Binger. She felt like she had just been run over by a carriage. Chapter 57, The Secret Technique of Ice and Flame, Part 1, on the other side, at Blazing Fire Academy, within a relatively secluded indoor training ground. At this moment, three figures stood in the training ground. Huo Shuang and Mu Yang were positioned in the center, preparing for a soul battle, while Huo Wu stood on the sidelines, acting as both referee and spectator. Crimson Crystal Dragon, possess. With a low shout, Huo Shuang's entire body ignited with crimson flames. His muscles swelled significantly, two crimson dragon horns emerged on his head, his skin was covered with a layer of scorching crimson crystal scales, and his hands transformed into crimson crystal dragon claws. Three soul rings, yellow, and purple, appeared around him. "Come on, Mu Yang. Let me test the strength of your secret technique." After activating his Crimson Crystal Dragon martial soul, Huo Shuang spoke to Mu Yang, who stood dozens of meters away. "Ice Flame Arrow Barrage." Mu Yang nodded slightly. As he circulated his soul power, a surge of energy emerged from his body. In the air before him, over a dozen ice blue arrows radiating intense cold coalesced instantly. Go with a wave of his hand, the ice blue arrows streaked through the air, transforming into icy blue streams of light that shot rapidly toward Huo Shuang. Huo Shuang stepped forward sharply, his figure darting out to evade the incoming ice flame arrows. Dodging alone isn't enough. Mu Yang thought to himself. With a subtle shift in his intent, the previously launched ice flame arrows turned mid-air and, guided by his spiritual power, once again aimed at Huo Shuang. They can track? Second soul skill, Crimson Flame Crystal Barrier. Huo Shuang's eyes widened in surprise, but his reaction was swift. His second soul ring lit up as a red, translucent crystal shield enveloped his body, flickering with crimson flames. Originally, Hueco's second soul skill had been a defensive type technique, but after his Fire Tyrant Dragon martial soul evolved into the Crimson Crystal Dragon, his soul skills underwent changes. While their general type remained the same, their effects were enhanced, becoming significantly stronger due to the evolution. Boom. 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 The next moment, over a dozen ice flame arrows struck the Crimson Crystal Shield, producing a series of intense explosions. Ice blue flames burst forth in clusters. In an instant, the Crimson Crystal barrier around Hueco was engulfed in roaring ice flames. The Ice Flame Arrow Barrage was a powerful offensive technique derived from the secret technique of ice and flame that Mu Ying had developed. It could be used for concentrated attacks on a single target or distributed for group attacks, delivering dual-layered damage. The first layer of damage came from the physical impact of the ice flame arrows, akin to ordinary arrow strikes. The second layer of damage occurred after the arrows hit their target, exploding into ice flames that caused ultra-low temperature burning, completely opposite to the effects of ordinary flames. Due to the strong adhesive nature of the ice flames, unless the target physically isolated the flames or neutralized them with soul power of equal or greater strength, they would have to endure the burning until the energy infused into the arrows by Mu Ying was completely expended. For soul masters with defensive type soul skills, the Ice Flame Arrow Barrage wasn't overly threatening, as they could use their defensive skills to block the burning. After all, the instantaneous explosive power of the Ice Flame Arrow Barrage wasn't exceptionally strong. Given Mu Ying's soul power level of rank 25, most 3-ring and above soul masters could withstand it with their defensive skills. However, for those without defensive soul skills or who failed to activate them in time, the experience would be quite unpleasant. Third soul skill, Crimson Dragon Transformation. Realizing the troublesome nature of Mu Ying's ice flames, Hueco didn't hesitate to activate his third soul skill. As his third soul ring glowed brightly, crimson light enveloped his body. His muscles swelled further, flame-like dragon patterns appeared across his body, and a pair of crystal dragon wings covered in red scales unfurled from his back, blazing with crimson flames. His aura surged dramatically. The Crimson Dragon Transformation was a self-enhancing and flight-capable soul skill. It enveloped the user in crimson dragon fire, formed dragon wings, and provided 100% amplification to resistance against abnormal states, strength, attack, and defense, lasting for half an hour. Flight wasn't exclusive to soul masters with bird-type martial souls. Any martial soul with wings, combined with the right soul ring, could enable a soul master to fly, though they might not be as proficient. As the flames roared, the ice flames attached to the crimson crystal barrier were quickly burned away by the crimson dragon fire. Compared to Hueco, Mu Ying's soul power level was significantly lower. The gap of over 10 ranks meant that the intensity of his ice flames couldn't match the strength of Hueco's dragon fire, allowing the latter to quickly neutralize the attack. Mu Ying, don't use this secret technique in front of others. If you can avoid exposing your twin martial souls, it's best to keep them hidden. After dispelling the ice flames, Hueco didn't immediately counterattack but instead advised Mu Ying seriously. Although Hueco was still young, he had heard Huolai mention the darker sides of the Soul Master world on numerous occasions. This could even be seen in how the Heaven Empire, one of the two great empires on the continent, had yet to nurture a single titled Luo. The Jade Phosphored Luo Jugubo? Jugubo wasn't cultivated by the Heaven Empire. Before joining the empire and becoming a royal guest elder, he had already reached the rank of a 9-ring titled Luo. Although Blazing Fire Academy was a neutral faction and didn't have conflicts or interests with other major forces, they couldn't afford to be careless. Hearing this, Mu Ying froze for a moment. While the Ice Flame Arrow Barrage he had just unleashed was powered by Ice Flame Soul Power, he hadn't activated his Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul. Instead, it was directly cast using the Ice Flame Soul Power cultivated through the Ice Flame Meditation technique without revealing his Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul. How could he expose his twin martial souls? After pondering for a moment, Mu Ying said, "Brother Wang, are you assuming too much? My Ice-Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng Martial Soul possesses both ice and fire attributes. Using ice attribute flames shouldn't lead others to suspect twin martial souls. The reason I can unleash Ice Flame Soul Power is because of the special nature of my meditation technique, not because I activated the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul." Before his martial soul had evolved, as a food-type soul master with a ginseng martial soul, Mu Ying indeed had to be cautious about using fire-type techniques in front of others. After all, the ginseng martial soul lacked a clear elemental attribute, making it theoretically impossible for him to cultivate fire-attributed soul power. If he had used fire-type techniques then, combined with his red hair, others might have speculated that he possessed twin martial souls, with the second being fire-attributed. But after his martial soul evolved, such assumptions no longer had any basis. The Ice-Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng martial soul naturally possessed both ice and fire attributes, fulfilling the prerequisites for cultivating the fusion of ice and fire soul power. Ice Flame Soul Power. Chapter 58, The Ice Flame Secret Method, Part 2. Due to the extremely low probability of a soul master awakening twin martial souls, even if a brilliant mind were to come across this situation, they would probably not think of twin martial souls. Instead, they would believe that there is a special fusion secret method for the ice and fire attributes of soul power. From what Mu Yang knows, aside from himself, there seem to be no other soul masters on a continent who possess both ice and fire attributes in their martial souls, let alone any powerful soul masters with both. This means that even if such a fusion secret method exists, it is something only he can use. For others, it would be useless, akin to the evil Excalibur sword technique, which requires a major sacrifice before it can be practiced, despite the protagonist's promising future. Since the secret method is effectively useless for others, Mu Yang plans to use the Ice Flame secret method as his greatest countermeasure, while keeping it on the surface as the main weapon for the foreseeable future. This way, even without his powerful titled Luo-level elder as his backer, the reputation of the Blaze Fire Academy alone would be enough to deter others' curiosity. Got it. Huo suddenly understood. Indeed, as Mu Yang had said, knowing that Mu Yang possessed twin martial souls led him to initially assume that Mu Yang had used the Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul's power when he saw the Ice Flame. However, he didn't realize that Mu Yang could cultivate the Ice Flame soul power just through meditation alone. Let's continue. As the words left his mouth, Huo's dragon wings behind him fluttered, soaring into the air, transforming into an aerial combat unit. To be honest, Huo's third soul skill, Crimson Flame Dragon Transformation, was extremely powerful. Not only did it enhance his own abilities, but it also granted him the ability to fly. When soul masters aren't at a very high level, the advantage of flight is immense. If they can defeat their enemies, they fight; if they can't, they escape. Ordinary soul masters can't catch them, especially if their opponent lacks flight abilities or ranged attacks. Fortunately, while Mu Yang currently only possesses the Ice-Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng martial soul, which is a food-type martial soul, he still has some ranged attacks, not just the Ice Flame Arrow or Ice Flame Armor, Ice Flame Mirror, Ice Flame Spear. Mu Yang shouted, and a flash of ice blue soul power surrounded him. His soul power surged, forming an ice blue armor from head to toe. A 5-foot-long ice blue spear materialized in his right hand. Immediately afterward, 6 perfectly smooth, 1-foot diameter ice mirrors appeared and surrounded him at a distance of 2 meters. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Fireball. Seeing Mu Yang fully equipped, Huo's expression became serious. He clapped his claws together in front of his chest, crimson light and fire surged, and a palm-sized crimson ball of light rapidly formed. In the next moment, the crimson ball shot toward Mu Yang like a cannonball. Control. Mu Yang mentally commanded, and one of the ice mirrors shot out from the circle. As it flew through the air, it rapidly expanded into a giant ice mirror, 1 meter in diameter, intercepting the incoming crimson fireball. Boom! The crimson fireball struck the massive ice mirror, and instantly, fiery explosions filled the air, like a bomb going off. The ice mirror was covered in cracks. The next moment, the ice mirror shattered, and tiny ice blue flames scattered, fading into the sky. Though the ice mirror broke, Mu Yang had successfully defended against Huo's first soul skill without any harm, with the only cost being the soul power consumed to form the ice mirror. Just as the ice mirror shattered, Mu Yang's body shimmered with ice blue light, and the 6 ice mirrors around him reappeared. Ice Flame Mirror was one of the special defensive techniques from the Ice Flame secret method that Mu Yang had deduced. The specific effect was to form 6 ice mirrors around his body and control them with his thoughts to block physical and energy attacks from his opponents. The number of mirrors used could be adjusted depending on the strength of the attack. At least 1 mirror and up to 6 could be used. The reason for the limit of 6 mirrors was that if there were more, the defensive power of a single mirror would be reduced, and fewer would not increase the defense effect. In Mu Yang's view, the flexibility of Ice Flame Mirror made it far superior to other defense skills like Ice Flame Armor. Most defensive skills form a protective layer around the Soul Master's body, and if the attack is too powerful, the Soul Master must endure the residual damage from the attack. However, Ice Flame Mirror could intercept the opponent's attack in advance, greatly enhancing survival chances. Even if the attack's strength could break the mirrors, it would not harm Mu Yang due to the distance between him and the attack. Furthermore, with Ice Flame Mirror, he could still use other defense techniques at the same time, creating an extra layer of protection without conflict. Besides this, Ice Flame Mirror had another special use. It depended on whether his elder cousin could hold on long enough. Mu Yang wasn't the type to let his opponent strike without retaliation. After blocking Huo's attack, Mu Yang focused his strength, and the ice flame spear flew directly at Huo, who was hovering in midair. Whoosh! The spear shot toward Huo, but the latter's dragon wings flapped, and he shifted several meters to avoid the attack. However, just as Huo brushed past the spear, it suddenly turned around in midair and arced towards his back. Although Ice Flame Arrow Array and Ice Flame Spear were two different techniques, they were essentially similar. The former had many smaller arrows, while the latter had fewer but larger projectiles. Despicable! Huo, who had anticipated the return of the Ice Flame Spear, cursed silently. His dragon wings flapped, trying to evade once again. After all, the Ice Flame Arrow Array could lock onto its target, so there was no reason the Ice Flame Spear should only fly straight. Unfortunately, Huo's speed wasn't fast enough. Like a flea jumping in midair, he dodged a few times, but the spear still pierced his fiery crystal shield. Boom! The violent explosion resounded, and the Ice Flame Spear shattered, releasing a large burst of ice blue flames that stuck to Huo's nearly broken Crimson Flame crystal shield. Chapter 59, The Ice Flame Secret Method, Part 3, Crack. Boom! Before Huo could repeat his previous tactic of using his Crimson Dragon Flames to extinguish the ice flames, the Crimson Crystal Shield covering his body shattered under the excessive damage it endured. However, Huo felt a bitter relief that the intense ice flames previously attached to the Crimson Flame Crystal Shield, unlike the Ice Flame Spear, were no longer under Mu Ying's remote control. After the shield shattered, the flames continued to burn but didn't stick to his body. Instead, they fell from mid-air once they lost their attachment point. This kid has too many annoying tricks. I'll have to engage him in close combat to have a chance of winning. Glancing at Mu Yang below, clad in icy blue armor and surrounded by 6 ice mirrors, Huo silently calculated in his heart. With that, Huo flapped his dragon wings and sped toward Mu Yang with incredible speed. Huo understood that if they were to engage in a ranged battle to see who could last longer, he would definitely lose. His only ranged attack was his first soul skill, Crimson Flame Fireball. Its flight speed wasn't very fast, and as a first soul skill, its attack power wasn't strong enough to penetrate Mu Ying's ice mirrors. On the other hand, despite being 10 levels lower in soul power, Mu Ying's Ice Flame Arrow Array and Ice Flame Spear posed a significant threat to him. Close combat? Seeing Huo charging directly toward him, Mu Yang could immediately tell what his opponent was planning. Without hesitation, he began circulating his soul power and unleashed the most powerful move from the Ice Flame secret method. Ice Flame Dragon. With a loud shout, Mu Yang poured most of his remaining soul power into the move. As his soul power surged, biting cold air spread, and a vivid ice blue dragon over 2 meters long rose behind him. Unlike the majority of Western-style dragons with 4 claws and 2 wings in the Douluo continent, the Ice Flame Dragon resembled an Eastern dragon with 4 claws and no wings. It exuded less ferocity and dominance but carried an air of nobility, mystery, and elegance. Seeing the ice blue dragon shadow behind Mu Yang, Huo's eyes widened. Although he hadn't experienced the Ice Flame Dragon's power firsthand, he could tell from its imposing aura that it far surpassed the Ice Flame Arrow Array and Ice Flame Spear. Draining a significant portion of his soul power in an instant left Mu Yang pale. He quickly retrieved a revitalizing ginseng from his soul tool storage bracelet and consumed it. Seeing Mu Yang consume a pre-prepared restorative item, Huo, who was mid-flight, froze in place and exclaimed, "Seriously, Mu Yang? This is just a sparring match, and you're cheating?" It was well known that they had agreed beforehand to follow the rules of the Soul Master tournament for this duel. One of the rules of the tournament was that participating Soul Masters could consume food-type items to recover their strength, but only if they were made on the spot by a food-type Soul Master. If the Soul Master themselves wasn't food-type, then the food-type Soul Master must be a teammate participating in the same team battle. Mu Yang's action clearly violated the rules, and under tournament conditions, this would result in an immediate loss and disqualification. As the revitalizing ginseng took effect, restoring Mu Yang's depleted soul power, he glanced disdainfully at Huo and said, "A rank 39 assault-type Soul Master fighting a rank 25 food-type Soul Master, and you're calling me a cheater?" Over the past 6 months, Huo had trained diligently. After reaching rank 36 upon consuming the Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, he had recently advanced to rank 39. However, this wasn't a leap of 3 entire ranks. After consuming the ginseng, Huo had already been close to mid-rank 36. Pausing for a moment, Mu Yang pointed to the ice dragon behind him, the ice mirrors surrounding him, and the armor he wore. "Alright, I won't regenerate these secret techniques to consume soul power. If you can defeat this dragon, break my 6 ice mirrors, and shatter my armor, I'll admit defeat." Huo. Although Mu Yang was 14 ranks lower in soul power and a food-type Soul Master, Defeating him still required taking down the imposing ice dragon, the 6 ice mirrors, and the ice armor. It felt like fighting through an impossibly difficult trial. Thankfully, Mu Ying was his cousin. Otherwise, Huo Shuang would have muttered, "Such a terrifying opponent cannot be allowed to live. I refuse to believe that as a rank 39 soul elder, I can't beat a 2-ring food type soul master." With newfound confidence, Huo Shuang flapped his dragon wings and charged toward Mu Yang. Go. Mu Yang raised his hand, and the ice flame dragon behind him swung its tail, meeting Huo Shuang head-on. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Fireball. Huo Shuang's first soul ring lit up. His crimson crystal dragon claws converged at his chest, radiating crimson fire. A brilliant red orb formed and shot toward the approaching ice flame dragon. Faced with the incoming crimson fireball, the ice flame dragon, under Mu Ying's mental command, did not dodge. Instead, energy surged to its mouth, and it unleashed a fan-shaped torrent of ice flames. Whoosh! The icy breath clashed with the fiery crimson ball, causing it to explode in midair. However, the ice flames quickly overwhelmed the remnants of the fiery explosion and surged toward Huo Shuang. Damn it! Second soul skill, Crimson Flame Crystal Shield. Realizing his attack had failed, Huo Shuang immediately activated his defensive soul skill and tried to dodge. However, even though his soul power level far exceeded Mu Ying's, he couldn't match the speed and agility of the ice flame dragon, which was made entirely of energy. After all, if a secret technique's attack speed couldn't keep up with its target, it would be pointless. Within 3 seconds, Huo Shuang was engulfed in the icy flames, unable to escape in time. Fortunately, he had activated his full-body defense skill beforehand. Otherwise, being bathed in the ice flame dragon's breath would have left him gravely injured, if not incapacitated. The ice blue flames burned fiercely. Although Huo Shuang showed no signs of surrender, his soul power surged, and crimson dragon flames erupted from his body, pushing back against the relentless ice flames through the barrier of his crimson flame crystal shield. Go. Seeing this, Mu Yang knew he couldn't win a battle of attrition due to his significantly lower soul power level. With a thought, the 6 ice mirrors surrounding him flew toward Huo Shuang. Chapter 60, The Secret Technique of Ice Flame, and, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice mirrors streaked across the air and, in the blink of an eye, attached themselves to the crimson flame crystal barrier surrounding Huo Shuang. Explode. The next moment, Mu Yang whispered softly, and the 6 ice flame mirrors shattered with a thunderous explosion. Crack. Boom. The combination of the ice flame dragon's breath and the simultaneous explosion of the 6 mirrors unleashed a powerful energy shockwave, forcibly shattering the crimson flame crystal barrier protecting Huo Shuang. It was just an ordinary second soul skill for defense, typically used in the best balance of offense and protection for its level. Its defense wasn't particularly formidable. As the barrier around Huo Shuang disintegrated, Mu Yang immediately stopped the ice flame dragon's assault. Without a defensive soul skill to shield him, if the ice flame dragon's attack continued and Huo Shuang failed to block it completely, he might end up in a miserable state after being touched by the clinging, persistent ice flames. What do you think? Mu Yang smiled at Huo Shuang. Disgusting. After some hesitation, Huo Shuang flushed with frustration and spat out 2 words. Huo Shuang had never encountered such an annoying soul master like Mu Yang. To be honest, in Huo Shuang's view, apart from the ice flame mirrors, Mu Yang's techniques such as the ice flame arrow or the ice flame spear, the ice flame armor, and even the majestic ice flame dragon weren't particularly sophisticated. The reason Mu Yang was able to make him so miserable was not only due to the honing and tracking effects of his attacks but primarily because of the annoyingly persistent ice flames. If these ice flames were ordinary fire attacks, Huo Shuang would only need to withstand the explosive power when they landed. But the ice flames were different. They were clingy. Once attached, they were extremely difficult to get rid of. Unless one wanted to endure constant burning damage, the only option was to burn soul power to counteract and extinguish them, which Huo Shuang found incredibly frustrating. After all, he wasn't a high-level soul master and didn't have an abundance of soul power to waste. Furthermore, after witnessing Mu Yang's ice flame mirrors self-destruct and still generate those clingy ice flames post-detonation, Huo Shuang realized that close combat would be just as challenging. Because if he attempted melee combat, 6 ice mirrors could fly in at lightning speed for a face-on explosion. It would be like diving into a sea of flames unless he had a strong defensive soul skill. Suddenly, Huo Shuang thought of something and glanced at the ice flame dragon hovering in the air. After some hesitation, he turned to Mu Yang and asked, "Hey, little brother, your dragon. It won't self-destruct too, right?" From the sharp claws beneath the ice flame dragon's belly and the resilient dragon scales covering its body, Huo could tell that the dragon wasn't just about spewing those annoying ice flames, it was probably adept at close combat as well. If this ice flame dragon, skilled in close combat, suddenly self-destructed, showering him with persistent ice flames. Danger. 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 They say you learn from your mistakes. I guess the saying holds true. Wang, you've already guessed one of my trump cards. Mu Yang nodded slightly, smiling. Including the ice flame armor, all the techniques in the secret technique of ice flame had the ability to self-destruct. The principle behind this was simple: controlling the condensed ice flame soul power to instantly disperse. It was a minor trick, not difficult for Mu Yang, who possessed a talent for deduction. Of course, the true power of these techniques didn't lie in their self-destruction. Ultimately, it was the clingy, pest-like nature of the ice flames that made them so troublesome. Precisely because the ice flames were different from ordinary fire and were extremely hard to deal with, Mu Yang had incorporated self-destruction into all the techniques in the secret technique of ice flame. Huo didn't respond. He merely raised his middle finger at Mu Yang. Ahem. As the referee, I hereby announce, in this duel, 25th level food type Grand Soul Master Mu Yang wins. 39th level Assault type Soul Elder Huo is defeated. At this moment, Huo, who had been serving as the referee, cleared her throat before loudly announcing the result. Hey, hey, hey. Little Wu, was it really necessary to emphasize our soul power levels? As soon as Huo finished speaking, Huo face darkened, and he voiced his dissatisfaction. Huo immediately retorted, brother, that's not right of you. Victory and defeat are common in battle. How can you hold such a grudge? So what if you lost to Zhao Yang, who's 14 levels below you and is a food type soul master? What's there to be embarrassed about? PFFT ha. As she spoke, Huo finally couldn't hold back the amusement on her face. She burst out laughing, completely unrestrained. Honestly, the matter wasn't particularly funny. After all, Huo had watched the entire duel and understood that, despite her cousin Mu Yang's lower soul power level, his strength was not to be underestimated. The problem was that someone had, before the duel, confidently boasted about his absolute advantage as an assault-type soul master with a 14-level lead. He had promised to go easy, not use excessive force, and merely guide his little weakling opponent. The slap in the face came too suddenly. The more he had boasted earlier, the more awkward it became now. I doted on this sister for nothing. Looking at Huo, who was laughing uncontrollably, Huo felt a pang of resentment. After a while, to ease the awkwardness, he changed the subject and said, Little Wu, you've been stuck at level 39 for 2 months. The Soul Master competition is still about half a month away, and the finals are even further. You'll definitely break through to the 4-ring Soul Ancestor level by then. Why not reconsider and join this year's competition? As one of the Elemental Academies, the Blazing Fire Academy's team for this year wasn't weak. Adding or losing a 3-ring Soul Elder wasn't critical. That's why neither Huo nor Huo had planned to participate. However, having a 4-ring Soul Ancestor on the team could help the team progress further in the finals, even if winning the championship was out of the question. I'd rather not. I'll wait for the next one. Huo replied after some thought. She then added, if we can't win the championship, there's no point in participating. Huo was left speechless. The Blazing Fire Academy, though well known, wasn't the strongest among the elemental academies. Furthermore, the royal academies of both empires were collectively stronger, not to mention the continent's strongest, Spirit Hall Academy. The Blazing Fire Academy had won the championship a few times in its history, but the most recent victory was over 3 centuries ago, a distant memory. That championship had been secured thanks to a peerless prodigy born with innate full soul power. In the final match, that genius single-handedly defeated Spirit Hall Academy's team, consisting of a 5-ring Soul King and 6 high-level Soul Elders, leading the Blazing Fire Academy to glory. Chapter 61, You're done. You're going to be a bachelor 1 versus 7 in a team battle. Where are the rest of the teammates? Apologies, but in past Soul Master competitions, even the contestant with the highest soul power level from the Blazing Fire Academy team would, at best, only rank average among the Spirit Hall team members. In many cases, they would be near the bottom, with few exceptions. Of course, this situation wasn't unique to Blazing Fire Academy. The same applied to the other elemental academies, not to mention the less prominent advanced academies. After all, more than half of the continent's Soul Masters joined Spirit Hall, naturally concentrating talented Soul Masters within their ranks. For example, if all the advanced academies on the continent, excluding Spirit Academy, were to combine their efforts to form a single 7-member team, they would barely manage to gather 7 high-level Soul Ancestors under 25 years old. However, times have changed. The inability of Blazing Fire Academy to win the competition is a thing of the past. Although they stand little chance this year, Blazing Fire Academy has an almost certain chance of winning the next competition. Huo Shuang's soul power level is at 39, nearing the soul ancestor level. Huo is also close to breaking through to 4 rings. With 5 more years of cultivation, by the time the next competition begins, the siblings will undoubtedly have reached the Soul King level with 5 rings. Year limit soul rings, powerful martial souls, and profound techniques, all of these make them virtually invincible among peers, which is no exaggeration. This was something Huo Shuang could never have imagined before. The immortal herbs had been incredibly effective, speeding up cultivation even faster than when he was at the 2-ring level. Additionally, although his younger cousin Mu Ying's soul power level isn't high, his cultivation speed is remarkable. 5 years from now, even if Mu Ying hasn't reached the Soul King level, he'll still be a high-level soul ancestor. With his profound secret techniques and his annoying ice flame, Huo Shuang figures he might not be able to defeat him. Based on the standards of past competitions, the 3 of them alone could easily win against a 7-person team or even a 7-person team with 4 substitutes. The 4 other teammates, do you hear yourself? Zhao Yang, you spend all your time at the academy cultivating, never making friends or enjoying any leisure activities. That's no way to live. In a couple of days, our academy's team will head to Heaven City for the competition. Why don't you come along to watch? Huo Shuang asked Mu Yang. Of course, I'm going. Mu Yang immediately nodded. He had already written to Shui Binger, inviting her to watch the competition together. Whether or not she agreed, he was going to Heaven City. Judging by how every letter he sent her was answered without any sign of annoyance, Shui Binger probably wouldn't refuse. Moreover, the Soul Master competition is the largest event in the Soul Master world, far more lively than the World Cup or the Olympics from his past life. Any Soul Master with the means to attend wouldn't miss it unless they were too busy. Hey brother, asking him is pointless. Zhao Yang is definitely going. Huo Wu said with a laugh. Huh? Why's that? Huo Shuang asked, puzzled. As far as I know, someone has been frequently writing letters to a girl from another academy. With such a grand event as the Soul Master competition, wouldn't he want to meet her to deepen their bond? Huo Wu teased, winking at Mu Yang. A girl? Who? Oh, I know. Shui Binger from Skywater Academy, right? Little brother, your big bro has high hopes for you. Keep it up. Huo Shuang gave Mu Yang a hearty pat on the shoulder, looking pleased. Age difference? What's 6 years? Start young as childhood sweethearts, and they'll eventually grow up together. With Mu Ying's talent and Shui Binger's matching abilities, if they truly had mutual affection, neither set of parents would have any reason to oppose. Mu Ying rolled his eyes. Nothing certain yet. What are you two even talking about? Speaking of which, brother Shuang, have you ever held a girl's hand? TSK, 16 years old, halfway through your teenage years, and no girlfriend yet? Mind your own business, kid. Huo Shuang's face froze, and he replied with slight irritation. Could it be that you can't find a girlfriend? No way, right? Are you saying our amazing brother Shuang has no charm? TSK you're doomed. You're going to be a bachelor. Mu Yang exaggerated his expression in mock sympathy. Just 6 years older than me, what's with the big brother act? Bachelor? Huo Shuang's face darkened as he stared at his sharp-tongued little cousin. Zhao Yang, your comments are hitting the wrong targets. Your sister is also single. At this moment, Huo Wu reached out and poked Mu Yang on the back of the head, clearly annoyed. Mu Yang froze for a moment before asking, isn't Feng Xiaoshan from Divine Wind Academy pursuing you? I often see the gatekeeper delivering letters from him to our home. Unlike Mu Yang and Shui Binger, who exchanged letters, Feng Xiaoshan had yet to receive any reply from Huo Wu. This wasn't because Huo Wu was cold or pretentious, it was because Feng Xiaoshan had left a terrible first impression. Challenging Blazing Fire Academy in public. There was no way Huo Wu would treat him kindly. Your sister would never agree to Feng Xiaoshan's pursuit. I'm looking for a prince on a white horse. Hands on her hips, Huo Wu raised her head arrogantly. It's official. My cousin is poisoned by romance novels. Mu Yang. Within 3 seconds, Mu Yang had devised the easiest way for Feng Xiaoshan to become his cousin-in-law. Go to Heaven City, acknowledge Zhu Xing as his godfather, and with Feng Xiaoshan's innate full soul power, no one would refuse him as a godson. A prince by title, ride a white horse later, and voila, Prince Charming. A week later, early in the morning, 3 large carriages departed from the gates of Blazing Fire Academy, heading along the official road to Heaven City. Aside from the drivers, the group from Blazing Fire Academy included the 10 contestants of this year's Blazing Fire team, the Dean Huo Lai, and the Vice Dean Muzu, who acted as the team leader. Joining them were Mu Yang, Huo Shuang, Huo Wu, and Huo Yun. Mu Yang's inclusion was expected. As for Huo Yun, he was one of Blazing Fire Academy's key trainees. Though young, his talent wasn't bad. Currently, he was a 3-ring Soul Elder. In 5 years, he would likely reach the Soul Ancestor level, becoming a mainstay of the Blazing Fire team. Huo Lai had brought him along to broaden his horizons. It's worth noting that this year's Blazing Fire team was no weaker than the team in the original story. In terms of soul power levels, they were even stronger. While the 7 main members still consisted of 3 4-ring Soul Ancestors and 4 3-ring Soul Elders, their captain, Huo Ling, had reached level 46, a few levels higher than the original Huo Wu and Huo Shuang. Chapter 62, The Tremor Originating from the Martial Soul. It's not that the siblings' cultivation talents are inferior to those of Huo Ling, but rather due to their age. The age limit for participants in the Soul Master Tournament is under 25 years old. In the original work, 19-year-old Huo Wu and 20-year-old Huo Shuang could not compare to the current 23-year-old Huo Ling in terms of soul power, which is understandable. Although Tang Sen and the others were younger participants, many of the contestants from various academies did not strictly adhere to the age limit when entering. Besides Huo Wu, Huo Shuang, and Shui Binger, the so-called Golden Generation from the Spirit Hall team, consisting of Hulyina and her 2 companions, were not particularly old either, all around 21 or 22 years of age. In summary, the strength of participants in the Soul Master Tournament is not directly linked to their cultivation talent. Those who are weak may simply have less time to cultivate, resulting in lower soul power levels. Meanwhile, the strong ones may have been cultivating for longer, approaching the age limit, and their inherent cultivation talent may not be as outstanding. On the road, 3 carriages sped along. In the last carriage sat Huo Lai, Muzu, and Mu Yang. Zhao Wu, are you really not going to participate? The Academy's participant list hasn't been submitted to the organizing committee yet, so it's not too late to change your mind. Huo Lai asked Huo Wu. As the principal of the Blaze Fire Academy, Huo Lai undoubtedly hoped for Blaze Fire's team to achieve better results in the Soul Master Tournament. If Huo Wu participated, the originally strong lineup of the Blaze Fire team with 3 Soul Ancestors and 4 Soul Elders could be upgraded to 4 Soul Ancestors and 3 Soul Elder, which would help them go further in the finals. As for the issue of the 15-year-old Soul Ancestor with a Soul Ring exceeding the limit, Huo Lai wasn't concerned at all. With his own 9-ring titled Luo strength and the reputation of Blaze Fire Academy, he wouldn't care about such concerns. Unless Huo Wu explicitly planned to join the Heavenly Empire or the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, neither the Star Luo Empire nor the Spirit Hall would risk offending the Blaze Fire Academy by suppressing a genius Soul Master. Dad, my sister already said that if she can't win the championship in the Soul Master Tournament, she won't participate. Before Huo Wu could respond, Huo Shuang spoke up. Haha, hearing this, Huo Lai glanced at Huo Wu, who looked a bit embarrassed, and couldn't help but laugh. He then said, alright, we'll listen to Zhao Wu, and she can join the next tournament. It was uncertain what results the Blaze Fire team would achieve this time, but Huo Lai knew that in the next Soul Master Tournament, Blaze Fire's team would undoubtedly be the brightest among all the participants. 3 days later, around evening, the Blaze Fire Academy team arrived at Heaven City. Huo Lai wasn't short of money, and neither was Blaze Fire Academy. The team directly checked into the Tian Grand Hotel, the highest-class hotel in the city, located near the Great Soul Fighting Arena in the city center. The opening ceremony of the tournament is in 2 days, so Binger and the others should have arrived in Heaven City by now. In the hotel lobby, while waiting for the staff to complete the check-in procedures, Mu Yang couldn't help but think to himself. Not long after, the Blaze Fire Academy team completed their check-in, and their rooms were on the hotel's top floor, the 5th floor. As they went upstairs, suddenly, Mu Yang felt a tremor in his body, which made him frown and stop in his tracks. Zhao Yang, what's wrong? Huo Wu, who had been following him, asked. It's nothing. Suspecting that it might be just his imagination, Mu Yang shook his head and continued upstairs. But soon, Mu Yang realized that the tremor he had felt earlier was not a mistake. The further he went up, the more pronounced the sensation became. And what was causing this tremor was none other than his eyes' flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul. Martial Soul Fusion Technique? Upon realizing the source of the tremor, Mu Yang immediately thought of this technique, which was a symbol of powerful strength in the Soul Master world. This was because Martial Soul Fusion Technique wasn't as simple as adding 1 and 1 together. For example, even if 2 Soul Kings with 5 rings possessed the Martial Soul Fusion Technique while 2 others did not, under otherwise similar conditions, the former would be able to easily defeat the latter. Generally speaking, the Martial Soul Fusion Technique allows Soul Masters to challenge opponents at a much higher level. For instance, 2 Soul Kings with 5 rings using a fusion technique would have a strength comparable to a Soul Emperor with 6 rings. Moreover, the greater the number of participants in the martial soul fusion technique, the stronger the resulting power. For example, with Yu Zhaogang, Flender, and Li Erlong, one with a Grand Soul Master of rank 2 and 2 with Soul Saints at rank 7, they could unleash the Golden Sacred Dragon fusion technique, which would exceed the typical 8-ringed souled Luo and could even challenge a titled Luo with 9 rings. It could be expected that if someone like Yu Zhaogang, a short board member of the team, could reach the strength of a Soul Saint with 7 rings, the Golden Sacred Dragon fusion technique would likely be able to rival a titled Luo with 9 rings. However, the preconditions for forming the martial soul fusion technique were quite strict. It required perfect compatibility and complementarity between the martial souls involved. Generally, it would only occur as a 2-person fusion technique, with examples like the Golden Sacred Dragon being an exception with 3 participants. Because of the immense power of the martial soul fusion technique, there was a natural phenomenon for those who possessed it. That was, if there were no blood ties, those who shared the same gender would inevitably become good sisters or brothers, and if one was male and the other female, they would inevitably become a couple. Faced with this sudden possibility, Mu Yang couldn't help but feel conflicted. The martial soul fusion technique was powerful, but after consuming the immortal grade medicinal herbs, his soul power cultivation speed would be faster than that of a typical innate full soul power. Once he achieved titled Luo status, by adding high-quality soul rings to his Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul, he would be very close to achieving godhood. In this case, if he didn't put resources into cultivating the other party, their strength would certainly not keep up with his pace. And if one side of the martial soul fusion technique was much stronger than the other, it would diminish its effect. The greater the difference in strength, the less impact it would have. For example, if he were a titled Luo with 9 rings and the other party were just a Soul Saint with 7 rings or even a Soul Emperor with 6 rings, how much could the fusion technique enhance his power? But if he were to invest heavily in cultivating the other person, someone with no familial connection to him, Mu Yang hesitated. Moreover, martial soul fusion technique depended on the martial souls, not the individuals. Who knew what the other party's situation was like? Men were somewhat better off. As long as the other wasn't doing anything wrong, he could accept them as a subordinate. But if it were a woman who was not only older, unattractive, had poor personal habits, and had a venomous heart, he might as well forget the martial soul fusion technique altogether. Chapter 63, Lovers Will Surely Be Together. Zhao Yang, what's going on? You seem a little distracted. Seeing Mu Yang acting unusual, Musa frowned and asked. Glancing at the people from Blazing Academy, Mu Yang used Soul Force to transmit a message to Muzu, and, I've sensed a disturbance in my Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul. If I'm not mistaken, someone in this hotel should be able to form a martial soul fusion skill with me. Although Soul Force transmission is a technique that is difficult for lower-level Soul Masters to master, most Soul Masters only acquire it at the 7th ring Soul Saint level. For Mu Yang, mastering this skill wasn't difficult. In essence, Soul Force transmission is just a way for Soul Masters to apply their Soul Force and spiritual power. With his excellent control of Soul Force from practicing the Ice Flame Secret Art, plus his 5th ring spiritual power, long-distance Soul Force transmission was impossible, but short-distance transmission was no problem. Of course, with his current control of Soul Force, if there were a powerful expert nearby sensing it, his transmission would be indistinguishable from speaking aloud. What? Martial Soul Fusion skill? Musa's eyes widened in surprise, her face full of shock. Thankfully, she quickly realized that Mu Yang's Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul must be kept secret and didn't speak it aloud. Despite her shock, Musa couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. Her nephew really was blessed with great talent. Innate full soul power, twin martial souls, and now a martial soul fusion skill. He was practically unstoppable in the future. Of course, whether the martial soul fusion skill was real or not still needed further confirmation. And just as Mu Yang had thought earlier, who the other person was, whether they were male or female, their age and character were all still unknown. Immediately, Musa sent a message to Huo. After arriving on the 5th floor and assigning rooms to the people from Blazing Academy, after sending them off, the couple, who were very focused on the martial soul fusion skill, immediately accompanied Mu Yang to follow the disturbance of the martial soul. Not long after, when Mu Yang reached the end of a corridor on the 5th floor, he finally pinpointed the other person's location. The person is in a room on the 4th floor. Pointing to a suite at the end of the corridor, Mu Yang said to the two of them. Huo immediately began sensing carefully. Since they were not in their own home, he couldn't directly release his spiritual power to probe, to avoid seeing anything inappropriate. Otherwise, he could have immediately detected the other person's general situation without such trouble. However, the next moment, an expression of surprise appeared on Huo's face, and he smiled. Let's go, we know them. Mu Yang froze for a moment. Know them? Who? Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the hotel, creak, a faint sound of a door opening came, and a blue-haired woman and a blue-haired, blue-eyed girl walked out from a room at the end of the corridor. And there shouldn't be any mistakes. That feeling from the martial soul disturbance just now definitely indicates a martial soul fusion skill, just like the sensation I felt when Zhu Wu used to give me. Shui Binger confidently said to Shui Yinyu. Zhu Wu, a student who joined Skywater Academy 2 years ago, was Shui Binger's good friend. Her Ice Phoenix martial soul and Zhu Wu's Snow Silk martial soul could trigger the martial soul fusion skill, Ice and Snow Drifting. Binger, if it's a martial soul fusion skill with your Ice Phoenix martial soul, then the other person's martial soul is most likely ice or water-based. If it's a girl, that's fine, but if it's a boy, what are you going to do about it? Skywater Academy doesn't accept boys, and I heard from you that you and Zhao Mu Ying. Shui Yinyu hesitated. Hearing this, Shui Binger blushed, inwardly blaming her younger sister Shui Yuer. If it wasn't for her big mouth, none of the older sisters in the academy would be teasing her about wanting to raise a younger brother as her husband. Let's go check it out. If it's a girl, I'll just make a friend. Shui Binger said. As for a boy? Forget it, this young lady already has a martial soul fusion skill. It wasn't that Shui Binger looked down on other martial soul fusion skills after acquiring her own, but the fact was, while someone could activate a martial soul fusion skill, mastering it was another matter. Up until now, she could barely control the ice and snow drifting skill with Zhu Wu, and with her daily training and studies, she didn't have the energy to practice and master a new martial soul fusion skill. Huh? And, looks like they're coming. Suddenly, Shui Binger noticed that the person upstairs, just like her, was heading toward the stairs. But martial soul disturbances are mutual. If she could sense it, the other person could naturally sense it as well. Given how rare martial soul fusion skills are, it makes sense that they would come looking. Really? Let's go. Shui Yinyu raised an eyebrow. She was curious to see who the other person really was. At the stairway, as the distance drew closer, Mu Yang quietly prayed in his heart. Please let it be a little brother, let it be a little brother. Yes, Mu Yang didn't want the other person to be a girl. Perhaps being able to trigger a martial soul fusion skill and having one male and one female soul master would seem like a perfect match, a destiny arrangement, but Mu Yang didn't need that. His fate was in his own hands. Besides, there were so many beautiful girls on the continent, and he already had someone he liked. Even though their relationship had only reached mutual admiration and hadn't developed into an official boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he didn't need the heavens to arrange a blind date for him. And if the other person was a boy, after observing for a while, and if the person's character seemed okay, he wouldn't mind cultivating a little brother. They're here. Mu Yang silently thought. Turning the corner, the first thing that caught his eye was Binger. Seeing Shui Binger and Shui Yinyu appear before him, Mu Yang couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. This was really unexpected. The person whose martial soul was reacting to his was the girl he liked. This was no longer lovers eventually become a couple. It was lovers are destined to be together. Zhao Yang? It wasn't just Mu Yang who was stunned, Shui Binger was equally shocked. She never expected that the one whose eyes Phoenix martial soul would trigger a reaction would be the very person she had been planning to cultivate into her little husband Mu Yang. After all, they had met before, and at that time, her Ice Phoenix martial soul didn't show any signs of reacting to Mu Yang's human ginseng martial soul. Hey, I told you it was someone we knew. Huo laughed. Earlier, when he passively sensed things upstairs, he had already noticed Shui Yinyu's aura downstairs. Whoever could trigger a martial soul fusion skill with Mu Yang's Ice Flame Saint Shadow would definitely be from Skywater Academy. What surprised Huo was that the person wasn't just anyone, it was Shui Binger. Chapter 64, A Treasure Boy. Wait, Zaio Maiyang, wasn't your hair red before? Why has it turned blue? Suddenly, Shui Binger noticed something unusual about Maiyang. Besides growing taller and no longer having the pale, sickly complexion he once had, his hair color had also changed. Well, I had a stroke of luck, and my martial soul mutated and evolved. Maiyang explained. Previously, when exchanging letters, Maiyang hadn't mentioned the transformation of his martial soul to Shui Binger. He had initially planned to share the joy when they met in Heaven City to watch the Soul Master tournament together. But as it turned out, it became a big surprise instead. Maiyang, show me your martial soul now. I wonder what kind of martial soul fusion skill my Ice Phoenix martial soul can form with your evolved ginseng martial soul. Shui Binger blinked her icy blue eyes eagerly. The younger brother she had carefully nurtured was now capable of forming a martial soul fusion skill with her. This was simply fantastic. Should we find a more private place? As he spoke, Maiyang glanced at Huo. Muzu, and Shui Yin-Yu. The martial soul capable of forming a fusion skill with Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix was his second martial soul, the Ice Flame Saint Shadow. Needless to say, from the moment they could form a fusion skill, Shui Binger was practically destined to be his future wife. As for Shui Yin-Yu, who was Shui Binger's aunt, she would effectively be his aunt as well, so there was no need to worry about her becoming a threat to him in the future. But this was Heaven Grand Hotel, not a private setting. Ma Yang wasn't ready to reveal his twin martial souls to outsiders so soon. Hearing this, Shui Yin-Yu and Shui Binger were puzzled. At this moment, Musa transmitted a message to Shui Yin-Yu, Yan-Yu, Ma Yang will be your junior from now on. You must protect him well. To be honest, Ma Yang awakened twin martial souls, both of which have now evolved. The martial soul that resonates with Binger's for the fusion skill is his second one. A twin martial soul fusion skill, with one male and one female, of similar age, and their elders already equated this practically guaranteed that the two would end up together. Since they were destined to be family in the future, Musa naturally didn't hide Ma Yang's twin martial souls from Shui Yin-Yu. Besides, even if she wanted to keep it a secret, it would be impossible. After all, without releasing his martial soul, they couldn't activate the fusion skill. Upon hearing this through the mental transmission, Shui Yin-Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and she looked at Ma Yang with astonishment. What a treasure boy! Initially, Shui Yin-Yu thought Ma Yang's future would involve becoming a titled Douluo with a food-type martial soul. Though his soul power level would be high, his combat power would be minimal, requiring Shui Binger's protection. But now, it seemed that Ma Yang was destined to be one of the continent's strongest soul masters in the future. If his first martial soul was a food type, then his second martial soul definitely wouldn't be auxiliary or healing. After all, twin martial souls were inherited from parents. If one of them was a food-type soul master, the other would almost certainly be a battle soul master. Otherwise, if both parents had weak combat abilities, they would be easy targets for others. Moreover, innate full soul power practically guaranteed a path to becoming a titled Douluo. While every level after 90 was a significant barrier, twin martial soul users theoretically didn't face such bottlenecks. Other soul masters relied on talent and comprehension to break through barriers. But for twin martial soul users, they could directly break through by attaching soul rings to their second martial soul, using the soul power boost from the rings. The Blazing Academy had research on twin martial souls, and so did the Skywater Academy. In fact, most of the major powers in the Soul Master world had some understanding of them. However, cases of twin martial souls were so rare that they had yet to be fully verified. The theories remained theoretical, with no guarantee of success. It was certain this was a golden opportunity, a future golden thigh to hold on to. At this moment, Shui Yin-Yu's gaze grew fervent. Perhaps, in the future, she too could reach the level of a titled Douluo. Though her talent wasn't bad, and she had broken through the bottleneck of level 86 years ago with the help of a soul bone to become an 8-ring soul Douluo, the only thing standing between her and the title of Douluo now was time and the level 89 to 90 bottleneck. If she could acquire an exceptional soul bone, such as a 100,000-year soul bone, this bottleneck might no longer exist. For an ordinary titled Douluo, obtaining a 100,000-year soul bone was unlikely. But for an ultimate Douluo, such a feat would be trivial. While 100,000-year soul beasts were rare on land, they were far more abundant in the vast ocean. With enough effort, one could undoubtedly find one. By then, with the strength of an ultimate Douluo, hunting a 100,000-year sea soul beast would be a simple task. If she were to support Ma Yang during his growth and have Shui Binger whisper a few words in his ear, it wouldn't be too much to ask her future nephew-in-law for help, would it? Under Shui Yin-Yu's fervent gaze, Ma Yang couldn't help but shiver. What's going on? Why does this feel like I'm being eyed by a trafficker? You all wait for me here. I'll go make some arrangements, and we'll head outside the city to test the fusion skill. Shui Yin-Yu said quickly before hurrying off. The Skywater Academy team had just arrived in Heaven City and hadn't been there long. As the dean, Shui Yin-Yu couldn't just disappear, she needed to inform the team leader. Zhu, you should inform Huo Ling and the others as well. Huo Lai said, turning to Muzu. All right. Muzu nodded slightly. Half an hour later, 5 figures appeared in a small forest 10 miles west of Heaven City. After spreading his spiritual power to confirm that no one else was around, Huo Lai said, this should be fine. There's no one nearby. Hurry up, Ma Yang, show me your Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul. Shui Binger said eagerly. Before they departed, after receiving Ma Yang's explanation about his twin martial souls through mental transmission, Shui Binger had been filled with anticipation. Binger, I think you shouldn't call me Zhao Ma Yang anymore. Ma Yang said after a moment of thought. Then what should I call you? Shui Binger asked, blinking her eyes. Just Ma Yang will do. Ma Yang said, deciding to drop the Zhao from his name. No way. I'm Yoer's elder sister. If Yoer can call you Zhao Ma Yang, why can't I? Shui Binger replied, shaking her head. Her icy blue eyes sparkled mischievously. If she stopped calling him Zhao Ma Yang, the joy and sense of accomplishment from nurturing him wouldn't feel as satisfying. Who said Yoer can call me that? She has to change it in the future too. Ma Yang said firmly. Zhao Ma Yang evolves big brother-in-law. Chapter 65, Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Ice Flame Phoenix. Perhaps noticing the hidden meaning in Ma Yang's words, Shui Binger's cheeks were flushed red, her youthful and delicate face now carrying a hint of charm. It's settled. From now on, you are my Binger, and I am your Ma Yang. As he spoke, Ma Yang reached out to pull up Shui Binger's arm. Then, his right palm pressed against her left palm, fingers interlocking on the back of her hand. Instantly, Shui Binger's cheeks turned even redder. Trying to pull back her left hand, she found it tightly held by Ma Yang. Hesitating for 2 seconds, Shui Binger's fingers also gently clasped the back of Ma Yang's right hand. Looking at their tightly interlocked fingers, Ma Yang couldn't help but smile. A martial soul fusion technique destined by fate? Dear Destiny, you arranged this so perfectly. I absolutely love it. Previously, it was my fault for doubting you, Destiny. I hope you can forgive me. After a while, seeing that Ma Yang was still holding on to Shui Binger's hand without letting go, Huo, standing on the side, said impatiently, Hey kid, hurry up, it's going to get dark soon. Oh, right away. Coming back to his senses, Ma Yang smiled awkwardly and released his right hand. Ice Flame Saint Shadow Spirit, possess. With a low shout, a flash of icy blue light appeared around Ma Yang, and as soul power surged, a biting cold aura spread, and an icy blue humanoid shadow identical to Ma Yang emerged behind him. It doesn't seem to be a purely ice attribute martial soul. Carefully observing the icy blue humanoid shadow behind Ma Yang, Shui Binger asked curiously. Her Ice Phoenix martial soul was inherently an ice attribute martial soul, and she had encountered many similar ones before. From what she could see, Ma Yang's Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul wasn't purely ice, it seemed like burning ice? Huh? Ice can burn like fire? Binger, you're so smart. My second martial soul was originally the fire attribute Fire Shadow. After evolving, it naturally isn't purely ice but a fusion of ice and fire. I call this fused attribute Ice Flame. Ma Yang praised her with a smile and turned his soul power inward, conjuring an icy blue flame in the palm of his hand. A fusion of ice and fire into Ice Flame? Raising her elegant brows slightly, Shui Binger muttered softly and then released her own Ice Phoenix martial soul. Clang, a clear phoenix cry echoed, and a chilling aura spread. Around Shui Binger, 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple lit up, and behind her appeared a noble, elegant blue divine bird with a wingspan of over 2 meters, long tail feathers, and icy blue plumage. Compared to the Fire Phoenix martial soul, Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix was no less impressive. The difference between the two lay solely in their attributes. One was fire, and the other was ice, with no clear superior. Of course, due to the inherent differences between ice and fire, the Fire Phoenix martial soul leaned towards the assault system, while the Ice Phoenix martial soul was better suited for the control system. When the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Soul and Ice Phoenix martial souls appeared simultaneously, a stronger sense of resonance emerged in the hearts of Ma Yang and Shui Binger. A mystical connection seemed to form between the two, as if these two entirely different martial souls were originally one. Ma Yang, focus on this connection between our martial souls. Following this link, we can activate a martial soul fusion technique. Noticing that Ma Yang seemed unsure of how to activate the fusion, Shui Binger, who had prior experience with the Zhuwu martial soul fusion technique, reminded him. Hearing this, Ma Yang closed his eyes and began to focus on the special connection between their martial souls. Soon, an illusory ice flame ignited around Ma Yang, while a rich blue glow emanated from Shui Binger. In the next moment, a unique resonance arose between the Ice Flame Saint Shadow Soul and Ice Phoenix martial souls. Suddenly, a dazzling pillar of icy blue light shot into the sky, enveloping both Ma Yang and Shui Binger, surrounded by her 3 soul rings. Clang, as a loud phoenix cry sounded, the icy blue pillar of light gradually dissipated. Their figures disappeared, replaced by an icy blue phoenix over 6 meters long, its entire body burning with ice flame, hovering in midair. Binger. Ma Yang's voice echoed in Shui Binger's mind. I'm here. Shui Binger, who was in control of the martial soul fusion technique, replied. Binger, Ma Yang, which of you is leading this martial soul fusion technique? At this moment, Shui Yanyu asked the icy blue phoenix in the air. And, I'm the one in control. The ice flame phoenix didn't speak, but Shui Binger's voice rang out clearly. Hearing this, Shui Yanyu frowned slightly. If possible, Shui Yinyu would have preferred Ma Yang to lead this martial soul fusion technique. It wasn't for any specific reason. Ma Yang's cultivation talent was stronger, and with his twin martial souls, his soul power level, though currently lower than Shui Binger's, would undoubtedly surpass hers in the future. Though the martial soul fusion technique's base power wouldn't change regardless of who led it, having a stronger individual in control would always yield better results. For example, a strong individual would have higher spiritual power and quicker reaction speeds, providing a significant advantage. Binger, do you and Ma Yang have a name for this martial soul fusion technique? It seems to be of the assault type. What abilities does it have? After observing the phoenix burning with ice flame in the air, Shuiza asked. Ice Flame Phoenix. As for its abilities, with Shui Binger in control, the Ice Flame Phoenix flapped its wings and dove downward, gathering an immense amount of energy in its beak. Then, its beak slightly opened, unleashing a torrent of ice flame in a fan-shaped blast. In an instant, the trees in the small forest were all frozen and burned simultaneously by the ice flame torrent. Within moments, the ground where the torrent passed was covered in frost, with only some white ash remaining. Yes, the ground was frozen. Whether it was the ice flame soul power cultivated through the ice flame meditation method or the ice flame conjured by the ice flame saint shadow martial soul, it only had a burning effect, not freezing. However, the ice flame phoenix's unique ice flame, created through the martial soul fusion technique, possessed both burning and freezing properties. In other words, the ice flame phoenix was a martial soul fusion technique combining both assault and control. Freezing and burning, it's invincible. Looking at the frosty ground below, covered with white ash, Ma Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Freezing was already an extremely effective control. When the power levels of both sides were similar, it was almost impossible to break free instantly. Once someone was touched by the Ice Flame Phoenix's unique ice flame, they would be perpetually frozen and burned. Chapter 66, Second Form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Part 1. Huo Shuang had once criticized his ice flames as being disgusting, but in Mu Yang's opinion, if you really want to talk about disgusting, his ice flames couldn't compare to the unique ice flames in front of him, which combined both offense and control. Of course, the feeling of disgusting was entirely from the perspective of an opponent. From one's own standpoint, it was absolutely stunning. Not bad. A very powerful martial soul fusion skill. Binger is a level 33 soul elder, and Zioyang is a level 25 great soul master. But with this unique ice flame, the strength of the ice flame phoenix can definitely rival the best among 4-ring soul masters. If Zioyang's level could also reach 3 rings and gain 3 additional soul rings, the ice flame phoenix might even rival a 5-ring soul king. Huo Lai commented objectively. Generally speaking, a dual martial soul fusion skill elevates soul master's strength by 1 level, but it isn't always absolute. The strength of a martial soul fusion skill depends on various factors. These include the type of fusion skill, the soul master's soul power level, the compatibility between their martial souls, and whether they possess suitable secret techniques. Even the configuration of soul rings is one of the factors that influence the specific strength of a martial soul fusion skill. It could be said that Mu Yang's level 25 soul power and the Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul without any soul rings significantly held back Shui Binger's potential. After all, with low soul power, the enhancement effect of the fusion skill naturally diminishes, and the lack of soul rings on the Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul similarly reduces the skill's overall power enhancement. Undoubtedly, soul rings contain immense energy. Otherwise, the Clear Sky Sex Legacy technique, the Great Sumeru Hammer, would be ineffective as a secret method. Even with Mu Yang dragging her down, it did not diminish the strength of the Ice Flame Phoenix. Even though its current capabilities were quite singular, its unique ice flame, combining freezing and burning effects, was enough to make opponents of comparable basic strength despair. One trick is enough to dominate. From high above, Mu Yang's voice rang out. Following this, under Shui Binger's control, the Ice Flame Phoenix descended from the sky and handed over the dominance of the martial soul fusion skill to Mu Yang. The next moment, brilliant ice blue light radiated from the Ice Flame Phoenix. Through this ice blue brilliance, Huo Lai saw the form of the Ice Flame Phoenix shift. Within moments, the 6-meter-long Ice Flame Phoenix transformed into a humanoid figure with flowing ice blue hair and clad in icy phoenix armor. This full-body icy phoenix armor covered everything except the eyes. It was adorned with blue phoenix patterns, exquisitely beautiful. Combined with the illusory ice flames resembling ice blue mist enveloping it, the figure appeared like an ice phoenix warrior from a frozen kingdom. Your martial soul fusion skill has 2 forms? Huo Lai asked in surprise upon seeing the transformation. Yes, this is the second form of the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. The Ice Flame Phoenix form is led by Binger, with her Ice Phoenix martial soul as the primary and my Ice Flame Saint Shadow as the secondary. On the other hand, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow form is led by me, with my Ice Flame Holy Shadow as the primary and her Ice Phoenix as the secondary. Both forms revolve around controlling the unique Ice Flames. The difference lies in the capabilities. The Ice Flame Phoenix form has the advantage of flight and significantly stronger basic strength. Meanwhile, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow form lacks the ability to fly, and its basic strength isn't as high as the Ice Flame Phoenix. However, its precision control over the unique Ice Flames is far superior. Miu Ying's voice explained from within the Icy Phoenix armor. Without needing further elaboration, Huolai noticed that compared to the Ice Flame Phoenix, the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow's aura was about 30% weaker. However, Huolai didn't underestimate the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. On the contrary, he believed that the humanoid form of Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow was stronger than the Ice Flame Phoenix. This was because the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow was humanoid, while the Ice Flame Phoenix was beast-shaped. Even though the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow had weaker basic strength, when combined with various secret techniques, its actual combat effectiveness likely surpassed that of the beast-shaped Ice Flame Phoenix. After all, Soul Masters were fundamentally human, not beasts. Additionally, their martial soul fusion skill wasn't melee-focused, and the humanoid Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow was better suited for utilizing secret techniques. Zioyang, Binger, let me test your strength. Shui Yinyu stepped forward, addressing Miu Ying and Shui Binger in their Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow state. Andy, please go easy on us. Miu Ying joked. Even if Shui Yinyu hadn't offered, Miu Ying had planned to test their martial soul fusion skills power against these three, aiming to evaluate its upper limits. You're quick to call me auntie, huh? Shui Yinyu teased, smiling at Miu Ying's casual address. Why not? You're Binger's aunt, so you're my aunt too. Right, Binger. Miu Ying responded matter-of-factly. Miu Ying, Auntie is right. You're so thick-skinned. Shui Binger's shy voice echoed in Miu Ying's mind. Miu Ying, well, do you like it? Shui Binger. Ice Sparrow, possession. Facing Miu Ying and Shui Binger in their Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow state, Shui Yinyu's body radiated an icy blue soul power. With the sound of a sparrow's cry, 8 soul rings yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black emerged. A chilling aura spread, and a translucent ice blue ice sparrow appeared behind her. Seeing this, Miu Ying stopped joking. Ice blue light flickered around him as he activated the Ice Flame secret technique, Ice Flame armor and Ice Flame domain. In an instant, the martial soul fusion skill, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow condensed a layer of ice blue armor around its body, with 6 circular ice mirrors orbiting it. Huh? Zioyang, is this a self-created soul skill? Shui Yinyu asked in surprise, noticing the Ice Flame armor and the 6 surrounding ice mirrors. Miu Ying nodded. Yes, I currently cultivate a food-type martial soul, which lacks combat capabilities. So, I had to rely on self-created soul skills to make up for it. It's not extremely powerful but enough to prevent me from being dominated by soul masters of the same level. Huo Shuang, you, dominated by soul masters of the same level? More like surpassing and dominating them. Miu Ying, just being humble. Don't take it seriously. Chapter 67, Second Form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Part 2, Zhao Yang, studying and cultivating your self-created soul skills is fine, but you must never neglect soul power cultivation. Do you know Feng Ziotian from the Divine Wind Academy? You must never follow his example. Shui Yinyu said seriously, reminding him. As an elder, Shui Yinyu didn't want to see Miu Ying go down the wrong path. At the previous 5-Element Academy meeting, Feng Ziotian claimed to have innate full soul power, which immediately caught the attention of other elemental academies. Being suspected of having innate full soul power, no one could ignore such a genius. As the president of the Skywater Academy, Shui Yinyu naturally sent people to investigate after the meeting. However, after collecting general information about Feng Ziotian, Shui Yinyu was stunned. Good heavens, this young man really did have innate full soul power, but he was also quite the oddball. She couldn't understand what Divine Wind Academy's Feng Zan was thinking, allowing such a talented individual in his golden cultivation period to abandon soul power cultivation and instead tinker with self-created soul skills. It was a total waste of his amazing talent. If it were her, with such a rebellious student in her academy, she would definitely hang him up and give him a good thrashing, then supervise his cultivation properly. Neglecting soul power cultivation to create soul skills? I'd break your legs. I understand. Miu Ying nodded. Of course, he understood what Shui Yinyu was saying. But his situation was different from Feng Ziotian's. Feng Ziotian relied on his own understanding to research and create soul skills, whereas he used his talent and ability to deduce them, which was much more efficient. Moreover, aside from occasionally skipping training, he hadn't neglected soul power cultivation. Though challenging enemies beyond his level was praiseworthy, nothing felt as satisfying as overpowering others with sheer cultivation. Of course, unless something unexpected happened, Feng Ziyoshin was unlikely to stay obsessed with self-created soul skills as he had before. You might underestimate a loyal dog, but you must never underestimate the effort and changes it makes for its goddess. Perhaps this effort might seem insignificant to others, but it was certainly the dog's limit. Ice Flame Dragon. Miu Yang didn't hesitate anymore, directly using the most powerful attack technique he had mastered through the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. Immediately, a living, ice-blue divine dragon engulfed in blazing ice flame surged into the air from behind the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow. The power of the martial soul fusion skill was impressive, but it also consumed a lot of soul power. With their soul power levels already low, both Miu Yang and Shui Binger didn't have much soul power left. If they continued to drag things out, they might not even have enough soul power to finish a test. It seems to have some merit. Shui Yanyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the ice-blue divine dragon soaring in the air. Then, her second soul ring flashed brightly. Her red lips parted slightly, and in the next moment, a cold, ice-blue stream of air rapidly shot out, sweeping towards the soaring ice flame dragon. Crack, crack. As soon as the ice-blue stream of air touched the ice flame dragon, a layer of frost formed on its body, which then spread until the entire dragon was frozen and fell from the sky. However, the ice flame dragon's technique wasn't destroyed. After all, Shui Yinyu's second soul skill, Extreme Cold Freezing Air, was a control-type skill that had freezing effects but lacked offensive power. The ice flame dragon, formed from ice flames, already had a low temperature, so there was no concern about it being damaged by the freezing effect. Icy Flame Spear. Not paying attention to the ice flame dragon that would soon break free from the freezing effect, Miu Yang silently urged, and a spear entirely composed of special ice flames materialized in his hand. With a whoosh sound, the ice flame spear was hurled toward Shui Yanyu. Third soul skill, Ice Wings. Upon seeing the ice flame spear coming, Shui Yanyu's third soul ring flashed brightly. A pair of ice wings formed behind her, and with a flick of her wings, she moved several meters and flew into the air, narrowly avoiding the spear. Turn. Seeing that Shui Yanyu dodged the ice flame spear, Miu Yang thought quickly, and the spear, which had just missed, suddenly changed direction in midair. It followed a curved path and shot toward her back. Can it track and lock on? Noticing the ice flame spear coming from behind, Shui Yanyu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her ice wings flapped again, and her body shifted once more to avoid the spear. After a few moments, although the ice flame spear hadn't hit Shui Yanyu, it kept following her, not giving her a chance to stop. It felt like both sides were stuck in a deadlock. In reality, breaking the spear's tracking wasn't hard. The only reason the spear could change its direction was because Miu Yang was guiding it with his mental energy. If Shui Yanyu managed to create enough distance, Miu Yang wouldn't be able to control it anymore. She might realize this, but as an 8-ring-souled Luo, she wouldn't bother to do so. After all, she was an 8-ring-souled Luo, a powerhouse known throughout the continent. As a mentor to younger generation, she had to avoid showing any weakness, or it would diminish her stature. Fifth soul skill, Ice Shield. To break the deadlock, Shui Yanyu decided to use her full strength. Her fifth soul ring flashed, and her soul power surged, creating a transparent ice-blue shield that surrounded her. In the next moment, the ice flame spear hit the ice shield. Boom! The ice flame spear exploded, transforming into large amounts of special ice flames that attached to the ice shield. Crack, crack. As the special ice flames attached, the sound of ice forming could be heard. Shui Yanyu noticed a layer of frost appear on her ice shield. However, she wasn't worried. The special ice flames created by Miu Yang and Shui Binger's martial soul fusion technique, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, were strong, but compared to her abilities, they were still relatively weak. She was an 8-ring-souled Luo, how could she be controlled by something from someone barely reaching the 4th ring level? If the ice flames could bring her any coldness, that would be impressive enough. After all, with a 4-level difference, it was nearly an insurmountable gap. However, despite this, Shui Yanyu couldn't help but be secretly impressed by the power of the ice flames. Although she wasn't affected, any soul master around the 4th ring or beginning 5th ring would likely have been frozen into a block of ice. Moreover, the special ice flames had a strong attachment effect, and unless they were extinguished, they would keep freezing the target. As the battle continued, the previously frozen ice flame dragon broke free from the freeze and rose into the air once again, charging toward Shui Yanyu. The fight was about to get even more intense. Chapter 68, As long as the hoe is swung well, no wall corner cannot be dug out. The battle continued, and 3 minutes later. Boom! A beam of ice blue light streaked toward the sky, accurately hitting the head of the Ice Flame Dragon. In an instant, the Ice Flame Dragon exploded in midair, and a large amount of ice flame sparks scattered, falling from the sky. After roughly figuring out the strength of the two soul fusion skills' second form, Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, Shui Yanyu activated the sixth soul skill, Extreme Ice Feather, destroying the Ice Flame Dragon without any suspense. One strike to defeat the big dragon. Shui Yanyu turned her gaze toward the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, enveloped by an ice blue domain. Indeed, Mu Yang had also activated the Ice Flame Sacred Shadow Martial Soul's innate domain, the Ice Flame domain. Unfortunately, due to the vast disparity in strength, even with the aid of the fusion technique and the domain, Mu Yang couldn't harm Shui Yanyu in the slightest. With just her 10,000-year-old fifth defensive soul skill that created an ice shield, it was impossible for the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow, at its initial fourth ring level, to break through. And, stop looking. I've used all my tricks. Facing Shui Yanyu's inquiring gaze, Mu Yang helplessly shrugged. Upon hearing this, Shui Yanyu secretly sighed in relief. She couldn't help but admit that Mu Yang had surprised her a lot today. First, the martial soul fusion technique and second martial soul, then various secret skills and techniques, followed by a domain ability that even most titled Luo couldn't master. It truly broadened her horizons. However, if Mu Yang and Shui Binger's soul power levels were higher, say, if they reached the 7th ring soul stage, they would certainly be able to defeat her, the high-level souled Luo. In fact, even in the 6th ring stage, they might be able to give her a good fight. Soon after, Mu Yang voluntarily released the martial soul fusion technique, causing the Ice Phoenix Flame Shadow to disappear and revealing himself and Shui Binger. Seeing Shui Binger's slightly pale face, Mu Yang knew she was exhausted from the excessive consumption of soul power. He immediately switched to his Eyes Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng Martial Soul, with the first soul ring shining brightly. The soul spell was activated, and 2 red jade recovery ginsengs were conjured. Binger, open your mouth. Mu Yang held one of the red jade resurrection ginsengs to Shui Binger's mouth. Her face flushed red, and after a moment of hesitation, Shui Binger opened her mouth. It was food from her childhood husband. And she couldn't refuse. After consuming the red jade recovery ginseng, their condition improved considerably. The taste is pretty good, even better than before. Tasting the sweetness in her mouth, Shui Binger complimented it. If it were ordinary ginseng, eating it raw wouldn't be enjoyable. Most people wouldn't think it tasted good at all. However, soul food was different from normal food. Before Mu Yang's martial soul evolved, his soul ginseng already tasted fine, and after the evolution, its effects improved significantly, and so did its taste. It wasn't a world-class delicacy, but it was definitely of a great flavor. Of course. Not to brag, but my Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng Martial Soul is definitely the strongest food-type martial soul in the continent's Soul Master world. Mu Yang said proudly. Zioyang, Binger, from now on you should practice your martial soul fusion skills more, but it's best not to show them in front of outsiders. Musa reminded the two. The two nodded. Being able to activate the martial soul fusion technique wasn't enough, they needed to practice more to master it perfectly. You see, they've got the martial soul fusion technique, but Mu Yang is at Blazing Academy, and Binger is at Skywater Academy. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? At this moment, Shui Yanyu floated down, having retracted her martial soul, and turned to Musa with a sly smile. What are you trying to do? Musa immediately looked at Shui Yanyu with a wary expression. Actually, Musa already knew what Shui Yanyu was planning. She was thinking of poaching. Shui Yanyu smiled and said, we've known each other for many years. Don't look at me like that. You can't practice the martial soul fusion technique alone. In order for Binger to master it, I, as her aunt, wouldn't mind her coming to Blazing Academy. But Blazing Academy doesn't have a suitable simulated training ground for Binger, and if she goes there, it'll delay her soul power training. But if Mu Yang comes to our Skywater Academy, it's a different story. Mu Yang's martial soul is both ice and fire, with an ice-fire fusion attribute. If he trains in the ice-type simulated training ground, it'll work just as well as in the fire-type one. Coming to our Skywater Academy would be the same. Let Mu Yang come to Skywater Academy, it won't delay his soul power training, and he can also practice the martial soul fusion technique with Binger. Isn't that perfect? Shui Yanyu, as long as the hoe is swung well, no wall corner cannot be dug out. Muzu. This time, Shui Yanyu was very confident in her strategy. As she said, now that they have the martial soul fusion technique, they shouldn't be separated. The technique wasn't meant to be wasted. Since they have to be together, they should choose between Blazing Academy and Skywater Academy. Both schools have simulated training grounds that are suitable for Mu Yang, but Blazing Academies isn't ideal for Shui Binger. It was clear where the two should go. If Shui Yanyu were in Muse's shoes, She'd consider the future of her nephew and niece, and she'd have to give in. After all, as an elder, she couldn't let her junior's future be delayed, right? Cough, cough. Well, the day is getting late. We should head back to Heaven City. At this moment, Hueco spoke. Right, it's almost dark. We'll head back to Heaven City. However, Lord Tyrannosaurus Enzu, you really should consider my proposal. Not getting an immediate response didn't faze Shui Yanyu. She was sure that Hueco and Musa would eventually agree to her suggestion. Lord Tyrannosaurus? Hearing this title from her aunt, Shui Binger blinked her ice blue eyes, curiously looking at Hueco. In the Soul Master world, the only people who could be addressed as Lord were the titled Luo at the 9th ring level. Does this mean that the Blazing Academy director has reached the titled Luo stage? Thinking this, Shui Binger narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile playing on her lips. If the Blazing Academy director was a titled Luo, then when Mu Yang displayed his extraordinary talents in the future, she wouldn't need to worry about anyone daring to harm him. A neutral titled Luo would be enough to deter most people with ill intentions. After all, without significant benefits or grudges, anyone with reason would avoid crossing someone with such a powerful ally. Mu Yang, grow up quickly. Holding Mu Yang's right hand, their fingers interlocked, Shui Binger silently thought to herself. Chapter 69 First Love. When Mu Yang and the other four returned to Heaven Grand Hotel, it had already darkened. Yan Yu, it's been a while since we gathered together. Why don't you invite your academy friends, and we can all have a get-together? Entering the hotel, Musa said to Shui Yanyu. Okay. Shui Yanyu agreed. Ma Yang, Yoer is here too. Shui Binger pulled Mu Yang with her fingers intertwined. Mu Yang nodded, then I'll go with you. It was only natural for an elder sister to introduce her boyfriend to her younger sister. Besides, Mu Yang and Shui Yoer were already friends. Hearing a knock on the door, Shui Yoer opened the door and saw her sister and Mu Yang holding hands outside. After being stunned for 3 seconds, Shui Yoer immediately started to complain. Oh, sister, you went on a date with little Ma Yang, right? No wonder you didn't bring me along. Huh? Why did your hair turn blue? Halfway through the conversation, Shui Yoer was surprised to find that Mu Yang's hair color had changed. Yoer, long time no see. Mu Yang greeted with a smile. Little Ma Yang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. But you, who haven't seen me for a long time, actually took my sister down without saying anything. Or, you were taken down by my sister. Pointing to the two people's interlocked fingers, Shui Yoer couldn't help but teased. Ahem, Yoer, from now on, you can't call me Little Ma Yang. Mu Yang said after clearing his throat. If I don't call you Little Ma Yang, what should I call you? From now on, I'm your brother-in-law. Mu Yang immediately said seriously. Hiss. Suddenly, Mu Yang felt a pain in the soft flesh around his waist and couldn't help but gasp. When he looked down, he saw a tender white hand on my waist, and it was rotated 90 degrees. Does it hurt? While pinching, Shui Binger asked. It doesn't hurt. Mu Yang shook his head. Although it was a little painful, how could he say it? It doesn't hurt? Then I'll keep pinching you. A smile appeared on Shui Binger's lips. It hurts, Binger, please let go. Mu Yang quickly changed his words. Rolling her eyes, Shui Binger released the soft flesh around Mu Yang's waist, turned to Shui Yoer and said, Yoer, from now on, Mu Yang belongs to your sister. Although Shui Binger spoke in a calm tone, her words carried an undeniable dominance, as if she was announcing her claim to Shui Yoer. She didn't mean anything else, she just knew her younger sister too well. Shui Yoer was mischievous and playful and often asked for whatever Shui Binger had. As an elder sister, she always let her younger sister have her way, willing to share most things. But there was one exception: Mu Yang. Little Ma Yang is so handsome, he will definitely be more handsome when he grows up. Looking at Mu Yang beside her, Shui Binger thought to herself. No, sister, so you really plan to raise little Mu Yang and then eat him up in one bite? Shui Yoer's eyes widened as she asked in disbelief. The joke she said before was actually her sister's true thoughts? Mu Yang. What? Am I being seen as a pet raised to maturity? No, absolutely not. Yoer, go change your shoes, it's time for dinner. Shui Binger said, noticing her sister's slippers. Before feeding me dinner, you two are feeding me dog food? I'm already full. Shui Yoer grumbled. Mu Yang. Go. Shui Binger ordered with a glare. Okay. Shui Yoer obediently nodded and went to change her shoes. By the way, little Mu Yang, you still haven't explained why your hair turned blue. Shui Yoer asked after changing into her princess shoes. Oh, my martial soul evolved. Mu Yang explained. After a pause, he added, and remember to call me brother-in-law. Shui Yoer. At the Heaven Grand Hotel, in the dining annex, Hueco had reserved a large private room with 2 tables. When Mu Ying and the members of Skywater Academy arrived at the private room, the members of Blazing Fire Academy were already there. Mu Ying, when did you and Binger become a thing? Seeing Mu Ying holding Shui Binger's hand as they entered, Hueco's face displayed a look of surprise, followed by a mischievous grin as she asked curiously. When? It was love at first sight. Mu Ying replied without hesitation. After confirming his relationship with Shui Binger, Mu Ying had initially thought it was due to their martial soul fusion. However, after Shui Binger accidentally let slip earlier, Mu Ying finally understood, it wasn't just him who had liked the blue-haired girl from the beginning. She had been thinking about raising him from the start. Amazing. Huo Shuang gave Mu Ying a thumbs up. At that moment, Huo Shuang was full of admiration for his younger cousin. He had met Mu Ying half a year ago, and since then, he hadn't seen him. Yet today, after just half a year, Mu Ying had managed to win over such an outstanding older sister, with the full approval of her family. If Huo Shuang were as skilled, how could he still be single at 15, having never even held a girl's hand? Alright, everyone, take your seats as you like. Huo invited the group to sit down. Soon, everyone was seated. One table was mainly for the girls, 10 members of the Skywater team, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Huo, a young lady from the Blazing Fire team, and, of course, Mu Ying. Mu Ying, how about some fruit wine to celebrate? After the dishes were served, Huo noticed the fruit wine on the table. She glanced at Shui Binger, then turned to Mu Ying beside her with a playful suggestion. Fruit wine was mild and suited for girls and younger boys. Besides, Soul Master's physiques were far beyond ordinary people's, and there were no restrictions on underage drinking in the Soul Master world. Mu Ying turned to Shui Binger. Binger, would you like some? Shui Binger nodded slightly. Pour it for me. She was in a good mood today, so she decided to have a little. Seeing the two about to drink, Shui Yuer's eyes darted around, and she leaned toward a senior sitting beside her, whispering a few words into her ear. The senior glanced at the pair showing affection and smiled knowingly. She nodded and whispered the same to the teammate next to her. Before long, the whispered message had made its way around the 10 members of the Skywater team. Sis, Yuer offers you a toast. Shui Yuer raised her small glass and addressed Shui Binger. Ding. After clinking glasses, the two sisters downed their drinks in one gulp. Come on, Binger, congratulations on finding your ideal partner. Cheers from me. The senior sitting next to Shui Yuer raised her glass and addressed Shui Binger. Ding Binger, here's to you. Ding Binger, bottoms up. Within 2 minutes, Shui Binger had already downed 3 glasses. By the 4th, she realized something was off. Judging by the atmosphere, it was obvious someone was up to no good. But it wasn't polite to refuse. She decided to finish the first round of toasts. It wasn't much anyway. The glasses were small, and the drink was just fruit wine. No big deal. After the first round, Shui Yuer and the 10 members of the Skywater team temporarily let Shui Binger off the hook and turned their sights on Mu Ying instead. Showing off affection and spreading dog food? Neither of you will escape. Come, Mu Ying, no, brother-in-law. Yuer offers you a toast. Shui Yuer raised her glass, smiling mischievously at Mu Ying. An enemy of 2 facing 11, this was a surefire win. Seeing this, Mu Ying raised an eyebrow. Although he knew Shui Yuer was up to something, her calling him brother-in-law meant he couldn't refuse. After downing a glass, Mu Ying hurriedly used voice transmission to call for reinforcements. Otherwise, he and Shui Binger were definitely doomed tonight. If the little sister-in-law had her team, Mu Ying also had his allies. 2 hours later, Mu Ying, his face slightly flushed with drunkenness, looked at the now passed-out troublemaker Shui Yuer and her 10 accomplices with satisfaction. Sure, the enemy had 11 people, but Mu Ying's reinforcements outnumbered them. Blazing Fire Team's 10 members, plus his elder cousin Huo Shuang, elder cousin Huo Yun, himself, and Shui Binger, that made 15 people in total. Without any superhuman drinkers in the mix, their numerical superiority was more than enough. What's more, most of his allies were fire attribute soul masters. With their fire attribute soul power, they could heat up the alcohol in their stomachs slightly, making it less intoxicating than it would be at room temperature. Shui Yuer, you guys don't play fair. Turning his head, Mu Ying saw Shui Binger's flushed face. Unable to resist, he leaned over and gave her a light kiss on the cheek. Just as he was about to pull away, Shui Binger hooked her arm around his neck and gave him 2 firm kisses on both cheeks. When it comes to love, while boys are often the ones to make the first move, girls are usually the more proactive ones, especially after drinking. Ah, young people these days. Huo sighed and shook his head. What's so surprising? If I recall correctly, someone here confessed to me when he was only 12. Musa said nonchalantly, giving Huo a sidelong glance. Haha. Huo blushed as memories of his youth at Blazing Fire Academy surfaced. After escorting the drunk Shui Yuer and the Skywater team members back, Mu Ying returned to his hotel room on the 5th floor. Humming a little tune, he took a delightful shower, changed into his pajamas, and stepped onto the balcony. There, under the moonlight, he began cultivating lunar refining spirit. It's often said that women distract men from wielding their swords. But in Mu Ying's view, that wasn't entirely true. It's not about rich women gifting you better swords, rather, having a girlfriend or wife motivates responsible men to work harder. In Douluo continent, where strength reigns supreme, this means cultivating even more diligently. For Mu Ying, he felt he was precisely such a man. As time passed and the night deepened, Mu Ying stopped cultivating lunar refining spirit, and began using his innate ability to deduce new techniques. Tonight, however, he didn't continue his recent efforts to develop a spiritual technique. Instead, he shifted his focus to creating an ice element meditation method, which he temporarily named Extreme Ice Meditation. Yes, it was for Shui Binger. As for the spiritual technique, Mu Ying had always excelled in the realm of spirit among the three elements of essence, energy, and spirit. To fully utilize his strength, he naturally needed a spiritual skill in his arsenal. Once the spiritual technique was perfected, it would become his strongest tool for a long time aside from using a martial soul fusion skill with Shui Binger. After all, when he consumed the Autumn Dew tier, his spiritual power had already reached the level of a 5-ring Soul King. While still below the standard for a 6-ring Soul Emperor, he had made significant progress over the past 6 months. With a profound spiritual technique, his spiritual power alone could secure him a place among 5-ring Soul Masters, and not as the weakest one. 2 days later, the Heaven Division of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament officially commenced at the Heaven Great Spirit Arena. However, this tournament wasn't Mu Ying's story. For the month-long preliminary matches, he and Shui Binger attended the arena together every morning, their bond growing stronger by the day. Whether they were truly watching the matches or simply using the event as an excuse to date was something only they knew. That said, this year's tournament featured some unusual participants. It wasn't that the overall quality of the contestants was far superior to previous years. Instead, several competitors had soul ring configurations that exceeded normal limits. The secrets of whale glue had only started becoming known to the Soul Master world about 6 months ago. Since not much time had passed, the 3-ring participants' soul rings remain normal. After all, those qualified to represent advanced academies wouldn't have had low soul power levels half a year ago. Anyone still below 3 rings back then wouldn't have the strength to participate now. Thus, those with over-limit soul rings were all 4-ring soul ancestors. Their 4th rings exceeded 7,000 years, surpassing the typical optimal limit by at least 2,000 years. Of course, Mu Ying and Shui Binger weren't the only ones paired up during the tournament. His elder cousin Huo was also being pursued. But unlike Mu Ying and Shui Binger's mutual feelings, Huo was nearly driven mad by Feng Ziotian's relentless advances. Every morning, Feng Ziotian would be waiting outside her door like he was on a stakeout. Except for places he couldn't enter, like the women's restroom, Feng Ziotian would follow Huo everywhere. He was relentless, practically glued to her side like a stubborn shadow. If there were a contest for persistence, Feng Ziotian might only be rivaled by a certain red-haired youth from Spirit Hall. Chapter 70, The Power of Soul Fusion Skills. It is worth mentioning that Feng Ziotian must have taken Mu Ying's advice seriously. When they first met at Blazing Fire Academy more than 6 months ago, Feng Ziotian was still a level 36 soul elder. But now, over half a year later, his soul power has reached level 39, equal to that of Huo, showing remarkable progress. If there are no surprises, in 5 years, during the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, Feng Ziotian will undoubtedly advance to the rank of Soul King with 5 soul rings. For someone with innate full soul power, progressing at an average rate of 2 levels per year during the 4-ring stage is no challenge at all. Mu Ying, with the light of a protagonist, I dispel your aura of foolishness. As expected, after the preliminaries ended, Blazing Fire Academy secured one of the 5 qualifying spots for the Heaven Division, finishing in an impressive 2nd place. They defeated Godwind Academy, Skywater Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy, only ranking below Thunderclap Academy. Their loss to Thunderclap Academy wasn't because their captain, Huo Ling, was incompetent but because the captain of Thunderclap Academy, Yu Tan-kun, from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, was more formidable. With the so-called world's #1 beast soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, his level 45 soul ancestor soul power, and his clan's unique dragon transformation secret technique, Yu Tan-kun overwhelmed Huo Ling, who had already reached level 46 soul ancestor. After the preliminaries, there was a 1-month break before the qualifying teams from the Heaven Division would face 10 teams from the Empire's 5 kingdoms and duchies in a 15-day advancement round. Unlike the preliminaries, the advancement matches were not open to the public. Only Academy officials, participants, and individuals with certain status and privileges could watch the matches. With a month's break in between, Musa decided to take Mu Ying, Huo Wushwang, Huo Wu, and Huo Yun back to Blazing Fire Academy the day after the preliminaries. Accompanying them were Shui Yinyu, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer. While Huo Wushwang, Huo Wu, and Huo Yun simply followed Musa back to the academy, Mu Ying returned mainly to pack his belongings. Afterward, he would go to Skywater Academy with Shui Yinyu. As Shui Yinyu had envisioned, since Mu Ying and Shui Binger could form a soul fusion skill, their destinies were intertwined. To master the skill fully, it was necessary for them to train at the same academy. Given that Blazing Fire Academy was unsuitable for Shui Binger, who possessed the Ice Phoenix soul, Mu Ying had no choice but to transfer to Skywater Academy. Both Musa and Huo Lai agreed without hesitation, unwilling to hinder the progress of their nephew and his potential fiancé. However, Mu Ying was not officially transferring to Skywater Academy. He was going as an exchange student, still technically a member of Blazing Fire Academy. After all, in 5 years, during the next Continental Soul Master Tournament, Blazing Fire Academy would need Mu Ying's assistance. Depending solely on Huo Wushwang and Huo Wu might not guarantee the championship. Shui Yinyu didn't mind this arrangement, sensing that in the years to come, the line between Skywater Academy and Blazing Fire Academy might blur entirely. Of course, Mu Ying's return to Blazing Fire Academy to pack was merely an excuse. Packing wasn't essential. His real purpose was to retrieve a treasure, the immortal herb, Yearning Heartbroken Red. Since he didn't have a soul tool capable of preserving living plants, he hadn't carried the herb with him. If stored in an ordinary soul tool, the herb's medicinal properties would gradually dissipate. Hence, he had left it at the academy. 3 days later, at Blazing Fire Academy. Inside his room, Mu Ying opened a hidden compartment in his wardrobe. Within it lay 6 exquisite jade boxes. Among these 6 jade boxes are the 6 immortal medicinal herbs that were saved before, including Yearning Heartbroken Red, Daffodil Jade Flesh Bone, Singular Velvet Sky Chrysanthemum, Beautiful Silk Tulip, Snow-Colored Swan Kiss, and Fragrant Killuo Immortal Medicine. Taking the box containing the Yearning Heartbroken Red, Mu Ying hesitated briefly before also picking up the box with the Daffodil Jade Flesh Bone. The Yearning Heartbroken Red was meant for Shui Binger, while the Daffodil Jade Flesh Bone was for her younger sister, Shui Yuer. It wasn't that Mu Ying had romantic intentions toward Shui Yuer. With so many herbs at his disposal, it would be wasteful not to use them. Besides, Shui Yuer wasn't an outsider, and her talent was good enough to justify the gift. In the past, Mu Ying might have entertained thoughts of having both sisters, but ever since developing a soul fusion skill with Shui Binger and practicing it frequently, his mindset had shifted. Why are soul masters who share a soul fusion skill often the closest of brothers, sisters, or unwavering lovers? It's because soul fusion skills seem to have a poisonous effect. The more they are used, the deeper the bond becomes, as if the skill subtly rewires their hearts. As a result, while the world has seen siblings who betray one another or unfaithful lovers, such scenarios never occur among soul masters with a soul fusion skill. Take, for example, Mu Ying reflected on the stories of various martial soul fusion skills. The two-polar static field fusion skill turned Chrysanthemum Liuo Yuguan and Ghost Liuo Gui Mai into inseparable brothers. Rumors even suggested their bond surpassed mere friendship. Who's the dominant one? Isn't it obvious? The Golden Sacred Dragon fusion skill caused Liu Erlong to wait for Yu Zhaogang for 20 years, abandoning societal norms to be with him despite being cousins. At the same time, it left Flender, who harbored feelings for Liu Erlong, a lifelong bachelor. The Netherworld White Tiger fusion skill turned Daimabai from a master of time management into a loyal man and made Zhu Zuking forget his past indiscretions. These examples demonstrate the compelling magic of soul fusion skills. Yet, while they might seem poisonous, Mu Ying found himself embracing the connection because it was rooted in genuine affection, not coercion. Besides, my Binger is so kind and beautiful. Mu Ying thought to himself. Although martial soul fusion skills were addictive, Mu Ying did not resist them. This was because his feelings came from genuine affection, not coercion. Besides, my Binger is so kind and beautiful. Mu Ying thought to himself with a hint of satisfaction. The day after returning to Blazing Fire Academy, Mu Ying set out for Skywater Academy with Shui Yinyu, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer. Before leaving, Mu Ying took advantage of his time at the academy to take all the silver flowers from Blazing Fire Academy's inventory. Silver flowers had a nourishing effect on the mind, allowing him to extend his daily meditation and practice time. Since Skywater Academy wouldn't provide such resources, Mu Ying wasn't about to miss out. Skywater Academy was located far from Blazing Fire Academy, not even in the same province. Instead, it was situated in the Star Province in the northeastern region of the Heaven Empire. Star Province bordered the Imperial Capital region to the west, the Sunset Forest to the south, the extreme north to the north, and the Eastern Sea to the east. Near the province's northeastern coast was a seaside city, Skywater City. Skywater Academy was located just outside Skywater City. 10 days later, the group of 4 arrived at Skywater Academy. 10 miles north of Skywater City, the coastline curved inland, forming a large crescent-shaped bay with hundreds of square kilometers of water. In the southwest corner of the bay, near the shoreline, there were 6 islands, 1 large and 5 small clustered closely together. Skywater Academy was built on these 6 islands. Unlike ordinary ancient societies without supernatural powers, the Douluo continent's architecture was far more advanced. Though Skywater Academy was situated in the bay, it wasn't necessary to fly or take a boat to reach it. A magnificent stone bridge, over 100 meters long, connected the mainland to the nearest of the 6 islands. This smaller island, which was not very large in area, served as the main entrance to the academy. After entering through the academy gates and under the guidance of Shui Yanyu and her sisters, Mu Yang crossed another stone bridge over 200 meters long to reach the main campus. The main campus was located on the largest of the 6 islands. This elliptical island covered roughly 20 square kilometers and was not flat. While the coastal areas were relatively gentle, and the southwest corner housed the academy's main campus, the island's terrain resembled a sharp mountain peak rising from the bay, standing about 600 to 700 meters tall. Due to its location in the northern polar region, the island's peak was covered in snow year-round, forming a natural mimetic training environment for cultivating ice elemental soul techniques. The bay's waters also provided a perfect mimetic environment for water elemental soul masters. Skywater Academy's ice and water mimetic training grounds were arguably the most cost-effective among the many artificial training grounds created by various powers on the continent, as they required almost no manpower or maintenance costs. Binger, why are there flowers everywhere in the academy? As they walked through the campus, Mu Yang noticed countless flowers, each adapted to the frigid climate, in various shapes and colors. Even the roadside trees lining the pathways were flowering plants that bloomed year-round. The academy is located by the coast. Do you smell any fishy scent from the sea? Shui Binger asked with a smile. Ah, I see. Mu Yang suddenly understood. Anyone who had lived by the sea knew that coastal areas often carried a salty, fishy smell. Skywater Academy, despite being right on the coast, lacked this scent not due to its location but because of the floral fragrance from countless plants masking it. Indeed, with its beautiful scenery and a campus full of elegant young ladies, the academy couldn't let the smell of the sea spoil the atmosphere. That would be unseemly. After entering the administrative building, Shui Yanyu quickly completed the exchange student registration for Mu Yang. From that day onward, Mu Yang officially became an exchange student at Skywater Academy, representing Blazing Fire Academy. Notably, Mu Yang was the only male student in the entire academy. All other students and teachers were female, making it feel as though he had entered a kingdom of women. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at a villa in the residential area. Zhao Yang, from now on, you'll live with us here. Shui Yanyu said to Mu Yang. As the only male student, it wasn't appropriate for him to stay in the dormitory with the other girls. Besides, this villa only housed Shui Yanyu, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer, and there were still vacant rooms. All right. Mu Yang nodded. After touring the villa, Mu Yang found it to be quite nice. The decor was excellent, and it was no less comfortable than his accommodations at Blazing Fire Academy. However, there was one drawback: the villa was large, with many rooms. He would have to stay in a single room. On the second floor, a single wall separated the youthful innocence of a boy experiencing his first love and that of the girls next door. 1 week later, early in the morning, after completing his usual meditative exercises, Mu Yang opened the bedside drawer and took out one of 2 exquisite jade boxes. He placed it in his soul tool storage bracelet before leaving the room. Knock, knock, knock. Standing at the door next to his room, Mu Yang knocked and called out, "Binger, are you up yet?" "Coming." Soon, a drowsy voice answered from inside. Footsteps followed, and with a click, the door opened. Standing before Mu Yang was Shui Binger in her blue pajamas, her hair slightly messy, with faint dark circles under her sleepy eyes. "Binger, didn't you sleep well last night?" Noticing her tired appearance, Mu Yang couldn't help but ask. "A little," Shui Binger admitted, blushing slightly. She added, "Go wake up Yoer first. Let's head out after breakfast." After a pause, she asked, "You're not nervous, are you?" Mu Yang shook his head. "Not at all. But meeting uncle and aunt for the first time, Are you sure I don't need to bring a gift? Why would he be nervous? With his talent, good looks, and the martial soul fusion skill he shared with Shui Binger, he wasn't worried about her parents finding fault with him. If anything, they would probably treasure him. We'll talk about that when you're older. Now, let me get changed. Shui Binger said before closing the door again. Scratching his nose, Mu Yang went to wake up Shui Yuer, who was still in bed. It was now mid-September. While today might have been an ordinary day for most, it was special for Mu Yang and Shui Binger. Today was Shui Binger's 13th birthday. Since it was her birthday, and given their close proximity to her parents, it was only natural for her to celebrate it with her family in Skywater City. Bringing her younger sister home to celebrate with their parents meant they couldn't leave Mu Yang alone at the academy. This was also the first time Shui Binger would bring their prospective son-in-law to meet her parents. Nervous about the occasion, Shui Binger had barely slept the night before. Similarly, because of her upcoming birthday, Mu Yang hadn't yet gifted her the Yearning Heartbroken Red or the cultivation techniques he had devised, including the extreme ice meditation technique. After all, life was about surprises and a sense of occasion. Half an hour later, after breakfast in the academy cafeteria, Mu Yang, Shui Binger, and Shui Yuer set out for Skywater City in a carriage. Chapter 71, The Flower of True Love. An hour later, the carriage slowly stopped in front of a luxurious mansion in Skywater City. Although the Shui family in Skywater City wasn't populous, it was certainly a powerful soul master family with the appearance of Shui Yanyu, an 8-ringed soul Luo. Across the continent, the Shui family's strength might not be prominent, as their martial soul, the Cold Ice Sparrow, wasn't ranked among the top beast martial souls, which wasn't considered a particularly strong soul. However, the Shui family was one of the top soul master families in Skywater City, and if you expanded the scope to the entire Star Province, they were considered to be among the top families. In the spacious hall, Mu Yang and the others had just taken their seats when a middle-aged man and 2 women who looked 7 parts alike walked in. As soon as they entered the living room, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer stood up and called out, "Father, Mother, and, or Mother's elder sister. Binger, Yuer, this must be Mu Yang, right?" Shui Jinghong, the father of the 2 sisters, nodded with a smile and looked at Mu Yang. Before this, Shui Jinghong had already learned about Mu Yang's existence from his sister Shui Yanyu. He knew about Mu Yang's relationship with his eldest daughter and was even clear about his family background. If it were anyone else, Shui Jinghong would not have hesitated to throw them out, but he made an exception for Mu Yang. It wasn't just because of his innate soul power, which was a point he was pleased with, but more importantly, it was because Mu Yang was capable of performing a soul fusion skill with his eldest daughter. Soul fusion skills, when performed by a male and female soul master, were a recognized sign of a couple meant to be together for life. This made Shui Jinghong, despite being cautious, feel assured that his daughter would be well treated. "Greetings, uncle, aunt." Mu Yang stepped forward and greeted them respectfully. Not to mention, Shui Jinghong, who was able to enjoy the comfort of such a harmonious family, had his reasons. Although on the continent, men with power and influence often had multiple wives, leaving family background and strength aside, Shui Jinghong was quite the good-looking man, as evidenced by the fact that his 2 daughters resembled him closely. "Mu Yang, don't be so polite, just treat this as your own home." Shui Binger's mother, Siu Lan, smiled as she spoke. "Thank you, aunt." Mu Yang smiled and nodded, feeling very much at ease. After chatting for a while, Shui Jinghong said, "By the way, Binger, Mu Yang, I heard from your aunt that you 2 can perform a soul fusion skill, and that it has 2 different forms. Let me witness it." Excluding the White Tiger and the Netherworld Spirit Cat combination, soul fusion skills were quite rare in the continent's soul master world. Plus, this was the 2nd soul fusion skill of his eldest daughter. Shui Jinghong was naturally very curious to see it. Mu Yang didn't mind at all. Since they were family, there was no need to hide the twin martial souls. Shui Jinghong had likely already known about them through his sister Shui Yanyu. Soon, Shui Jinghong dismissed the servants, and in the mansion's backyard, Mu Yang and Shui Binger demonstrated the 2 forms of their soul fusion skills. Shui Jinghong didn't just watch, he also actively tested the fusion skills. This allowed Mu Yang to observe Shui Jinghong's soul ring configuration: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Though he didn't know the exact soul power levels, Shui Jinghong was undoubtedly a 7-ringed control system soul saint. After the test, Shui Jinghong gave a very positive evaluation. The future is promising. Although Shui Jinghong could see that Mu Yang's soul power level and the soul ring still missing from his Ice Flame Saint Shadow Martial Soul were holding back the fusion skill's full potential, he didn't mind. Mu Yang, who had just turned 9, already had the soul power of a 25th level Great Soul Master, surpassing Shui Jinghong's expectations of Soul Master's cultivation speed. Even other Soul Masters with innate full soul power wouldn't have such fast progress. If Shui Jinghong had known that Mu Ying's soul power could have been higher if he had chosen soul herbs that directly increased soul power, instead of the ones that enhanced the compatibility of his twin martial souls, Mu Ying might have already been a Soul King by now. However, it was precisely because he chose the 8-petal mysterious ice crystal and the blazing delicate apricot that Mu Ying's two martial souls had undergone a transformation, leading to the awakening of the Ice Flame Saint Shadow's innate domain and even the formation of the soul fusion skill with Shui Bing-er's Ice Phoenix. In the evening, at the dining table, Shui Jinghong and his family celebrated Shui Bing-er's birthday. Since Shui Bing-er was celebrating a small birthday, Shui Jinghong didn't go overboard and simply had a family celebration. As for Shui Yanyu, she was busy with the Soul Master tournament and couldn't miss it. After making sure that Mu Yang was well taken care of, she returned to Heaven City. By the way, Bing-er, where is Zhu Wu? Why didn't she come? Suddenly, Siyu Lan remembered something and asked. She asked for leave and went home a while ago. Shui Bing-er explained. Went home on leave? Was something happening? Siyu Lan asked, concerned. Shui Bing-er shook her head. She didn't say anything. She left in a hurry. Upon hearing this, Siyu Lan looked regretful. She then pointed to the big cake with 13 small candles on the table and said, Come, Bing-er, make a wish. Nodding, Shui Bing-er clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and silently made her wish. After a while, Shui Bing-er opened her eyes and blew out the 13 candles in one breath. Sister, your wish will definitely come true. Shui Yu-er exclaimed. Shui Bing-er smiled and nodded. Thank you for your blessing, Yu-er. Then, can you tell me what wish you made just now? Shui Yu-er asked, her face filled with curiosity. No way, if I say it, it won't come true. Shui Bing-er immediately refused, glancing at Mu Yang. In addition to wishing for the health and progress of her family, her birthday wish was entirely related to Mu Yang, which she certainly couldn't share with her sister. Oh, I know, sister, since you have Mu Yang, you don't want me as your sister anymore, right? I even prepared a birthday gift for you. Shui Yu-er pouted and said with a face full of come and comfort me. Of course not. Yu-er, you're my best sister. And Yu-er, don't think like that. Before, you had father, mother, and aunt to spoil you. From now on, Mu Yang and I will spoil you too. With her left hand holding Mu Yang's, Shui Bing-er reached out and patted Shui Yu-er's head with her right hand. That's more like it. Shui Yu-er smiled and quickly took out a delicate gift box from her storage soul tool and handed it to Shui Bing-er. Thank you, Yu-er. Shui Bing-er smiled as she took the gift box. Soon, Shui Jinghong, Siyu Lan, and Siyu Zhu, Shui Yu-er's mother, each gave their birthday gifts. After thanking them one by one, Shui Bing-er turned to Mu Yang. I wonder what little Mu Yang is going to give me? I'm so excited. Shui Bing-er thought to herself, though it wasn't that she wasn't happy with the gifts from her family, she was particularly looking forward to the one from Mu Yang. Bing-er, happy birthday. Smiling, Mu Yang took out a jade box containing the flower yearning heartbroken red from his soul tool. Shui Bing-er eagerly received the jade box Mu Yang handed her and kissed him on the cheek. I want one too, I want one too. Without waiting for Mu Yang to respond, Shui Bing-er, having already received her gift, immediately kissed her sister Shui Yu-er on the cheek. Alright, Yu-er can have one too. Shui Bing-er smiled and gave her a kiss as well. Sister, aren't you going to open it and see? Seeing Shui Bing-er quickly storing the 5 gifts into her storage soul tool, Shui Yu-er asked. No, I have to look at it in my room later. Shui Bing-er refused, this time not out of politeness. She hadn't known what Mu Yang's gift was, and if there were words written on it that only couples would say, it would be too awkward to open it in front of her father, mother, and aunt. After eating cake and dinner, Shui Bing-er couldn't wait to return to her bedroom. In her bedroom, on the desk, Shui Bing-er surveyed the 4 beautiful gift boxes and the jade box in front of her. Without hesitation, Shui Bing-er put aside the birthday gift Mu Yang had given her to open last, and began with the other 4 gifts. A small ice phoenix hairpin, a crystal sculpture of the ice phoenix with wings spread wide, a beautiful blue crystal necklace, and a fluffy little bear plush. The fluffy little bear plush was from Shui Yu-er. Squinting her eyes and nodding contentedly, Shui Bing-er put away these 4 gifts. Although these 4 gifts weren't particularly precious, she liked them very much. The jade box is small, but quite heavy. Could it be filled with a block of iron? She weighed the jade box in her hands, muttering to herself. However, as soon as the jade box opened, Shui Bing-er's attention was immediately drawn to what was inside. What appeared was a palm-sized white flower, with no leaves or grass, its root stem connected to a jet black stone. The white petals of the flower were marked with several shocking red streaks, bright red as blood, creating a breathtaking effect. Shui Binger was sure that this was the first time she had seen such a flower that resembled a peony, but for some reason, the moment she saw it, she instinctively felt that this flower was no ordinary thing, far beyond any common flower or plant. There's also a note. Suddenly, Shui Binger noticed a note inside the jade box and immediately picked it up to read. This flower is called Yearning Heartbroken Red. Only by using the blood of sincere love can it recognize its master. After reading the love story and the conditions for recognition of the Yearning Heartbroken Red written on the note by Mu Yang, Shui Binger turned her head to look at the bedroom wall behind her and couldn't help but blush. On the other side of this wall was another room, and tonight, it was where Mu Yang was staying. Without hesitation, Shui Binger held up the Yearning Heartbroken Red and circulated her soul power, and stimulated her blood flow. Shui Binger gently parted her cherry lips and sprayed a mouthful of fresh blood onto the petals, which already seemed stained with blood. At that moment, her mind was filled with Mu Yang's image. Although they hadn't known each other for long, and the time they'd been in a relationship was short, and there hadn't been any passionate romance, just a slightly warm daily life, the power of the martial soul fusion technique had made them deeply fall in love with each other. Since fate had destined them to be together, and they had already felt mutual affection, what was there to hesitate about? All she needed to do was follow her heart, cast aside any doubts, and immerse herself completely. Because this love, the moment the martial soul fusion technique appeared, had already been destined to be beautiful. Blood dripped onto the petals, and the Ziyang's Iduan Qingong gently swayed before it quietly detached from the bottom's Wuju stone and fell into Shui Binger's hands. Setting down the heavy Wuju stone, Shui Binger carefully examined the Yearning Heartbroken Red after it had recognized her as its master. She noticed that the flower had changed. After recognition, it no longer resembled a blood-stained white flower, but had transformed into a vibrant and dazzling flower with golden-red hues. It's beautiful. Staring at it, Shui Binger's eyes grew dazed. The next morning, Mu Yang and the others returned to the Skywater Academy. Sis, look at you, you're smiling like a fool. Inside the carriage, Shui Yuer couldn't help but tease her older sister, who was constantly smiling at Mu Yang. Am I? No way. Snapping back to reality, Shui Binger immediately denied it. I say you are. By the way, Mu Yang, what gift did you give my sister? She's acting like a fool. Shui Yuer nodded seriously, looking at Mu Yang. Mu Yan smiled, asked Binger. Upon hearing this, Shui Yuer turned to Shui Binger. It's a flower. Since it wasn't a gift that made her feel embarrassed to say, Shui Binger didn't hide it. A flower? I get it now. Shui Yuer raised an eyebrow and nodded in realization. What do you mean? Shui Binger was confused. Everyone talks about love brains, and now I finally get what it means. Shui Yuer said with a teasing expression. A flower? Even if it's beautiful, is it enough to make you smile like that? Isn't that what love brains are? It's not an ordinary flower. It's very special. Shui Binger shook her head. To her, the tragic love story of Yearning Heartbroken Red and the fact that it could only recognize its master with the blood of sincere love were enough for her to cherish this birthday gift from Mu Yang for a lifetime. Because, to a lovesick girl like her, the Yearning Heartbroken Red she had claimed as her own was a symbol of her love. I can't be bothered with you. Shui Yuer rolled her eyes and stopped talking. Special? A flower? How special can it be? It's not like you can increase your soul power level just by looking at it. Without a doubt, Shui Yuer considered Shui Binger's special flower to be part of her love-stricken delusion. Indeed, the flower given by her boyfriend was special. Why? Because it was from her boyfriend. After returning to the academy, Shui Yuer went to the Sea Domain Mimicry Training Grounds to train, while Mu Yang pulled Shui Binger, who was about to go to the Snow Mountain Mimicry Training Grounds at the summit, to another direction. What's up? Shui Binger was puzzled. Binger, the surprise I gave you isn't just what you saw and know. Mu Yang said with a smile. What do you mean? Shui Binger grew interested. You'll know soon enough. Come on. With that, Mu Yang led Shui Binger back to the villa. Arriving on the second floor, entering Shui Binger's room, and closing the door, Mu Yang said, Binger, take out the Yearning Heartbroken Red. Oh, nodding, Shui Binger took out the Yearning Heartbroken Red. Then, Mu Yang taught Shui Binger how to consume it. Mu Yang, do I really have to eat it? Looking at the vivid Yearning Heartbroken Red in her hand, which symbolized her love for Mu Yang, Shui Binger felt reluctant. It was a gift she would treasure for a lifetime. Wasn't it a bit too much to eat it so directly? Mu Yang nodded seriously, yes. Only by consuming it can the Yearning Heartbroken Red unleash its true effect. Although after recognizing its master, The Yearning Heartbroken Red had protective effects and could greatly counteract plant-type soul masters. Mu Yang believed that these two effects paled in comparison to the improvement in innate potential and soul power that it could bring after consumption. Hearing this, Shui Binger no longer hesitated. She sat down cross-legged on the sofa in her bedroom and consumed the Yearning Heartbroken Red as Mu Yang instructed. The Yearning Heartbroken Red was a gift from Mu Yang. Since Mu Yang wanted her to consume it, it must have a good reason. As the immortal herb entered her stomach, a burst of red medicinal power surged through Shui Binger's body, enveloping her completely. With the refinement of the medicinal power, Shui Binger's soul power aura grew stronger, and under the continuous cleansing of the Yearning Heartbroken Red medicinal effects, her body began to undergo earth-shattering changes. At this moment, Shui Binger felt as if she was in a hot spring, feeling indescribably comfortable. Time passed, and before long, it was evening. At this point, Shui Binger's refinement process was nearing its end, and her soul power aura gradually stabilized. Mu Yang, why isn't my sister done yet? Already back, Shui Yuer, who had been waiting by the side, whispered to Mu Yang. It's almost done. Don't worry, Yuer. Binger will be fine. Mu Yang waved his hand with a smile. I feel like my sister's soul power has improved a lot. What's going on? Shui Yuer asked curiously. Want to know? Mu Yang smiled. Yes. Wait until Binger wakes up and you can ask her. Shui Yuer. After a while, Shui Binger's soul power aura fully stabilized, and she slowly opened her eyes. Binger, how do you feel? Seeing this, Mu Yang immediately approached. It feels. Mu Yang, this isn't a dream, right? Feeling the massive surge of soul power within her, Shui Binger said in confusion. Before this, she had just advanced to a 33rd level soul elder, but after consuming the Yearning Heartbroken Red, if she wasn't mistaken, she seemed to have already reached the 40th level soul ancestor. Chapter 72, 4th Soul Skill, Ice Phoenix Wings. What do you think? Dreams aren't this real. Mu Yang said with a smile. Humphrey pinching her arm, Shui Binger felt the pain and confirmed that she wasn't dreaming. Without a word, she wrapped her arms around Mu Yang's neck and planted her rosy lips on his face. Shui Yuer. Darn it, more public displays of affection. After kissing him several times in a row, Shui Binger finally let go of Mu Yang. By the way, Mu Yang, will there be any side effects from my spirit power increasing so much? After calming down, Shui Binger began to worry, her expression a bit anxious. She could feel that her spirit power had not only reached level 40 but also exceeded it. However, the portion beyond level 40 would only become apparent after obtaining her 4th spirit ring. You don't always get something for nothing, and such a drastic increase in spirit power left her uneasy. Kissing her lightly on the forehead, Mu Yang reassured her, don't worry. Yearning Heartbreak Red is an immortal herb, not an ordinary plant. If there are any side effects, it would only be that your control over your spirit power might temporarily weaken because of the sudden increase. Practice diligently for a while, and you'll adapt soon enough. Immortal herb? Shui Binger blinked, puzzled. It was her first time hearing this term. Mu Yang nodded and explained, it's normal that you've never heard of it. Immortal herbs are extremely rare, and few people on the continent know about them. Every immortal herb has extraordinary effects. Take the Yearning Heartbreak Red you consumed. It doesn't just enhance your spirit power. It also improves your body comprehensively, especially your talent and potential. Moreover, the medicinal energy of immortal herbs is vast, and lower-level spirit masters cannot fully absorb it. Much of the medicinal power remains dormant in your body and will be gradually released as you cultivate further. For a long time, your cultivation speed will surpass your expectations. Pausing for a moment, Mu Yang added, do you know why both of my martial souls evolved and even awakened innate domains? It's because I consumed immortal herbs back then. Your Ice Phoenix is already a very powerful beast martial soul. Otherwise, it might have undergone evolution like mine. But even without a full transformation, your Ice Phoenix martial soul has undoubtedly become stronger. Although Shui Binger hadn't released her martial soul, Mu Yang knew that her spirit power level and talent had undergone significant changes after consuming the Yearning Heartbreak Red. However, the change in her martial soul was relatively minor. After all, her Ice Phoenix was already one of the pinnacle beast martial souls, much stronger than Mu Yang's original martial souls. Its base quality made it less likely to evolve further, though it could still improve. I see. No wonder my martial soul feels stronger. Shui Binger's face lit up with understanding. Martial souls are closely connected to their users, and when they grow stronger, it's something the spirit master can feel clearly. At first, Shui Binger thought it was just her imagination due to her sudden power surge. She hugged Mu Yang tightly, resting her chin on his shoulder, and said tenderly, little Mu Yang, you're so good to me. Why are you calling me little Mu Yang again? Don't call me that. Hearing little Mu Yang, his face immediately darkened. No, you'll always be my little Miu Yang. Before he could reply, she whispered into his ear, little Miu Yang, hurry and grow up. Cough, cough nearby. Shui Yuer started coughing from being fed too much affection. Yuer, what's wrong? Sore throat? Miu Yang asked, turning to her. I'm still here. Don't you two care about how I feel? Rolling her eyes, Shui Yuer said bitterly. Okay, I understand. Shui Binger nodded. What's the use of understanding if you won't change? Shui Yuer muttered softly, clearly dissatisfied. Shui Binger. You figured it out, huh? Miu Yang, can we talk about something? With a sweet smile, Shui Yuer clung to Miu Yang's arm, acting coquettishly. This immortal herb not only boosts spirit power but also enhances talent and can even evolve martial souls. She wanted one too. Raising his eyebrow, Miu Yang tilted his head and asked, what did you call me? Miu Yang. Yuer's dearest brother-in-law. Shui Yuer quickly adapted, realizing what he wanted to hear. Satisfied, Miu Yang nodded. Not bad. Say it a few more times. Brother-in-law. Dearest brother-in-law. You're the best. Yuer is begging you. Shui Yuer pretended to look pitiful. Miu Yang turned to Shui Binger, what do you think? Seeing his smile, Shui Binger understood immediately. After thinking for a moment, she said, the house hasn't been cleaned in a while. It's gotten dusty. How about you take care of it? Her words were directed at Shui Yuer, though they sounded like they were for Miu Yang. Big sis, we're family. You two sit down. I'll handle it. Shui Yuer didn't hesitate to take the task upon herself. Hearing this, Miu Yang continued, by the way, Binger, hasn't your hand been hurting recently? It's not suitable for you to do the laundry yourself. Why don't I help you with it? Although he was speaking to Shui Binger, Miu Yang's gaze remained fixed on Shui Yuer. Brother-in-law, you're a man. How can you do a girl's laundry? Yuer will take care of it. Before Shui Binger could respond, Shui Yuer had already taken on the task of doing the laundry. Binger, when do you think your hand will get better? Well, without someone to serve tea, massage my shoulders, or knead my legs, it definitely won't get better anytime soon. As she spoke, Shui Binger turned her gaze to Shui Yuer. Sister, we're family. We're real sisters, aren't we? Shui Yuer said with a pitiful expression. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Wait here. Seeing Shui Yuer's bitter face, Miu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Then he returned to the room to fetch the daffodil jade flesh bone. Compared to the yearning heartbreak red, known as the king of flowers, the medicinal effects of the daffodil jade flesh bone were undoubtedly weaker. Even so, Shui Yuer, who had originally reached level 23 when they met and was later a level 25 Grand Soul Master, instantly accumulated enough soul power to reach the peak of the second ring stage. Her level soared straight to a level 30 Soul Elder candidate. It was clear that after consuming the daffodil jade flesh bone, Shui Yuer's accumulated soul power didn't just stop at level 30. Similar to Shui Binger's situation, the soul power exceeding the next whole level remained dormant, waiting for her to obtain her third soul ring to manifest. Beyond just enhancing soul power, the daffodil jade flesh bone also nourished her muscles, strengthened her bones, and opened her 8 extraordinary meridians. After consuming it, Shui Yuer experienced a significant boost in talent and potential. Although the daffodil jade flesh bone couldn't match the power of the yearning heartbreak red, it was still a rare immortal herb. Even without the latent medicinal energy enhancing her future cultivation, Shui Yuer's cultivation speed moving forward would rival that of a naturally gifted soul master with innate full soul power. Of course, the changes weren't limited to just her soul power and potential. Even her martial soul underwent notable improvements. Perhaps due to the high compatibility with the daffodil jade flesh bone and the fact that her martial soul wasn't originally a top-tier beast martial soul, Shui Yuer's glowing jade dolphin martial soul, though visually unchanged, had risen in quality to the level of a top-tier beast martial soul. Now, the sisters' soul power levels stood at 40 and 30, respectively, marking the time for them to seek soul beasts and advance further. 3 days later, after adjusting to the rapid surge in soul power, Shui Yuer departed with a vice dean of the academy, a soul sage of the 7-ring level, to hunt for a soul beast. Miu Yang and Shui Binger didn't accompany her because Shui Yuer's chosen hunting ground wasn't a forest on the mainland but the vast ocean. Compared to the starred Great Forest, the sea was far more dangerous, teeming with high-age sea soul beasts. Unless absolutely necessary, it was better for less experienced individuals to avoid the area to prevent unnecessary casualties. Of course, while Shui Yuer set out to hunt a soul beast and gain her third ring, Shui Binger did not. After Shui Binger consumed the yearning heartbreak red, Miu Yang passed down to her 3 cultivation techniques targeting essence, energy, and spirit, sun body refining, extreme ice meditation, and lunar spirit refining. However, 3 days were far from enough for Shui Binger to master all 3 techniques. Even if she managed to begin practicing them, it wasn't sufficient. While extreme ice meditation could be set aside for now as it didn't significantly impact obtaining her 4th soul ring, sun body refining and lunar spirit refining were different matters altogether. At the very least, Shui Binger needed to cultivate sun body refining to the threshold corresponding to her soul power level and enhance her spiritual power through lunar spirit refining. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to attach a 10,000-year 4th soul ring. Enhancing spiritual power to withstand the residual soul remnants of a 10,000-year soul beast through lunar spirit refining would take quite some time. Fortunately, a soul master could still accumulate soul power through meditation without attaching a soul ring. Although the efficiency wasn't as high compared to post-advancement cultivation, gaining a 10,000-year 4th soul ring was well worth the trade-off. The energy contained within a 10,000-year soul ring far exceeded that of a 1,000-year ring, resulting in a higher post-advancement soul power level. The trade-off between slight delays in cultivation and the benefits of a stronger ring was a favorable exchange. This scenario echoed a theory proposed by a certain grandmaster: when a soul master's soul power reaches a whole number level, they can still cultivate normally without immediately obtaining a soul ring. The accumulated soul power will manifest once the ring is acquired. Previously, Mu Ying had scoffed at this notion, wondering what fool would deliberately delay obtaining a soul ring, unaware that higher soul power levels yielded greater meditation efficiency in the same amount of time. Unexpectedly, the absurd scenario had now occurred with his future wife. A week later, Shui Yuer returned from her soul hunt. Thanks to the whale glue and the nourishing effects of the daffodil jade flesh bone, Shui Yuer's 3rd soul ring naturally exceeded its limit, reaching a remarkable 5,000 years, slightly higher than Shui Binger's 3rd soul ring. After attaching her 3rd soul ring, Shui Yuer's soul power level soared to 35th level, making her a soul elder. Excluding the 2 levels of soul power granted by the 5,000-year soul ring, the daffodil jade flesh bone alone had directly boosted her soul power level by about 8 levels. This advancement was remarkable. The soul power accumulated over these 8 levels, coupled with breaking through the minor bottleneck from level 29 to 30, would have taken Shui Yuer at least 3 years to achieve under her previous cultivation talent. The miraculous effects of the immortal herb were undeniable. Time flew by, and a year passed. At dusk, on the mountaintop of the main campus of Skywater Academy, within the Snow Mountain Mimicry cultivation field, the mountain wind howled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Under a stone pavilion, Shui Binger, who had stopped cultivating earlier, rested her chin in her hands, her icy blue eyes unblinkingly fixed on Mu Ying, who was still meditating. After a while, a surge of soul power fluctuations emanated from Mu Ying, and his soul power aura suddenly increased significantly before gradually stabilizing. After a long pause, Mu Ying, who had just advanced to the 30th level as a quasi-soul elder, ended his meditation and opened his eyes. "Binger, haven't you seen enough yet?" Seeing Shui Binger staring at him without blinking, Mu Ying asked with a smile. "No, I haven't." Shui Binger shook her head. They say one never tires of looking at someone they love, but Shui Binger felt that even if she looked 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or countless times, she still wouldn't get enough. It could be said that the toxicity of their martial soul fusion technique was deep, and the young girl in love was utterly captivated. Of course, Mu Ying was no exception. Shui Binger was deeply poisoned. And he was equally affected. If not for his mature mindset and understanding that certain things shouldn't be rushed, he might have already caused trouble. Although he had just turned 10, his physical development, influenced by his martial soul rings, and body refining techniques, far exceeded that of peers from his previous life. He wasn't incapable of creating a new life. Take Ma Hongjun from the original story. For example, by the age of 12, he was already famous in certain circles. "Since I've broken through, if you haven't seen enough, let's go home, and you can keep looking." Mu Ying walked over and hugged Shui Binger. "Hug me tighter," Shui Binger reminded him as icy blue soul power radiated from her body, and her eyes Phoenix martial soul activated. Yellow, purple, and black soul rings emerged around her. Then, her 10,000-year 4th soul ring glowed brilliantly, and a pair of ice blue phoenix wings condensed behind her. With a flap of her wings, she carried Mu Ying down the mountain. Her 4th soul skill, Ice Phoenix Wings. It allowed her to manifest phoenix wings, granting flight while enhancing her speed and ice attribute attacks by 150%. Since acquiring this flying soul skill, her trips to the Snow Mountain Mimicry cultivation field had become much more convenient. With the flying skill, there was no need to use the mountain stairways, she could directly ascend or descend with Mu Ying. Half a year earlier, Shui Binger had raised her spiritual power to the level of an average 50th level Soul King using the spiritual cultivation technique Mu Ying had taught her, lunar spirit refinement. This rapid progress was thanks to her strong foundation at the 40th level and her Ice Phoenix martial soul, which, though not a spiritual type soul, gave her a significant edge in spiritual strength compared to her peers. Once her spiritual power met the standard, Shui Yanyu, who had already returned to Sky Water Academy after the Soul Master Tournament, took Shui Binger and Mu Yang to the extreme north. There, they found a 10,000-year ice low on Soul Beast as Shui Binger's fourth soul ring. Upon advancing, Shui Binger's soul power reached 46th level Soul Ancestor, astonishing Shui Yanyu, who led the hunt. However, in Mu Yang's eyes, her soul power level was well within expectations. Before consuming the yearning Heartbroken Red, Shui Binger's soul power was already at level 33. The herb, an extraordinary immortal treasure, had elevated her soul power by 10 levels. This increase was based on the 3-ring stage. As the 4-ring stage required more soul power, her advancement was slightly reduced. Even so, her actual soul power couldn't possibly be just 41st level. A 10,000-year soul ring from a top-tier flying soul beast provided enough energy to boost her level by 2. Combined with her dedicated cultivation over 6 months, her advancement to 46th level Soul Ancestor was reasonable. Now, 6 months later, her soul power was nearing level 48. No wonder the Shrek 7 monsters, who consumed immortal herbs, far outpaced their contemporaries. It wasn't that other geniuses weren't talented, the immortal herbs' effects were simply unparalleled. Only someone like Keon Renxu, who inherited a clan legacy and started with innate level 20 soul power, could compare. Otherwise, no one could rival them. Naturally, Shui Binger's impressive progress didn't mean Mu Yang lagged behind. In fact, if one compared the number of levels gained, Mu Yang had advanced even more. Over the past year, he had increased his soul power by a full 5 levels. The next morning, Shui Yanyu took Mu Yang and Shui Binger out of Sky Water Academy by carriage, heading southwest to Sunset Forest. Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix martial soul was of the ice attribute, so her soul hunting ground was the extreme north. Mu Yang's Ice Fire Ginseng martial soul also had an ice attribute, but his optimal soul hunting grounds were Sunset Forest or Starred Forest. However, considering his current soul power level, the nearby Sunset Forest sufficed. There was no need to travel far to the Starred Forest unless he couldn't find his desired soul beast in Sunset Forest. Zhao Yang, do you have any specific targets for your third soul ring? Inside the carriage, Shui Yanyu asked Mu Yang. Beast type, detoxifying golden toad, holy light beetle. Plant type, exorcism golden bamboo, sacred lotus. Any of these will do. Mu Yang promptly listed over 10 potential soul beasts. For his third soul skill, Mu Yang had already planned to gain a soul power ginseng that could neutralize abnormal statuses. As for Jugubo's request, that was secondary. Truth be told, such a soul power food skill was highly practical. Like those that promote healing or restore vitality, this was a staple for any food type soul master. However, the placement of such a skill within the soul ring sequence couldn't be too high. For those with average talent and limited future potential, this type of skill should be within the first 2 rings. For those with promising talent and greater prospects, this could be extended to the first 4 rings. The reasoning was simple: while a higher level soul skill might neutralize toxins more effectively, a lower level one could achieve the same with quantity, differing only in efficiency. However, for other types of soul food, such as those enhancing attributes by a percentage, the effects varied significantly with soul ring age. A 9th ring ultimate skill could boost attributes by 50%, while a 1000-year skill might only provide 10%. Thus, food type soul masters ideally reserved early soul rings for skills where maximum effect wasn't heavily dependent on soul ring age. I see. Zhao Yang, you're aiming for a soul power food skill to neutralize abnormal statuses, right? After some thought, Shui Yanyu grasped Mu Yang's intention. As the headmaster of Skywater Academy, Shui Yanyu wasn't directly involved in classroom teaching, but she had a wealth of knowledge. What about the ring's age? She continued. Shui Yanyu was well aware of Mu Yang's soul ring configuration. His second ring was already at 1,000 years, so the age limit for his third ring was likely much higher than usual, perhaps even surpassing Shui Binger and Shui Yuer's limits at the same stage. Chapter 73, Divine Illusion Secret Art. About 10,000 years or so. Facing the gaze of Shui Yanyu and Shui Binger, Mu Yang said calmly. A spirit ring over 10,000 years old. This was a decision Mu Yang made after careful consideration for his Ice and Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng Martial Soul's third spirit ring. Half a month ago, Mu Yang wouldn't have considered a 10,000-year spirit ring for his third ring. It wasn't that a 10,000-year spirit ring was bad, it was simply too conspicuous. Originally, even a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring already seemed high profile. But because of the whale glue, in a world where many spirit masters had spirit rings that exceeded standard limits, having a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring wasn't a big deal. After all, with so many extraordinary beings, it was normal for a few prodigies to stand out. Moreover, theoretically speaking, by consuming whale glue to enhance his physical attributes and refining a head spirit bone to boost his spiritual power, a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring wasn't entirely out of reach. With the Blaze Academy's reputation, he could openly claim to possess a head spirit bone without much issue. However, if a 10,000-year fourth spirit ring seemed high profile but not enough to draw too much attention, flaunting a 10,000-year third spirit ring would be pure arrogance. It would practically scream, "I have rare treasures on me, come and rob me." Anyone with some knowledge would think so. A mere level 30 spirit master with spiritual power comparable to a level 50 spirit master? That would imply he had a head spirit bone of exceptional age, perhaps even a legendary 100,000-year head spirit bone. And if his physical strength only came from whale glue, it wouldn't suffice for a level 30 spirit master to match a level 50 spirit master. It would also imply he had at least one high-grade torso or limb spirit bone. A treasure-laden weakling would be a prime target, no matter how strong his backing was, unless he had a protector as invincible as the strongest of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, Mu Ying had initially decided to play it safe and opt for an 8,000 to 9,000-year-old third spirit ring. After all, spirit ring ages could be improved later. Setting aside the possibility of creating some special method to enhance spirit ring ages, rewards from participating in divine trials could also boost spirit ring ages. Additionally, since the third spirit ability was set to clear abnormal statuses, the spirit ring's age wouldn't drastically affect the ability's effectiveness. But half a month ago, after an unexpected epiphany, Mu Ying's perspective changed. Spirit masters have various ways of judging a spirit beast's approximate age, its strength, spirit power, aura, size, and appearance. However, when it comes to estimating another spirit master's spirit ring age, unless an expert could infer from the ability's strength, the only reliable method was through the spirit ring's color. Fortunately, Mu Ying was a food system spirit master. Since the food he created wouldn't be casually consumed by outsiders, no one could deduce his spirit ring's approximate age through his spirit ability. This meant that as long as he could disguise the color of his spirit rings, no one would know that his spirit ring ages exceeded the limits. In the original story, Tang San used the camouflage ability of his blue-silver domain to alter or hide his spirit ring colors. With his talent for deduction, Mu Ying naturally believed he could create his own secret technique to disguise his spirit ring colors. Moreover, this secret technique wasn't just a theoretical idea, it had already been successfully developed a few days prior. A 10,000-year third spirit ring too high profile? Mu Ying could flaunt it secretly while keeping a low profile outwardly. A 10,000-year third spirit ring? Zhao Yang, are you confident? Shui Yinyu frowned as she asked. Even with Shui Binger's 10,000-year fourth spirit ring as a precedent, Shui Yinyu understood that Mu Ying's physical and spiritual attributes far exceeded his peers. But attempting to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring at level 30 seemed excessively ambitious. "Andy, don't worry, there's no problem." Mu Ying spoke confidently. In terms of spiritual power, he had no issues. After consuming the Autumn Dew tier, once he added a 10,000-year spirit ring and advanced to Spirit Elder, his lunar refining spirit heart should reach the second stage's full moon level. His spiritual power would rival that of an ordinary level 60 spirit master. Physically, relying solely on sun body refining art, whose effects were linked to spirit power level, his level 30 strength alone wasn't enough to endure the strain of absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. But with the whale glue, the 8-petal immortal ice crystal, and blazing apricot delicate, combined with the water and fire-resistant body granted by the ice and fire yin yang well, his physical strength now rivaled that of a level 50 spirit master. With his physical and spiritual attributes meeting the requirements, his low spirit power level wouldn't hinder him from absorbing a 10,000-year spirit ring. Unless, of course, he recklessly tried to absorb the ring of a 10,000-year dark gold dreadclaw bear. Even a typical level 50 assault system beast spirit master who blindly believed in maximum limits would likely fail to absorb a 10,000-year dark gold dreadclaw bear's ring and end up dead. Of course, spirit beasts like the dark gold dreadclaw bear weren't easy prey. With its devastating claws, even titled luos like Jugubo and Shilong would avoid it unless absolutely necessary. 10 days later, in the afternoon, within the inner regions of Sunset Forest, Zhao Yang, there's a 10,000-year repelling bamboo below. What do you think? On a cliff, Shui Yinyu glanced at a bamboo grove in the valley below before turning to Mu Ying. Stroking his chin, Mu Ying nodded slightly. That'll do. In the valley below, a grove of bamboos with green, silver, and golden hues stood tall. The most prominent was a single bamboo in the center, its entire body a faint purple-gold hue. It stood over 20 meters tall, with a diameter nearly a foot wide, a 10,000-year repelling bamboo. Spirit masters familiar with repelling bamboo could easily judge its approximate age by appearance. Excluding young shoots, repelling bamboo is green under 100 years, silver between 100 and 1,000 years, gold between 1,000 and 10,000 years, and purple gold once it reached 10,000 years. Additionally, its color deepened with age unless a qualitative change occurred. As for 100,000-year repelling bamboo? Sorry, this species' bloodline wasn't strong enough. Even 50,000-year-old repelling bamboo was rare. There were no records of a 100,000-year-old one in the history of the Spirit Master world. The name repelling bamboo came from its innate skill, repel evil, which could dispel all abnormal statuses. Moreover, repelling bamboo rarely exceeded 1,000 years, let alone 10,000. Most golden-colored bamboos were the kings of their groves. The purple gold bamboo in this valley was an exceptionally rare specimen. Ice Sparrow, possess. With a low shout, Shui Yinyu's soul power flashed, and her Ice Sparrow martial soul possessed her. A pair of ice blue wings appeared on her back as 8 soul rings yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black lit up. Binger, stay here for a moment. Turning to Shui Binger, Shui Yinyu gave a quick instruction, then took Mu Yang and flew down the cliff. Before long, the two of them entered the repelling golden bamboo grove in the mountain valley. Under the strong soul power pressure released by Shui Yinyu, the numerous repelling golden bamboos of various ages within the grove behaved obediently. Faced with the unexpected guests, they showed no signs of resistance. Well, to be precise, under the immense pressure, the many repelling golden bamboos had already lost their ability to resist. Andy, let me handle it. Looking at the 10,000-year evil repelling golden bamboo not far ahead, Mu Yang spoke to Shui Yinyu. Though he was only a rank 30 quasi-soul elder, dealing with a 10,000-year-old average soul beast was truly something he could easily accomplish. Unless the opponent had exceptionally strong spiritual power or happened to be a 10,000-year-old spiritual type soul beast. You'll handle it. Shui Yinyu was momentarily stunned, her expression showing surprise as she glanced at Mu Yang. Although the repelling golden bamboo wasn't considered a powerful species, it still had over 10,000 years of cultivation, equating to at least the strength of a 5-ring soul king. Yes. Mu Yang nodded. Soul rings from soul beasts have absorption limits. After Shui Yinyu subdues the 10,000-year evil repelling golden bamboo and leaves it severely injured, he would still need to deliver the finishing blow himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to absorb the soul ring. For Mu Yang's current strongest methods, a full-strength 10,000-year repelling golden bamboo and one on the brink of death were not significantly different. True illusion. With a focused expression, Mu Yang activated a spiritual secret art. After creating the Ice Flame secret art, Mu Yang had spent the better part of the last year leveraging his innate talents and a touch of ingenuity to develop another profound technique, Divine Illusion secret art. True illusion was one of the 2 moves included in the Divine Illusion secret art, a spiritual secret art that combined control and attack. Its specific effect was to pull the consciousness of a target whose spiritual power was weaker than his own into a true illusion entirely governed by his will. Maintaining the true illusion required a continuous consumption of spiritual power. Within the illusion, any attacks on the target could be either illusory or real. However, real attacks required additional spiritual power consumption, with the attack type being purely spiritual. If the target were to die in the true illusion, their soul would dissipate, resulting in death in reality. Chapter 74, Yellow Jade Detox Ginseng. The next moment, golden light flashed in Mu Yang's eyes, and an intangible, formless mental force surged forth, descending into the consciousness sea of the 10,000-year repelling golden bamboo. In just an instant, the clash of mental forces occurred. Unable to resist Mu Yang on the spiritual level, the 10,000-year repelling golden bamboo's consciousness was dragged into a white, misty, unknown space. Following this, several golden chains broke through the air, binding the bamboo in an eye shape, suspended in the white misty space. Then, a radiant golden light flashed, and a dignified figure enveloped in purple lightning appeared in the sky, holding a small purple triangular flag. Failing to bow to me, your fate is sealed. I declare you guilty, and you shall be punished with the 9-9 Thunder Tribulation. As Mu Yang, transformed into the Thunder God, finished his declaration, the small triangular purple flag in his hand waved. Within the true illusion, winds howled, clouds gathered, and lightning filled the air. The repelling golden bamboo. If it could speak human language, given it had just crossed the 10,000-year mark, the true illusion would undoubtedly echo with a flurry of expletive-filled protests. Boom! A deafening thunderclap rang out, and a purple lightning bolt, thick as a water barrel, descended with overwhelming divine might. Zzz. As the tribulation lightning struck, the area where the repelling golden bamboo was located immediately turned into a small sea of lightning. Lightning surged, and its tall, golden-purple body trembled violently, becoming faintly transparent. Within the true illusion, Both Mu Yang and the repelling golden bamboo were soul consciousness entities rather than physical bodies. Moreover, even though real attacks within the true illusion were spiritual in nature and different from the physical and energy-based attacks of reality, unless there was an instantaneous kill, there wouldn't be any physical fragmentation. However, when real attacks struck, the soul consciousness entity would grow more transparent. If subjected to excessive attacks, it would eventually fade away completely, signifying the annihilation of its soul. Of course, the Thunder God transformation and the summoning of the 9-9 Thunder Tribulation were merely Mu Yang's dramatic flair. Despite the grand display, the actual attack strength wasn't extraordinarily high. It essentially manifested as spiritual shock disguised as tribulation lightning. Boom boom boom, the thunder rolled incessantly, echoing loudly. Unable to withstand even a fraction of the 81 strikes of tribulation lightning, the repelling golden bamboo soul consciousness entity grew exceedingly faint after enduring just 10 bolts. When the 11th bolt descended, it completely dissipated within the true illusion. Simultaneously, in the outside world, the evil vanishing golden bamboo soul was obliterated, and its massive body began to emit dense golden light particles. Countless golden particles danced in the air before gradually condensing into a black 10,000-year soul ring. Gasp! Seeing this, Shui Yinyu, who stood beside Mu Yang, couldn't help but inhale sharply, her face filled with astonishment as she looked at him. Although her soul power suppression had rendered the 10,000-year evil banishing golden bamboo essentially powerless, Mu Yang had used spiritual methods to kill it. Her soul power suppression couldn't aid him on the mental level. This meant that even without her presence, Mu Yang could have defeated the 10,000-year repelling golden bamboo. If someone had told her a rank 30 quasi soul elder could single-handedly hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, Shui Yinyu wouldn't have believed it. The power disparity was simply too great. While a 10,000-year soul beast's level might correspond to that of a 5-ring soul king, typical 5-ring soul kings couldn't defeat it, much less a rank 30 quasi soul elder. But the undeniable reality unfolded before her eyes. The appearance of the soul ring proved that the 10,000-year repelling golden bamboo was truly dead. No wonder Mu Yang was confident in attaching a 10,000-year third soul ring. This feat alone demonstrated his extraordinary spiritual prowess. Gazing at the soul ring emitted by the 10,000-year repelling golden bamboo, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. With a flash of soul power, he released his ice-fire immortal jade ginseng martial soul. Guided by the martial soul, the 10,000-year soul ring slowly floated toward Mu Yang. Soon, the soul ring reached above Mu Yang's head, shrinking quickly before transforming into a black ring about the size of a bowl, attaching itself to the ice-fire immortal jade ginseng martial soul in his right palm. At that moment, Mu Yang felt a surging wave of soul ring energy flowing madly into his body through the ice-fire jade immortal ginseng martial soul. Without hesitation, Mu Yang immediately activated the ice flame meditation technique, transforming the soul ring's energy into ice and fire fusion attribute soul power. Meanwhile, Shui Yinyu glanced at the corpse of the 10,000-year evil banishing golden bamboo and, noticing no soul bone had emerged, picked up the meditating Mu Yang. Her ice sparrow wings spread wide, carrying them out of the bamboo forest and back to the mountain cliff above. With the bamboo king slain, the other repelling golden bamboos in the forest remained inert. They weren't indifferent but were completely suppressed by Shui Yinyu's soul power, unable to move a muscle. Since Mu Yang couldn't complete his breakthrough quickly, it wasn't suitable for him to stay in the bamboo forest while refining his soul ring. Time passed swiftly. The sun set, and the moon rose, and before long, it was midnight. On the mountain cliff, Mu Yang opened his eyes after refining the 10,000-year soul ring and successfully advancing to become a rank 30 soul elder. His body had also developed further. Rank 33? Feeling the qualitative change in his soul power, Mu Yang raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. It was unexpected yet reasonable. The 10,000-year soul ring, which had just surpassed 10,000 years, increased his soul power by 3 ranks. Interestingly, during the refinement of the soul ring, Mu Yang encountered no remnant soul thought typically present in soul rings of 10,000-year or higher levels. It made sense the repelling golden bamboo had been killed through spiritual annihilation. With its soul obliterated, there was no remnant thought left to form. Even if remnant thoughts had lingered, Mu Yang wouldn't have feared them. He had destroyed the creature's complete soul, so why would he worry about remnants? Glancing at the newly formed 10,000-year third soul ring, Mu Yang's gaze fell on his eyes and fire jade ginseng martial soul. After attaching the third soul ring, his martial soul underwent subtle changes. The ginseng leaves remained one red and one blue, and the ginseng body still seemed jade-like. However, beneath the red and orange rings, a new yellow ring appeared. Is it really following the sequence of rainbow colors? Mu Yang mused inwardly. What color would come after red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple? Mu Yang, stand up and take a look. At this moment, Shui Binger, seeing that Mu Yang had completed his breakthrough, walked up and said, "What's the matter?" Retracting his martial soul and soul rings, Mu Ying stood up and asked. Without saying anything, Shui Binger pulled Mu Ying and compared their heights. Placing her hand at the top of his head and moving it leveled to herself, she found it had reached her brow. Satisfied, she nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. Mu Ying, you're about 165 centimeters tall now. By next year, we should be the same height." That is, when she wore high heels. In the original novel, Shui Binger's height was about 165 centimeters, and given her age, there wasn't much room for growth. To be honest, a height of 165 centimeters was somewhat short for a four-ring soul ancestor, even for a girl. Take a certain transformed rabbit, for example. Her physical age was 12, yet she already stood at 170 centimeters. But that was the original story. Shui Binger now wasn't short. With the all-around enhancement from Yearning Heartbroken Red and Mu Ying's constant supervision of her diet, 14-year-old Shui Binger had already reached a height of 165 centimeters. Of course, since girls matured earlier, her attached soul rings also boosted her development. This preempted some of her potential, so her future maximum height wouldn't be shocking. However, her height would definitely exceed 170 centimeters. A height above 170 centimeters, combined with shoes, would be more than sufficient. Growing taller is good. My growth means we're getting closer to the time when we can truly be together. Wrapping his arms around the girl's waist, Mu Ying whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Shui Binger blushed and lowered her head shyly. "Hey, you two are enough. Can't you consider my feelings?" Seeing the pair showing affection as if no one else were around, Shui Yinyu couldn't help but complain. The headmistress of Skywater Academy, Shui Yinyu, was a single, unmarried woman. Interestingly, compared to female graduates from other advanced Soul Master Academies, Skywater Academy's graduates had a higher likelihood of remaining single. The main reason for this phenomenon was Skywater Academy's policy of only admitting female students. Being admitted to Skywater Academy meant having at least decent talent. By graduation, their age was generally no less than 20. Male peers of similar age with good talent already had girlfriends, while those with poor talent weren't appealing to them. Picky choices often led to missed opportunities, leaving them single. "Well, and, you could find someone for us to call uncle," Shui Binger earnestly suggested. Shui Yinyu. How hurtful. My darling niece has become less adorable. Cough cough. Zhao Yang, release your third soul skill and let me see. To ease the awkwardness, Shui Yinyu cleared her throat and changed the subject. Nodding slightly, Mu Ying released his Ice Fire Immortal Jade Ginseng martial soul again. Essence of heaven and earth, yellow jade. Chanting the soul incantation, Mu Ying's third soul ring, a 10,000-year ring, shone brightly. As his soul power surged, a 3-inch-long soul power ginseng, seemingly carved from yellow jade, materialized. Third soul skill, yellow jade detox ginseng, when consumed, can eliminate abnormal states, including poisoning. It is effective for 10 days after being made. It must be said that the 10-day shelf life of the yellow jade detox ginseng alone proves that a 10,000-year soul skill is incomparable to a 100-year or 1,000-year soul skill. After all, the 100-year red jade revival ginseng only lasts for 3 days, and the 1,000-year orange jade blood-boosting ginseng is only effective for 5 days. Chapter 75, A Long-Planned Scheme, Part 1, is the effect to remove abnormal statuses? Inspecting the yellow jade detox ginseng created by Mu Ying, Shui Yinyu asked. Yes, that's the effect. Mu Ying nodded. The type of soul skill a soul master could gain by attaching a soul ring could often be deduced. In fact, for long-established soul master families, they had already figured out which type of soul beast's ring would yield specific soul skills. From low to high levels, they had worked out the most reasonable soul skill combinations. As for the specific effects of the yellow jade detox ginseng, since it hadn't been tested yet, Mu Ying couldn't say for sure. However, one thing was certain. For abnormal statuses like poisoning caused by soul skills of soul masters of the same level, the yellow jade detox ginseng would definitely work. With its 10,000-year soul ring level, it could even surpass levels to take effect. At this moment, Shui Binger frowned as she looked at the 10,000-year third soul ring around Mu Ying. Hesitating slightly, she said, Mu Ying, your 10,000-year third soul ring. No need to say more. Shui Binger was reminded of Mu Ying's previous concerns. As a soul master, one soul rings would inevitably be displayed before others. Her 10,000-year fourth soul ring was still acceptable, but Mu Ying's 10,000-year third soul ring was indeed overly conspicuous. Seeing this, Mu Ying smiled, then activated a new concealment technique he had developed a few days prior. Immediately, the black 10,000-year third soul ring began to change color, transforming from black to purple, making it appear as though it had only around 5,000 years of age. In the past, even a 5,000-year third soul ring would have been eye-catching. But now, with the secret of whale glue widely known across the continent, a 5,000-year third soul ring was no longer shocking to influential individuals. If necessary, any major power could cultivate a soul master with a 5,000-year third soul ring. It can do that? Shui Binger's icy blue eyes widened in disbelief. For the sake of keeping a low profile, Mu Yang said modestly. You're right, it's better to keep it low-key. Shui Binger nodded in agreement. 2 days later, early in the morning, in a small town outside the Sunset Forest, Mu Yang waved goodbye as he saw Shui Binger and Shui Yanyu off in a carriage. After their carriage left, Mu Yang boarded another carriage heading south. Attaching a soul ring not only increased soul power but also improved various physical functions and even enhanced spiritual power significantly. Upon advancing to a 3-ring soul elder, Mu Yang finally reached the half-moon perfection stage of the second level of the lunar spiritual refinement technique, making his spiritual power comparable to an ordinary level 60 soul master. With his improved spiritual power and mastery of the divine illusion secret technique, Mu Yang decided to set his long-planned scheme into motion. His destination, Nuoding City. His objectives were twofold. First, the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone. Second, to claim the life of Tang Buddha-san, the so-called path to death. Based on the original work, Tang Hao had a bad habit. He didn't carry the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone left by his wife. But this wasn't hard to understand. In Tang Hao's eyes, as precious as a 100,000-year-old spirit bone was, it still couldn't compare to his wife, who returned to a seedling state after her sacrifice. Since ordinary spatial soul tools couldn't store living things, Tang Hao couldn't keep Aizen with him. Instead, he placed her in a hidden cave behind a waterfall, where the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone was also stored. As for the valuable spirit bone being stolen, if a thief really came, Tang Hao's first concern wouldn't be whether the 100,000-year-old spirit bone was stolen but whether his wife was taken. If even his wife was stolen, losing the spirit bone would just be a secondary concern. It's like when a phone is broken, who cares about the phone case being damaged? If his wife was still there and the thief only took the spirit bone, that would actually be a relief. Perhaps because of this mindset, Tang Hao didn't carry the precious spirit bone with him and instead stored it alongside his wife. Mu Yang didn't know the exact location of the waterfall hiding Aizen and the blue-silver emperor right leg bone since the original story didn't specify. But in Mu Yang's opinion, the waterfall couldn't be far from the Douluo beginner village, Holy Soul Village. Most likely, it was within the nearby mountains. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the waterfall wasn't small. Where there's a waterfall, there's a river. Following the larger rivers in the vicinity of Holy Soul Village to find the waterfall wouldn't be too difficult, just a matter of time. Planning for the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone was for self-improvement. Taking the life of Path to Death Tang Buddha was to eliminate a potential threat. In the original work, 3 people achieved godhood: Angel God Qian Renxu, Sea God Tang San, and Rakshasa God Bibi Dong. By taking out Tang San, one of the 3 is gone. Qian Renxu would then be much easier to deal with. As long as her infiltration of the Heavened Empire wasn't disrupted or even subtly aided when others tried to sabotage her, she would eventually ascend to the throne of the Heavened Empire. After gaining the throne, Qian Renxu wouldn't immediately abandon all state affairs to return to Spirit Hall for the Angel God trials, would she? Even though the Angel God position awaited her at home, her path to godhood would inevitably be delayed due to the burden of state responsibilities. Allowing Qian Renxu to conquer the Heavened Empire might seem like Spirit Hall's strength had expanded, but it was more of a superficial victory. It was far less significant than her ascending to godhood earlier. After all, once Qian Renxu became a god, even 100 titled luos like Jugubo wouldn't stand a chance against her angelic sacred sword. It could be said that Spirit Hall's bloodless conquest of the Heavened Empire plan was utterly foolish, a plan where failure would be more beneficial. It's absurd. As for Bibi Dong, the Heavened Empire was a juicy piece of meat. If Qian Renxu's plan succeeded, Bibi Dong, who sought to replace the Angel clan, wouldn't give up inserting her confidants into the Heavened Empire. A new round of power struggles would begin. Without the successive godhoods of Qian Renxu and Tang San, Bibi Dong's path to the Rakshasa god position would inevitably be delayed compared to the original timeline. This would give Mu Yang the time to quietly grow stronger and eventually dazzle the entire world. Of course, Mu Yang was well aware that whether he planned to acquire the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone or take out Tang San, both carried significant risks. He and Tang San were the same age, both born in Douluo calendar year 2631, with Mu Ying being 6 months younger. At present, Tang-san was, at most, a rank 20 Grand Soul Master. A level of strength Mu Ying hardly considered a threat, even with the formidable power of Tang-san's hidden weapons. Tang-san wasn't much, but his father, Tang Hao, was one of the top experts in the Soul Master world. If Mu Ying were unlucky and encountered Tang Hao while attempting to steal the soul bone or kill Tang-san, he would undoubtedly be doomed. Fortunately, Mu Ying had already foreseen these risks and devised a plan to mitigate them. He wasn't suited to act directly, as he risked falling victim to Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. However, acting as a mastermind and finding 1 or 2 capable pawns to bear the brunt of the danger was undoubtedly feasible. Where could he find pawns strong enough to kill Tang-san and still follow his orders without question? Without additional tools, such loyal death soldiers were indeed difficult to find. At least, Mu Ying didn't have access to any. But with the soul-controlling techniques of Divine's illusion secret method, the number of suitable targets wasn't small. One shot of the soul-controlling technique, and even an ordinary 5-ring Soul King would obediently serve him. And with the strength of a 5-ring Soul King, even one of the weaker ones, handling Tang-san, who was now only a 2-ring Grand Soul Master, would be no problem. As long as the operation was carried out cleanly, regardless of success or failure, no suspicion would fall on him. 10 days later, in the mountains surrounding Nuoding City. At the top of a small mountain, Mu Ying listened to the rumbling sounds and gazed at the scene ahead. On the cliff face, a waterfall approximately 20 meters wide and nearly 200 meters tall cascaded down into a massive pool below. A bald young man in simple clothing, his face smudged with dust, smiled with satisfaction and nodded silently to himself. Finally found it. This bald youth was none other than Mu Ying in disguise. The cave where Tang Hao's wife was hidden was behind a waterfall. Where there's a waterfall, there must be a river. And rivers of significant flow were crucial to ancient agriculture, making their location something that would surely be recorded in Nuoding City's archives. 3 days ago, upon arriving in Nuoding City, Mu Ying began his preparations. To distance himself from any involvement in the matter and leave no trace, Mu Ying went to great lengths. He even abandoned his striking ice blue short hair, shaving his head completely bald. Using the advantages of his soul-controlling technique, he obtained a map of the surrounding rivers and mountains from a certain city lord Zhao, whose strength was only at the 4-ring soul ancestor level. Then, he began his search using the map. As for what that city lord Zhao might think or do afterward, Mu Ying didn't care. It was just a map. Surely no one would associate it with Mu Ying planning an adventure to steal treasures. Right? Besides, he had disguised himself thoroughly and hadn't used his martial soul powers, so no one could identify him. Thus, after obtaining the map, Mu Ying didn't kill city lord Zhao, sparing some face for the Heaven Empire. Now that he had found the waterfall, the precious 100,000-year-old soul bone was likely within reach. However, Mu Ying restrained his greed and did not act immediately. Instead, he turned and left. To ensure success, he still needed someone to act as his scapegoat, minimizing the risk to himself. He wasn't sure of Tang Hao's current location, but it was most likely either in the cave behind the waterfall with his wife or in Nuoding City watching over Tang-san. The chance of Tang Hao being away to disrupt Spirit Hall was slim. After all, if Tang Hao were causing chaos regularly, Spirit Hall's many experts would have caught him by now. How could he remain at large? At best, he might occasionally engage in some guerrilla skirmishes. Chapter 76, The Long-Prepared Plan, Part 2. The next night, late at night, in a medium-sized city 200 miles away from Notting City, Loran City. It is said that a dark night with high winds, a time to kill and commit arson. Under the moonless sky, a figure, not very tall, dressed in a black robe with a hood, sneaked into the headquarters of a dark faction called the Black Tiger Gang located in the southern part of the city. After entering the city during the day, Mu Ying, after some inquiries, had figured out who he should send as the death servant to bear the brunt of the plan. First of all, the death servant he was looking for couldn't be too weak. At least they needed to be at the 4 rings or 5 rings level. Secondly, the death servant had to be a bad person. At the very least, they couldn't be a good person, to avoid feeling guilty afterward. If the plan didn't succeed, the death servant who took the fall would surely die under Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. Even if the plan succeeded and the death servant came out alive, Mu Ying would still eliminate them afterward to ensure that no one else would know about this. By coincidence, the leader of the largest dark faction in Loran City, the Black Tiger Gang, perfectly met these criteria. The Black Tiger Gang leader, originally named Wangdo, around 40 years old, possessed the Black Tiger martial soul, and was known as Black Tiger. He was a 5 rings soul king with soul power cultivation. In recent years, the Black Tiger Gang had been extorting protection money in Loran City, causing numerous families to be destroyed. In theory, Such an evil gang should have been eradicated by the Loran city authorities long ago, but who could resist when Wangda was the city lord's older brother-in-law? Thus, under the arrangement of fate, this night, in the moonless high wind, an emissary of justice arrived. Half an hour later, in the brightly lit hall of the Black Tiger Gang, several clusters of ice-blue flames gradually extinguished, leaving only a little white ash. "Great Master, this is a small token of my humble servant's gratitude," said the towering Black Tiger. Not a hint of sadness on his face as he kneeled on one knee, respectfully holding a storage soul guide and presenting it to the figure in the black robe before him. "Not bad. You too, follow me," Mu Yang said as he took the storage soul guide and spoke to the Black Tiger and a tall, thin soul master named Vulture beside him. He then led the way out of the Black Tiger Gang hall. After sneaking into the Black Tiger Gang's base and finding Black Tiger, Mu Yang immediately used the soul-seizing secret technique to control his mind. Originally, Mu Yang planned to leave right away, but after thinking it over, he decided that the Black Tiger Gang shouldn't continue to exist, so he decided to eliminate them as well. It was just a small matter for him. He had the mind-controlled Black Tiger call for several core members of the Black Tiger Gang. Except for one 4-rings level flying system soul sect, who was temporarily kept as a dog, Mu Yang directly activated the true illusion to kill the remaining members and then used Ice Flame to destroy their corpses. The storage soul guide, as a token of gratitude, naturally contained the Black Tiger Gang stock of golden soul coins. The Justice Emissary, although performing good deeds anonymously, still had to eat, so taking the gang's ill-gotten gains was perfectly reasonable. Without the core members led by Black Tiger, the lower-level lackeys couldn't maintain the gang's interests. It was predictable that the Black Tiger Gang would soon become history. As for whether Loran City would see the rise of new dark factions like the Savage Tiger Gang or Black Dragon Gang, that had nothing to do with Mu Yang. He could only care about the present, the part he witnessed personally, and nothing else. "Yes, Master." The two responded respectfully, then followed Mu Yang. 2 days later, in the morning, in a small, remote village 30 miles outside Notting City, in a common house. "Have you understood the tasks I assigned?" Mu Yang asked the Black Tiger and Vulture. "Understood," the two said solemnly. Mu Yang nodded and said, "Good. You two head out now. I'll be waiting for the good news. We guarantee to complete the task assigned by Master." The two straightened their waists, then left the house without hesitation to carry out the mission. "I wonder if the plan will go smoothly. I guess at least one of the tasks will be completed," Mu Yang thought to himself as he watched them leave. Black Tiger's strength was that of a 5-rings battle soul king, while Vulture was a 4-rings soul ancestor. The former would be tasked with eliminating Tang San, while the latter would be tasked with stealing the 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone. A specific time had been set, and they would both act around dusk. The main obstacle to both missions was Tang Hao, but since Tang Hao was only one person, and the waterfall area was far from Notting Academy at least several dozen miles, Tang Hao couldn't use any body-splitting techniques. No matter where Tang Hao was, there was always one location where they could succeed. Of course, it would be best if they could catch Tang Hao out and succeed in both locations. If they couldn't catch up, he would have to choose one of the two options. Compared to obtaining 100,000-year soul bone, Mu Yang felt that it would be best to kill Tang San. After all, while a 100,000-year-old soul bone was valuable, once he had enough strength, he could acquire as many as he needed. Not to mention 100,000-year soul bone, even soul bones of a higher age can be obtained. Thinking this, Mu Yang took a red jade soul rejuvenating ginseng from his soul guide storage bracelet and swallowed it. The soul-seizing secret technique required continuous consumption of mental energy to maintain its effects, as it wasn't a permanent control. If it weren't for the red jade soul rejuvenating ginseng, Mu Yang wouldn't have been able to afford the mental energy expenditure of controlling two people. Fortunately, the soul-seizing secret technique had no distance limitations for control, it only required the consumption of mental energy. Otherwise, his method of sending death servants to take the fall would not work. In fact, there were other things worth plotting in the Notting City area, not just the 100,000-year-old Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone and Tang San's life. The 100,000-year-old soul ring and soul bone of a certain rogue rabbit were also great prizes. Unfortunately, he didn't currently have the strength to plot the 100,000-year soul old ring and soul bone of the rogue rabbit. It wasn't that he couldn't add a 100,000-year-old soul ring to his martial soul, he could use the soul-seizing secret technique to control its mind, have it offer itself as a sacrifice, and then use it as the first soul ring for his Ice Flame Saint Shadow martial soul. Although the match between the soul ring and the martial soul wouldn't be perfect, the sheer age of the 100,000-year soul ring and the soul power boost after absorbing the 100,000-year soul bone would be enough for Mu Yang to overlook this issue. The root problem lay with Tang Hao. In order to avoid wasting the precious 100,000-year soul ring, he could only resort to kidnapping or directly controlling it to offer itself as a sacrifice. Kidnapping a transformed 100,000-year soul beast under Tang Hao's nose would be as difficult as defeating Tang Hao with pure strength. As for directly controlling it to offer itself as a sacrifice, Tang Hao couldn't stop the ritual, but afterward, Mu Yang would have to face the enraged clear-skied Luo. Thus, for now, the rogue rabbit would have to wait. Perhaps in the future, there would be other opportunities. Thus, the matter of the rogue rabbit would have to be set aside for now to see if there might be another opportunity in the future. Approaching dusk, amidst the mountains, before a valley waterfall. Vulture, possess. Glancing at the sky, estimating that the time was almost right, Vulture let out a low shout. Soul power radiated from his body as his vulture martial soul possessed him. Feathers appeared on his arms, and 4 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, emerged around him. Immediately, his 3rd soul ring glowed, and a pair of brown wings materialized behind him. Following that, Vulture flapped his wings and flew toward the waterfall in front of him. 4th soul skill, Vulture feathers. Flying into the air, Vulture's 4th soul ring lit up. Accompanied by a surge of soul power, dense, slender, brown feathers manifested and then shot explosively toward the waterfall below. Boom, 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 boom. The mere flow of the waterfall could not withstand the 4th offensive soul skill of a 4-ring soul ancestor. Numerous soul power feathers pierced through the flowing water and struck the rock wall behind it, causing a series of loud explosions. Instantly, countless droplets of water splashed everywhere, and numerous stones tumbled down from the sturdy rock wall. After firing his 4th soul skill twice in succession, the soul power feathers covered the entire rock wall behind the waterfall. When Vulture saw that the hidden rock wall had suffered significant damage, revealing a faintly visible deep cave, his expression brightened with joy. I found it. Ecstatic, Vulture added another 1st soul skill, Air Blade, completely clearing the cave entrance. Then, he descended from the air, retracted his wings, and activated his defensive 2nd soul skill, braving the waterfall's powerful flow as he entered the cave. On the other side, just as Vulture began his move, within Notting City, not far from Notting Academy, a blacksmith shop received a burly visitor. Customer, what can I do for you? As soon as Black Tiger entered the blacksmith shop, a muscular man holding a forging hammer and bare-chested came up to him with a grin. Before Mu Yang recruited him as a subordinate, Black Tiger had been the leader of a gang. His attire and demeanor were extraordinary, and he exuded the aura of a big shot. Likely someone wealthy. Naturally, Shi-san, the blacksmith shop owner, greeted him warmly. Let me look around first. Sweeping his gaze across the shop, Black Tiger's eyes lingered briefly on a plain young man laboring at a forge in the corner before pretending to be indifferent and replying. Take your time, sir. The ironware from our blacksmith shop, ranging from weapons and armor to sickles and hoes, is renowned throughout Notting City. I won't lie to you. Even the city's garrison orders their weapons and armor from us. Shi-san boasted shamelessly. Black Tiger nodded slightly and pretended to inspect the ironware displayed in the shop while subtly moving toward the young man working in the corner. Coincidentally, Tang-san had just finished forging a piece of pig iron. He put down his hammer and prepared to rest for a moment. Surveying the blacksmith shop he had worked in for over 4 years, Tang-san's gaze fell upon Black Tiger's figure. Immediately, Tang-san's pupils contracted sharply, his muscles tensing instinctively. However, as if recalling something, he slightly relaxed his vigilance but did not let his guard down entirely. It was for no other reason than that, in his previous life as a member of the Tang sect, Tang-san sensed a strong aura of killing intent emanating from Black Tiger. This burly man was quite powerful and had many lives on his hands. Most likely, he was not a good person. Still, he and this burly man were strangers. Although he instinctively labeled Black Tiger as someone evil, Tang-san did not believe this individual would mean him harm. After all, he was just a student of Notting Elementary Academy and an apprentice at the blacksmith shop. He had not provoked any enemies. Who would be foolish enough to go out of their way to target him for no reason? Chapter 77, Blue Silver Emperor Right Leg Bone, Part 1. However, at this moment, the Black Tiger, who was already quite close to Tang-san, made his move. A burst of black light suddenly emanated from the Black Tiger, accompanied by a resounding tiger roar. In an instant, the Black Tiger completed his martial soul possession, his hands transforming into black tiger claws as he swiftly pounced toward Tang-san. Faced with the sudden change, Tang-san was startled but didn't hesitate to activate Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. Leaving a faint afterimage behind, he sidestepped several meters in a flash, narrowly avoiding the incoming tiger claws. Who are you? Having dodged the first attack, his heart pounded as his sharp eyes locked onto the malicious figure of the Black Tiger. If he hadn't noticed the black tiger earlier and maintained a wary attitude, he might have fallen into a trap this time. Second soul skill, Black Tiger Roar. Remembering the Great Lord's instructions, the black tiger, whose surprise attack had failed, wasted no time on unnecessary words and directly unleashed his second soul skill. Roar. A massive tiger roar spread out at lightning speed, and within the blacksmith shop, a deafening roar echoed instantly. Under the shockwaves of this tiger roar, the blacksmith shop owner, Chi-san, and Tang-san, who were standing nearby, both froze in place. Unfortunately for the black tiger, his second soul skill, Black Tiger Roar, was not a sonic attack but a mental deterrent skill. The sound itself, apart from being loud, had no offensive power. It could only serve as an area control skill, failing to kill Tang-san directly. Seeing that his target, Tang-san, was now immobilized by his control skill, a sinister smile appeared on the black tiger's face. He raised his tiger claws, ready to crush Tang-san's skull. At this moment, the black tiger seemed to see Tang-san's head, like a watermelon dropped on the ground, about to be smashed by his claws. He could already picture himself successfully completing the sacred mission given by the Great Lord and returning triumphantly. But just as his black claws were about to strike Tang-san's head, an invisible and terrifying aura enveloped the entire blacksmith shop. Under this overwhelming aura, the black tiger's body froze in its attacking posture. Boom! In the next instant, a black light descended from the sky, piercing through the roof of the blacksmith shop and directly smashing the head of the frozen black tiger. Before Tang-san could make out what the black light was, it flashed again, swiftly disappearing through the hole in the roof. Looking at the headless corpse in front of him, Tang-san, who had just shaken off the mental shock of the tiger roar, stood there in a daze, his head throbbing, and his ears still ringing. The sudden change happened too quickly. He didn't even know that the burly man intended to kill him, let alone what the black light that descended from the sky and instantly killed the man was. Even with years of cultivating his purple demon eyes, Tang-san could only vaguely discern that the black light seemed to be a blunt object. Meanwhile, in an alley outside the blacksmith shop, the black light that had just saved Tang-san landed in the hands of a scruffy, burly middle-aged man. Spirit hole? Probably not, just a mere 5-ringed Soul King. Retracting the clear sky hammer in his hand, Tang Hao muttered to himself with some doubt. If it were someone sent by Spirit Hall, they certainly wouldn't send a mere 5-ringed Soul King. At the very least, they would dispatch a titled Luo-level elder, and it wouldn't just be one or two of them. Otherwise, it would simply be delivering themselves to him as fodder. Elsewhere, in a secluded village house. When the black tiger was instantly killed by Tang Hao's flying hammer, Mu Yang immediately sensed it. It wasn't because he could see through the black tiger's vision but because his soul-capturing technique had been disrupted. No need to guess black tiger had failed and been killed by Tang Hao. As for whether Tang-san had been finished off, with Tang Hao secretly protecting Tang-san, there was no way black tiger could kill him. After all, Notting City was just a remote little town. If a 5-ringed Soul King suddenly appeared in the city and near his son, Tang Hao would certainly notice. If there was no action, he might think it was just a passerby. But once an attack was made, Tang Hao's strength ensured he would react in time. If Tang Hao is in Notting City, then it means the vulture's operation was successful. Ignoring the black tiger who had been hammered to death, Mu Yang mused to himself. Although he hadn't managed to take out Tang-san this time, obtaining a 100,000-year-old soul bone was still a decent harvest. As for the possibility that the 100,000-year blue silver emperor right leg bone was being carried by Tang Hao, that vulture had failed to retrieve it? Mu Yang had planned for so long, there was no way he would return empty-handed. If Tang Hao refused to give him this opportunity, then he wouldn't mind being impolite. Sure, Tang Hao could carry the soul bone with him, but he certainly couldn't carry the blue silver emperor everywhere, right? If he truly could carry it, then in the original story, Tang Hao wouldn't have needed to hide his wife in the cave behind the waterfall. Mu Yang had already instructed the vulture beforehand if they found the soul bone behind the waterfall, they were not to touch the blue silver emperor. But if they couldn't find the soul bone, then they were to bring the blue silver emperor back. He had no use for the blue silver emperor himself, so he wouldn't bother taking Tang Hao's wife if he got the precious soul bone. But if he didn't get the 100,000-year soul bone, then taking Tang Hao's wife as compensation for all his effort was only fair. Who knows, with this in hand, he might even be able to pressure Tang Hao and his son in the future when his own strength grew. An hour later, before nightfall, the vulture returned. Did it work? Seeing the undisguised joy on the vulture's face, Mu Yang quickly asked. Please, my lord, take a look. Without hesitation, the vulture took out a long black lead box from his storage soul tool. Although storage soul tools were fairly common, they were still quite expensive. The vulture didn't originally have one, but Mu Yang had temporarily lent him one, previously contributed by the black tiger. To facilitate his mission. Excellent. Seeing the black lead box, Mu Yang couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed in delight. The 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor right leg bone was in his hands. The lead box was about 1.5 meters long and 1 foot wide, feeling incredibly heavy. It weighed over 200 pounds. If not for both men being soul masters with physical strength far beyond ordinary people, simply holding it would not have been easy. The box had no lock. Holding it in his hands, Mu Yang slowly opened it. As soon as he opened a crack, Mu Yang's entire being was invigorated. Even through a tiny opening, Mu Yang could feel an overwhelming life force surging from within. Fortunately, though this life force was vast, it was extraordinarily gentle. It didn't cause him any discomfort. Instead, it brought an indescribable sense of comfort. When the lead box was fully opened, what appeared before Mu Yang was a crystal-clear blue-gold right leg soul bone. Inside, it seemed as if starlight flickered, and the bone exuded an almost lifelike presence. Excluding external soul bones, among the 6 main parts of the body, right leg soul bones rank lower. However, this ranking is based on soul bones of the same age and when the abilities provided by the soul bone are not particularly outstanding. In terms of pure value, this blue-silver Emperor right leg bone was undoubtedly second only to 100,000-year head or torso soul bones. Mu Yang was well aware of the 2 soul bone abilities attached to the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone. The first, the 100,000-year soul bone ability Wildfire Burns Without End, Spring Winds Blow Again, was the strongest healing type ability known in the continent's soul master world. It could not only heal injuries but also regenerate severed limbs. Moreover, it could be used on others. Back then, Tang Hao had already filled all 6 main positions with soul bones. If not for that, the reputation of the clear-skied Luo would have been even greater. With limb regeneration at his disposal, the after-effects of the Great Sumeru Hammer's ring detonation technique wouldn't have been an issue. He could have detonated rings as he wished. As long as he controlled it properly and didn't lose the rings entirely, it wouldn't have mattered. Without hold injuries holding him back, Mu Yang believed Tang Hao's current soul power rank would have been much higher. Adding the freedom to detonate soul rings as he pleased, excluding Poseidon Luo Boseixi, who dominated the sea god's island, and considering that Tang Chen was crippled and Bibi Dong was still limited by the Rakshasa god's trials, Sky Invincible cannot be revealed, there will be no one in the mainland soul master world who can defeat Tang Hao in a duel. The second 100,000-year soul bone ability of the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone, Flight, was less impactful in the late stages. However, for Mu Yang, who currently lacked flight capabilities, it was incredibly useful. Moreover, due to the high age of the soul bone, the soul power consumption while activating the flight ability was minimal. Of course, the rule isn't that the higher the age of a soul bone, the lower its soul power consumption. This depends on the specific ability. For example, with offensive-type soul bone abilities, higher age generally results in greater consumption. However, while the consumption increases, the power also significantly escalates. The multiple increase in power always exceeds the multiple increase in consumption. For instance, a 10,000-year offensive soul bone might use 1 unit of soul power to deliver 3 units of power. Meanwhile, a 100,000-year offensive soul bone might use 10 units of soul power to deliver 100 units or more of power. Suddenly, Mu Yang realized something critical. Now that he had intercepted the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone, Tang Hao was doomed, wasn't he? Don't be fooled by how magnanimous Tang Hao appeared in the original story, decisively severing his right arm and left leg to remove 2 inheritance soul bones and return them to the Clear Sky clan. In truth, it was a decision made out of desperation. Firstly, he indeed intended to make amends. Secondly, his old injuries had become unmanageable, forcing him to take such drastic measures. If Tang Hao doesn't sever his limbs in the future, his old injuries will resurface, and he'll be completely incapacitated. If he does sever them, without the 100,000-year healing soul bone ability Wildfire Burns Without End, Spring Winds Blow Again, which allows limb regeneration, Tang San won't have any way to restore his father's severed limbs. With a missing right arm and left leg, Tang Hao would still be formidable but only on par with the likes of Shilong and Zhuge Bo, his threat greatly reduced. Compared to the clear-skied Luo of the past, who, upon advancing to the 9-ring titled Luo level, could crush 3 titled Luo, including Spirit Hall's former Pope Qiong Xunji, Tang Hao would undoubtedly be a shadow of his former self. After pondering this, Mu Yang put away the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone, deciding not to refine it immediately. Refining a 100,000-year soul bone takes significant time. This place wasn't absolutely secure and was unsuitable for such a process. Glancing at the now worthless vulture, Mu Yang activated the mental technique True Illusion to extinguish his soul. As icy blue flames danced, the vulture disappeared from the world, leaving behind only a small pile of white ash. Chapter 78, The Blue-Silver Emperor's Right Leg Bone, Part 2. That night, Mu Ying left the territory of Nodding City under the cover of darkness. Along the way, he stopped by Blazing Academy to visit his 2 elders, as well as his older cousin brother and sister. While there, he took the opportunity to gather a significant amount of silver flower, a herb known for its soul-nourishing properties. Half a month later, Mu Ying returned to Skywater Academy. "Binger, did you miss me?" Pulling the girl, whose eyes seemed to glimmer like tiny stars, into his arms, Mu Ying asked softly. "I did." Shui Binger nodded vigorously. Which young girl in love wouldn't miss her beloved after being apart for such a long time? Shui Binger countered with a question of her own, "And did you miss me?" "Of course. I definitely missed you more than you missed me." Mu Ying responded without hesitation. "Humphrey, you sure know how to talk. I'll forgive you for taking so long to come back. But, what happened to your hair? Why is it so short now?" Looking at the short stubble of hair growing on Mu Ying's head, Shui Binger asked curiously. Cough, Binger, don't mind such minor details. It'll grow back and look handsome in no time. Although his appearance had suffered slightly due to his haircut, Mu Ying didn't mind. Even if shaving his head for a disguise turned out unnecessary, it was worth it. After all, his harvest this time was 100,000-year soul bone. To ensure no loose ends were left, losing hair was a trivial matter. Losing a leg, even, would have been acceptable. The Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone could regenerate severed limbs, so sacrificing a leg temporarily wouldn't have been an issue. Of course, sacrificing his third leg was out of the question. Though it could also regenerate, the psychological impact would have been unbearable for Mu Ying. After a sweet exchange filled with the flavor of youthful romance, Mu Ying returned to his room to refine the soul bone, while Shui Binger volunteered to stand guard for him. 100,000-year soul bone should boost my soul power significantly, right? Inside his bedroom, Mu Ying stared at the life-filled Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone inside the lead box and couldn't help but wonder. In the original story, Tang-san didn't experience a direct increase in soul power after refining the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone, but that was because every soul master's situation was different. Tang-san was unique. He cultivated the inner power technique Mysterious Heaven skill, which differed greatly from Mu Ying's Ice Flame meditation technique. If not for the special rules of the Douluo continent, the two could be considered entirely different cultivation paths. There was no doubt that soul bones contained immense energy, with older soul bones holding even more. Energy follows the law of conservation. When the energy of a soul bone enters the body, it inevitably transforms the refiner. Tang-san didn't experience a soul power increase after refining the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone because the enormous energy was used to strengthen and transform his meridians rather than converting into soul power. It wasn't that 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone couldn't enhance soul power. Taking out the soul bone, Mu Ying placed it against his right leg and began channeling his soul power to refine it. Buzz! A faint buzzing sound resonated as Mu Ying's right leg trembled slightly. Immediately, a soft, cool sensation seeped into his leg from all directions. The crystalline Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone quietly disappeared, transforming into countless streams of blue-gold energy that wrapped around his leg. Cool and soothing, without a trace of pain, completely different from the agony of attaching a soul ring. Mu Ying felt an indescribable comfort, as if he were a fetus growing safely in the warm embrace of his mother's womb. Immersed in the gentle energy waves, Mu Ying noticed that his Ice Flame soul power was not only steadily increasing but also becoming purer. Clearly, the 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone was no ordinary soul bone. It even purified his soul power. Soon, the cool sensation in his right leg spread throughout his body. The next moment, the sound of crackling bones echoed through the room. Strangely, throughout the entire process, Mu Ying didn't feel any pain. Alongside the steady increase and refinement of his soul power, Mu Ying's physical body, already strong from consuming whale glue, practicing the body refinement technique Sun Refinement, and utilizing the Ice Fire Yin Yang well to integrate 2 immortal herbs, underwent further enhancements. This transformation continued steadily. After some time, apart from the gentle energy waves emanating from refining the soul bone, the room gradually quieted, descending into silence. This blue leg bone, filled with life energy, is in perfect condition. Its age must be high, at least 70 or 80,000 years. Once refined, little Mu Ying will definitely grow faster. Watching Mu Ying refine the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone, Shui Binger mused to herself. When would her little Mu Ying finally grow up? In Shui Binger's eyes, Mu Ying would be grown once he was taller than her by a noticeable amount and his soul power level was no weaker than hers. As for it being a 100,000-year soul bone, Shui Binger didn't even consider it. 100,000-year soul bone could only drop from a 100,000-year soul beast upon death, and such creatures were far stronger than ordinary titled Douluo. Acquiring one was no easy task. It wasn't just a matter of having the strength to hunt one. Finding such a beast in the first place was a monumental challenge. From what little she knew, the number of soul masters on a continent with 100,000-year soul bones could likely be counted on one hand. Time passed, and when Mu Yang finally opened his eyes, the morning sunlight filtered through the gauzy curtains into the room. Suddenly, Mu Yang noticed something strange, a discomfort that made him frown. Looking down, he saw that his skin was covered with a thin layer of dried gray residue, like an armor he had automatically donned after not bathing for a year. Body cleansing and meridian refinement? That was the first thought in Mu Yang's mind. Hearing the soft sound of breathing, Mu Yang glanced at Shui Binger, who had been guarding him all night and had fallen asleep on the bed. Suppressing the urge to kiss her, he tiptoed out of the room and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Thankfully, Skywater Academy was safe enough that Shui Binger didn't have to deal with any real threats during her watch. In the bathroom, while washing himself, Mu Yang assessed the changes he'd undergone after refining the Blue-Silver Emperor's right leg bone. First, his soul power had increased significantly. After advancing to a 3-ring soul elder and attaching a 10,000-year third soul ring, his soul power had been at rank 33. Now, it had jumped to rank 38, a massive increase of 5 levels. Additionally, while his soul power level increased, Mu Yang could sense that his soul power had become noticeably purer. This wasn't because the ice flame meditation technique produced low-quality soul power. On the contrary, it cultivated soul power far superior to other soul masters of the same rank. The high quality of his soul power, combined with its strong adhesive properties and the profound methods he practiced, formed the foundation of Mu Yang's ability to challenge opponents beyond his level. But because his soul power level was still relatively low, even with the ice flame meditation technique's mysteries and the excellent quality of his soul power, his capabilities were still somewhat limited. In terms of pure energy, the soul power refined from his level as a 3-ring soul elder couldn't possibly compare to the energy contained within a 100,000-year soul bone. As for physical constitution, there was no need for further elaboration. It was already one of his strong suits. Now, with this significant enhancement, when his soul power reaches level 40 and factoring in the progress of sun body refinement, obtaining a 30,000-year 4th soul ring should pose no problem. Apart from these 3 notable improvements and the 200,000-year soul bone abilities he acquired, there were also several smaller changes. For instance, his skin became better, his physique looked more coordinated, and so on. Additionally, Mu Yang could feel his vitality had grown more vigorous. Most likely, even without considering other contributing factors, just refining the Blue-Silver Emperor right leg bone had significantly extended his lifespan. After bathing, Mu Yang returned to the room and couldn't help but plan to kiss on the still sleeping Shui Binger's face. Perhaps sensing something, or maybe she had already been on the verge of waking, Shui Binger opened her eyes. Realizing the warmth lingering on her face, a smile appeared on the young girl's lips. She clearly understood what had just happened. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Mu Yang's neck and returned the affection with a deeply passionate kiss. A long while later, their lips parted. "Binger, it's still early. Why don't you sleep a bit longer?" Mu Yang suggested. Both of them were top-performing students. Whether it was Mu Yang or Shui Binger, neither had any critical classes to attend. Moreover, compared to theoretical lessons, advanced Soul Master Academies placed more emphasis on combat practice and the soul power levels of their students. Classes weren't mandatory, and students had significant freedom. For Soul Masters, as long as they could read, understand how to meditate, and knew what type and level of soul rings to attach in the future, they were already considered qualified Soul Masters. It didn't matter if they were an academic genius or an underachiever as long as they were strong enough, nothing else mattered. "No, I've been cooped up in the room for almost 2 full days now, it's suffocating." Shui Binger shook her head. Hearing this, Mu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise appearing on his face. He had thought it was still just the 2nd morning, but it turned out to be the 3rd day. It was fortunate Soul Masters weren't cultivators from the novels. Otherwise, closing themselves off for 3, 5 years, or even longer, weren't they worried about developing hemorrhoids from sitting too long? By the way, what level is your soul power now? And how are the effects of the soul bone abilities? Shui Binger asked Mu Yang. With a slightly proud smile, Mu Yang replied, "I've gained 5 levels of soul power and am now at level 38 as a soul elder. As for the soul bone abilities, there are 2, one for healing and the other for flying." 2 soul bone abilities. Shui Binger appeared puzzled for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, her eyes widened, and she couldn't help but exclaim softly, "A 100,000-year soul bone?" To her knowledge, a single soul bone could only provide 1 ability. The only exception was the legendary 100,000-year soul bones that could provide 2 abilities. The blue right leg soul bone filled with life energy that Mu Yang had refined earlier turned out to be the 100,000-year soul bone that countless soul masters on a continent dreamed of obtaining? Exactly. But Binger, you must keep this a secret. The origin of this soul bone is somewhat problematic. Unless absolutely necessary, I'll only use the healing ability in the future. Mu Yang nodded and warned. The blue-silver emperor right leg bone could not see the light of day. Before he had fully grown and established himself, Mu Yang would not easily reveal it. Even if he did, he would never expose that it was a 100,000-year soul bone with 2 abilities unless his life was in danger. Got it. Shui Binger quickly nodded with a serious expression. Chapter 79, A New Attempt on the Other Side, Nodding City. For the past half-month, Tang Hao had been secretly protecting Tang-san. He had no choice. Half a month ago, a 5-ring Soul King had inexplicably targeted his son. Although Tang Hao couldn't make sense of the situation, he had to remain vigilant. After all, being cautious was never a mistake, especially since he had only one son, who bore the hope of avenging their clan against Spirit Hall. He couldn't afford any mishaps. At first, Tang Hao stayed semi-hidden for 10 days. Then he pretended to leave but actually doubled back to watch carefully in secret for another week. When he didn't notice any further suspicious activity, he finally let down his guard. It seemed likely that the Soul King targeting his son had just been an isolated incident. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have noticed even the slightest movement while hiding so cautiously unless, of course, the intruder had been someone of Keon Dalu's caliber from Spirit Hall, which was highly unlikely. Since it appeared to be a one-time event, Tang Hao relaxed. After squatting for so many days, it was time to return home to accompany his wife. A titled Luo's ability to traverse the skies was incredibly fast, especially for someone as strong as Tang Hao among titled Luos. In just over a moment, Tang Hao arrived at the Mountain Valley waterfall. Ahoo! Who is it? In the next second, Tang Hao's furious roar echoed throughout the valley. The hidden cave where his wife was kept had its entrance exposed behind the waterfall, with no trace of concealment left. On top of that, the stone wall behind the waterfall was riddled with pits and craters, as if some deranged soul master had unleashed a series of area attacks, scouring it clean. Tang Hao's guess was correct. To quickly locate the entrance to the hidden cave, Vulture had launched 2 area attacks directly at the stone wall behind the waterfall. After his initial rage subsided, Tang Hao didn't dare delay further and immediately flashed into the cave. Moments later, at the end of the hidden cave, inside a stone chamber about 10 square meters in size. Looking at the small mound of earth in the center of the stone chamber, atop which a slender blue-silver grass swayed in the wind, its leaves narrower than its skin and adorned with golden patterns, Tang Hao let out a sigh of relief. It was fine. His wife was fine. However, his face quickly darkened with uncontrollable fury. Damn it. The 100,000-year soul bone left behind by his wife after her sacrifice was gone. Tang Hao, son, I've failed you. I lost the keepsake your mother left behind. Ah Yin, are you okay? It's my fault. From now on, I will never leave you again. Suppressing the pain in his heart, Tang Hao knelt before the small mound and carefully examined the extraordinary golden-patterned blue-silver grass. An hour later, Tang Hao emerged from the cave carrying the stone basin in which his wife was planted. Hovering in midair over the valley, Tang Hao glanced back at the waterfall. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes as his massive black hammer materialized in his hands. He hurled it forward in a fit of rage. Boom, boom, boom. In no time, the cliff face of the massive waterfall collapsed amidst deafening booms and tremors, turning into a pile of rubble that was soon swallowed by the water. From that day on, Tang-san remained unaware that the owner of a small house along the street he passed daily between Nodding Academy and the blacksmith shop had been replaced. On the windowsill of the master bedroom sat a pot of golden-patterned blue-silver grass that stood out strikingly. Skywater Academy. Late at night, on the bedroom balcony. After finishing his nightly session of lunar spirit refinement, Mu Yang, ever the diligent scholar, began another round of theoretical exploration. He already had cultivation techniques for the 3 key elements: essence, energy, and spirit, as well as offensive and defensive secret techniques and mental techniques. However, Mu Yang felt he still had a shortcoming: the lack of a profound movement technique. A profound movement technique would be beneficial not only for escaping in dangerous situations but also for attacking effectively. The saying among all martial arts, "Speed is invincible," wasn't entirely correct. Speed alone wasn't enough, one's offensive capabilities also had to keep up. Otherwise, it was just superficial. Nonetheless, there was some truth to the statement. Thus, after taking a brief break from his intense efforts, Mu Yang began working on the development of a movement technique. Mu Yang, go to bed early. At that moment, on the balcony of the adjacent room, Shui Binger, who had also finished her nightly lunar spirit refinement, noticed the lingering fluctuations of spiritual energy around Mu Yang. Seeing no signs of him stopping, she couldn't help but remind him. Got it. You should sleep early too. Good night. Mu Yang nodded, wished her good night, and returned to his room. He then continued his theoretical exploration while sitting on his bed. Go to bed early. The saying goes, a young idler, an old beggar. How could he sleep so early when he was young? Besides, intense effort was the foundation of his path to godhood. He couldn't afford to stop, but he could change locations. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the evening, on the first floor, a room originally used as a storage area had been transformed into a forging workshop. In the center of the workshop stood a large forging table, next to which was a heating furnace. In a corner of the workshop were stacks of roughly refined iron ingots and coal for heating. At that moment, Mu Yang, dressed in shorts and a tank top, held a pair of iron tongs. He pulled a red-hot iron ingot from the furnace and placed it on the forging table in front of him. If only the equipment were better, I still have to light the fire myself. Glancing at the coal-fired furnace, Mu Yang thought to himself. It wasn't just the equipment, the fuel was also subpar. Although the furnace temperature generated by burning coal exceeded that of ordinary charcoal, it was only suitable for heating common metals. Rare metals with much higher melting points, like deep silver, couldn't be processed with coal-fired furnaces. Of course, in a world like Douluo, where extraordinary powers existed, fuel options weren't limited to coal or oil. Certain fire element minerals could also serve as fuel, producing extremely high temperatures when burned. However, these advanced materials were quite expensive, and as a beginner, there was no need for him to use them so soon. Crying afterward, Mu Yang took a deep breath, grabbed a forging hammer weighing dozens of kilograms placed beside him, and began. With his legs leading his waist and his waist driving his arms, he struck down fiercely with the hammer. Then, using the rebound force of that strike, his body spun in a circle before striking again. This process repeated in a continuous cycle. From the increasingly resonant whistle of the forging hammer and a louder metallic clanging at each strike, it was evident that the force of each successive hammer strike was building upon the last. Clearly, the technique he was using was a hammer method capable of stacking power. Half a year ago, Mu Yang began working on developing a speed-based combat technique. Compared to lunar spirit refinement and sun body refinement, a movement-based technique was relatively simpler. Coupled with the further enhancement of his spiritual power, which boosted the efficiency of his talent for deduction, the development of the movement technique was much quicker. In just about 2 months, the new movement technique was successfully created. With diligent practice, he could now address his lack of speed. Once the movement technique was perfected, Mu Yang, proud of his hard-working nature, refused to idle. Relying on his innate ability, he began developing the hammer method. Of course, the hammer method he envisioned wasn't meant to be an ordinary one. After all, his second martial soul wasn't a hammer but the spell-oriented ice flame Holy Shadow. In future battles, he wouldn't rely on wielding a hammer. Currently, Douluo continent was largely a barren land when it came to soul tool technology. Apart from some basic utility tools like soul-powered clocks, lamps, and microphones, there was no significant transmission of soul tool production techniques that could benefit soul masters in combat. But the lack of such knowledge didn't deter Mu Yang from recognizing their potential, especially with the incredible invention of future soul tool technology, battle armor. To put it bluntly, battle armor was truly revolutionary, akin to a godly artifact without officially being one. A 5-ring soul king wearing a full set of 1,000 refined battle armor could rival a 7-ring soul sage. A 6-ring soul emperor equipped with a full set of 2-word spirit refined battle armor could stand against an 8-ring soul Douluo. A 7-ring soul sage outfitted with a full set of 3-word soul refined battle armor, along with a domain ability, could match a 9-ring titled Douluo. And these comparisons weren't with weaker titled Douluo like Shilong or Jugubo, who could be defeated by higher-level opponents. These were titled Douluo with optimal spirit ring configurations and soul cores, measured by future standards. That's only considering 3-word battle armor. When it comes to a full set of 4-word heaven-refined battle armor, things become even more overwhelming. A 9-ring titled Douluo wearing one could rival a 99th level ultimate Douluo. Of course, in the current era, 99th level soul masters were called peerless Douluo. And even peerless Douluo wasn't the ultimate limit for 4-word armor. A peerless Douluo equipped with it could challenge those on the verge of becoming gods, such as the Sky Invincible Dalu or the Sea Invincible Boseichi. Yes, a 99th level peerless Douluo still fell short of the likes of Dalu and Boseichi. Although their levels were also 99, they had reached a stage where their soul power, body, and spirit were just half a step away from the divine realm. A typical peerless Douluo like the second worship, Golden Crocodile, even with a 100,000 year 9 spirit ring, would undoubtedly lose to them, and decisively at that. For the truly strong in the continent, becoming a titled Douluo was merely a new beginning. For individuals like Kion Daily Unbosexy, stepping into the peerless Douluo realm was likewise a fresh start. Possessing a semi-divine level of power, body, and spirit signified strength that ordinary peerless Douluo couldn't hope to match. Looking back through history, the only one who managed to rival a semi-divine existence as a peerless Douluo was the land invincible Tang Chen. Why was Tang Chen so extraordinary? Likely due to the formidable power of the great Sumeru hammer technique and the hidden help of the Shura god. Of course, part of this discrepancy might be attributed to Kion Daily Unbosexy's semi-divine power not being entirely self-cultivated. Otherwise, a true semi-divine being would undoubtedly overwhelm any non-cheating peerless Douluo. With the astonishing benefits of battle armor in mind, Mu Yang saw its potential despite the absence of current production knowledge. Given his unique deduction ability, he felt it was worth attempting to explore its creation. Chapter 80, The Promising Blacksmith. The challenges of crafting battle armor lie in three aspects: materials, design, and manufacturing. Among the three, for Mu Yang, who possesses the talent for deduction, design is the easiest, manufacturing comes second, and materials are the hardest. This is because design is purely theoretical knowledge. Once the deduction is completed, it can be directly applied. Manufacturing combines theoretical knowledge with practical operations. After completing the deduction, shaping materials and inscribing the deduced soul guide arrays can be done step by step. Materials are the hardest because they cannot be acquired through deduction, they must be forged by a blacksmith. Thus, after the mastery of his body technique, Mu Yang began to deduce a specialized hammering technique for metal forging. A week ago, he officially deduced it, naming it Heavenly Hammer. Similar to the chaotic cloak hammer technique, the Heavenly Hammer is also a profound hammering technique that enables force accumulation. To put it plainly, at the outset of the deduction, Mu Yang referred to and drew inspiration from the chaotic cloak hammer technique. However, unlike the purely hammer-focused chaotic cloak hammer technique, the Heavenly Hammer consists of two parts: the hammer technique and the forging method. The hammer technique is similar to the chaotic cloak, allowing for an accumulation of up to 36 strikes, which pales in comparison to the chaotic cloak's 99 strikes. Spending nearly 4 months on the deduction but only achieving a technique capable of 36 strikes might seem subpar, but it wasn't due to Mu Yang slacking off. The Heavenly Hammer's forging section is quite intricate. In the future, the Soul Master World categorizes metal forging into specific levels. Excluding fusion forging, which is special and can vary in level, the levels of metal forging from low to high are 100 refinement, 1000 refinement, spirit refinement, soul refinement, and divine refinement. The forging section of the Heavenly Hammer corresponds to the detailed knowledge of the 100 refinement and 1000 refinement stages. As it was an unprecedented innovation, coupled with Mu Yang only providing the theoretical phrase purify through 100 refinements, refine essence through 1000 refinements. The deduction process for the Heavenly Hammer progressed slowly. Otherwise, the hammering section alone might have been completed in a few days. Of course, the deduced Heavenly Hammer only provided him with knowledge, it didn't grant him perfect mastery of the technique or turn him into a 1000 refinement level forging master. However, the feedback was detailed, resembling the forging insights of an experienced 1000 refinement forging master. With enough diligence and comprehension, reaching the level of a 1000 refinement master in the future would not be a problem. Once the forging section of the Heavenly Hammer reached the 1000 refinement pinnacle, Mu Yang began his first forging attempt in a remodeled, well-prepared forging chamber. Perhaps due to his strong soul power,